Chapter 1: A forced marriage is not sweet, but it quenches thirst.
The wedding night. You two must consummate your marriage tonight.
Mrs. Sheng sat in the main seat, her face serious and her tone unyielding.
Song Xing was also drinking soup and almost choked on the words. She looked up and timidly looked at the man across from her.
The man didn't look at her, but instead slowly ate his steak, then slowly wiped his mouth with a napkin, and finally looked at the old lady slowly, with a low and gentle voice. "Grandma, Xingye is still young, and this matter cannot be rushed." Seeing her grandson's casual attitude, Mrs. Shang was even more annoyed and replied curtly, "She is still young, but how old are you now?" Seeing that the usual excuse was not going to work, the man had to say, "I have to go to the company tonight.
I have an important overseas video conference. Don't use work as an excuse. I've already asked Secretary Zhou.
Even if you have a shareholders meeting tonight, you still have to finish this first." After saying that, the old lady waved her hand. "Mrs. Yu brought 2 bowls of black soup. Master, Mrs. Song, this is a nourishing soup for you to drink while it is still hot."
What kind of soup is this?
Song Xing also guessed what was in the mind of this person who was not familiar with the world.
Her face instantly turned red.
The man frowned at the soup in front of him and sighed helplessly. "Grandma, a forced marriage is not sweet. A forced marriage is not sweet, but it quenches thirst."
I don't understand. You're in your 20s, don't you have any needs?
You're already in your prime, and you have a young and beautiful wife by your side, but you don't even touch her.
Is there really something you can't talk about? If that's the case, I'll call Dr. Xiao right away. This matter can't be delayed. Grandma.
Okay, I'll stop talking. You two drink up the soup and go upstairs.
Today is a good day, and maybe we'll have a baby.
I'll be able to hold my great-grandchild next year. Song Xing kept her head down, her fingers pinching the hem of her dress, her face already as red as a boiled shrimp. The man eventually went upstairs, but he didn't drink the bowl of soup. Mrs. Shang turned to Song Xingye again and said in a gentle tone, "Good boy, I know you are young and have not experienced this kind of thing, but all women have to go through this.
Besides, you and Yu Qian are a legitimate couple. Don't be shy. If he is not willing, is unwilling, you can work on other aspects.
I'm sure Sister Yu has also taught you that although Yu Qian is not usually interested in women, I don't believe that a beautiful woman in full bloom standing naked in front of him will leave him indifferent." Song Xing's face had turned red and was about to bleed, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "Grandma, I know." The old lady was pleased. "You're the one who told me to stop worrying.
Drink up your soup."
Song Xingye had no choice but to obediently drink the soup and go upstairs.
Song Xingye went to her room first and opened a closet.
Inside were all kinds of sexy pajamas.
Song Xingye picked out a black lace nightgown because it was the only one that wasn't transparent. After changing clothes, Song Xingye looked at herself in the mirror.
The girl in the mirror was tall, with a waistline outlined by the lace nightie, and her fair skin was like fresh cream. But she was still young, and her whole body looked like a flower bud about to bloom, fresh and beautiful.
I wonder if he is satisfied with this body.
When I think about it, a layer of blush appears on my face and body. Song Xing didn't dare to go any further, took a deep breath, and turned and left the room. Soon, Song Xing was standing at the door of Shang Yuqian's room. She pinched her nightgown on both sides of her arms. The silk felt cold to the touch, but her palms were already sweating. Finally, she seemed to have made up her mind and knocked on the door with all her might.
The door opened quickly.
Shang Yuqian appeared at the door in a dressing gown, obviously having also taken a shower. Seeing Song Xingye suddenly appear at the door, his eyes, which had been calm and unruffled, suddenly narrowed, and then he frowned slightly.
His voice was as calm as ever. "What are you wearing like that for?"
Song Xingye quickly lowered her head, a sense of shame welled up in her heart, and she spoke in a low voice, "It's Grandma."
Shang Yuqian of course knew what was going on. "Can I come in?"
Although she had a bad start, Song Xingye still plucked up her courage and asked. Shang Yuqian looked into her eyes, which were growing deeper, but finally opened the door. He looked at the girl's exposed snow-white back, and his eyebrows twitched for no reason.
Song Xing was also brought back by the old lady.
When she came to the merchant's family, she was still young. At that time, the old lady took her to him and said, "Chen, this is your future wife.
You must cultivate your relationship well."
He never took the old lady's words to heart. After all, she was just a little girl. Unexpectedly, a month ago, when she turned 20, the old lady secretly took their household registration books and went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to apply for a marriage certificate.
Thinking about this, Song Yuqian had a headache.
What made him even more headache was that Song Xing suddenly turned around and hugged him around the neck. Her voice was incredibly soft. So, do you like it in bed or on the sofa?
With a bang, Song Yuqian felt like he had been dropped on a bomb. He almost couldn't handle it.
His gaze naturally fell on the girl. Her pure and innocent body in a black lace dress created a strong contrast, but because of this contradiction, it gave a strong visual impact, like a white lotus struggling to emerge from the mud. It was so clean and beautiful that he had an urge to destroy her. Especially from this angle, you can see the girl's delicate collarbone, and below the collarbone.
Song Yuqian's eyes were deep and dark, and his throat rolled silently, his voice also carrying a hint of warning. Song Xingye, do you know what you're doing now? Song Xingye of course knew.
In fact, she was also extremely scared, and she didn't dare to look into Song Yuqian's eyes. She has been a little afraid of this man since she was a child. Although she was raised in a merchant family, she is not really familiar with this man.
Really? Doesn't? No.
In the past 10 years, she has only seen Song Yuqian a handful of times.
Soon after she arrived, Song Yuqian left to study abroad.
He was gone for 5 years, and when he returned, he took over the position of chairman of the Shangxing Group. He was extremely busy, and he lived in the company almost every day. At that time, she also began to live in the dormitory, and the two of them only went home to have dinner with the old lady during the New Year and other holidays. Because of the age difference, the two of them rarely spoke, and most of the time he would just ask about her studies in a paternal tone. But Song Xing always knew that, despite the 8-year age difference, he was not her elder, but her future husband. Song Xing finally summoned up the courage to look up, her almond-shaped eyes meeting his deep, obsidian-like eyes, and said in a single sentence, "I'm seducing you." Chapter 2, Don't play the fox spirit and chat with the fox spirit when you're obviously a white rabbit. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he were thinking about something. But the next second, he picked the girl up and carried her to the bed. Even though she had been mentally prepared for this, when the man's tall body pressed down, Song Xing was still nervous and her body stiffened. Especially when the man's kiss landed on her ear, her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Her hands instinctively wanted to push away the person on her body, but they ended up on the man's smooth chest. The touch was hot, and she instinctively retracted her hand, but the man grabbed her small hand and pressed it tightly. Song Xing also opened her eyes wide, looking at the man in front of her, who was so close. She wanted to say something, but she found that she couldn't open her mouth at all. The tip of her nose was filled with the smell of the man, which was very nice, like the fragrance of the bath lotion, clear and clean. Her fingers were tightly grasped by the man, and her body was pressed down and unable to move. The man's lips slowly approached her ear again. This time, Song Xing did not intend to resist again, but closed her eyes with a look of acceptance. Just as Song Xing was about to accept the man's every whim, the man's deep voice came from her ear, "Yu's wife is watching at the door, so cooperate."
Song Xing also understood immediately. Yes, Shan Yuqian has never been interested in her, so why would he suddenly be in the mood?
It turned out that he knew that the old lady had sent someone to spy on them and was deliberately putting on a show for them. She felt a strange emotion in her heart, like a sense of defeat, but for a moment she felt a lot more relaxed. She let Song Yuqian lie on top of her, with his lips almost touching her neck, and even cooperated by wrapping her arms around Song Yuqian's waist and twisting her body.
"Don't move." Shan Yuqian's voice came again, inexplicably a bit hoarse.
Song Xing was also scared and immediately stopped moving.
Soon, the footsteps at the door faded away. Shan Yuqian finally got up, but he didn't leave Song Xingye's body.
Instead, he propped up his arm and carefully looked at the girl in front of him. The girl's face is really beautiful.
Even in the entertainment industry, you can't find many faces more delicate than hers.
Her fair and delicate skin is like that of a baby, and her big eyes are always watery, always reminding people of the misty rain in Jiangnan. Her small nose, rosy lips, and what's more, a face that hasn't completely lost its childishness, and even has a bit of baby fat. Even her breath has a milky sweetness, but it is precisely this temperament that lies between girl and woman that no man can resist.
"What are you looking at?" Song Xing could not stand the penetrating gaze of Shan Yuqian and turned her head away. Shan Yuqian finally calmed down and sat up.
With his back to Song Xingye, Song Yuqian said lightly, "You're obviously a milky white rabbit, so don't play the fox spirit and chat about the supernatural.
After that, Shang Yuqian got up and went straight to the bathroom.
As she listened to the sound of the water in the bathroom, Song Xingye was even more frustrated. Even if he touched her a little, he had to wash it off. How much did he dislike her? The initiative she had just taken had almost used up all her courage. It seems that she won't be able to fulfill the old lady's request today. When Shang Yuqian came out of the bathroom, she saw the little girl sitting on the edge of the bed, wrapped in a sheet, with her head hanging down and a dejected look on her face.
What hurt her pride? Shang Yuqian walked towards the wine cabinet, talking to Song Xing in a flat tone.
Song Xing also looked up at him, not knowing how to answer for a moment. No, not at all.
Actually, it really hurt my pride.
Shang Yuqian poured himself a glass of red wine and shook the glass. Girl, I don't touch you because it's for your own good. After all, you're going to get married in the future. He sometimes calls her girl like an old lady. And she always called him big brother.
Song Xing's small frown seemed to indicate that she didn't understand what he was saying. Hasn't she already married him?
Shang Yuqian took a sip of red wine. You should know that the old lady had my household registration stolen, and our marriage was not something I agreed to.
Of course she knows. Song Xingye lowered her head.
Shang Yuqian continued, I know you didn't marry me of your own free will either. You married me to repay the favor you received from the old lady.
He was right.
The old lady had been very kind to her, and she would never disobey her. The man walked over to his desk, pulled out a stack of papers, and handed them to Song Xingye. This is the divorce agreement.
You can read the conditions on it and add anything you think of. Song Xingye looked at the 4 characters of the divorce agreement and was a bit stunned.
She had thought that Shang Yuqian would divorce her one day, but she didn't think it would be so soon.
However, Shang Yuqian was really generous.
The compensation he gave her included 3 properties, 100 million in assets, and even 2% of the shares in Shangxing Group. You know that these 2% of the shares are enough to make her a major shareholder in Shangxing Group.
Song Xing is not greedy.
She said, the Shang family has been very generous to me.
I won't take any of this.
I only have one request, don't make the old lady sad. The sincerity in her eyes moved Shang Yuqian, who then said, don't worry about this. I have my own way to properly resolve the situation with the old lady. Since Shang Yuqian said so, Song Xing had no worries. She got up, threw off the sheets, walked barefoot to Shang Yuqian's desk, picked up a pen, and signed the last page.
Shang Yuqian didn't expect her to be so quick to agree.
It seems that this agreement is exactly what she wants, so she is so eager to sign it that she is even willing to leave the house empty-handed.
Shang Yuqian's face grew cold. Girl, do you have a sweetheart?
Song Xing, who was signing the agreement, didn't expect her to ask this question.
She said blankly, no. Shang Yuqian coughed and felt that the question was abrupt. He explained in a tone of explanation, it's good that you don't.
I don't recommend that you get into a relationship as soon as possible, because we can't let the old lady find out that we have already dissolved the marriage relationship. You also know that the old lady will have a heart bypass surgery in 3 months. Everything has to wait until her body recovers before telling her. So during this time, we still have to maintain a superficial relationship, and even pretend to be a loving couple to make the old lady happy. Song Xing also nodded seriously, don't worry, I know all about this.
Song Xing also signed the paper and straightened up, so tonight.
Now that they are no longer husband and wife, it doesn't seem right for them to stay here.
You can sleep here tonight. She has been trying to bring us together, don't disappoint her.
But?
Don't worry, you sleep in the bed, I'll sleep on the sofa.
But?
Song Xing still hesitated. Shang Yuqian couldn't help but frown. Did this little girl have second thoughts again and was still thinking about something? His voice also became a little cold, just say what you want to say. Chapter 3 Song Xingye, can you be a little more obedient? Song Xingye pointed to the bed. Grandma turned off the heating, so there's only one quilt here. Shang Yuqian seemed to be stunned for a moment.
He suddenly realized that the room was getting colder and colder. It was the middle of winter, and the entire villa was heated by a constant temperature system. Everyone was wearing thin pajamas, but outside, it was minus 20 degrees Celsius. It seems that the old lady is determined to let them sleep together. Shang Yuqian was silent for a moment, then said, let's sleep together then.
Ah.
Song Xing was also surprised. The bed and quilt are so big, we should be fine sleeping on either side.
It was late at night and quiet. Song Xing also tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. It's hot, really hot.
The temperature in the room was probably below freezing, but Song Xing was still very hot.
Song Xing, do you want to sleep or not?
The man lying next to him finally spoke. He was lying on his side with his eyes closed, but he wasn't sleepy at all. The little girl tossed and turned, her hair flapping against his shoulders, her little hand touching his waist and her foot kicking his calf. Especially the sweet smell of her body, which drifted through the air with her movements, was a bit distracting.
Song Xingye's slurpy voice came from the side, "Big brother, I can't sleep, I'm so hot." The temperature in the room was clearly low. Shan Yuqian quickly realized something was wrong, sat up and turned on the bedside spotlight. He looked at the girl next to him, who was flushed and her eyes were dark. "Did you drink that bowl of soup?"
Song Xing also had a hazy look in her eyes, but she still nodded.
"Damn it!"
The man cursed in his heart. He immediately pulled Song Xing up. Song Xing also felt that he was dragged into the bathroom in a daze, and then cold water poured down from the top of his head.
Song Xingye choked and felt as if he were drowning, instinctively grabbing whatever he could hold on to. "Are you awake?" Song Xingye was still coughing, but the immense coldness did make her consciousness quickly clear. Song Xingye nodded. "Then come down."
The man's voice was cold.
But Song Xingye could hear the unbearable in it.
There was a huge mirror on her side. She could see clearly from the mirror that she was now soaking wet, hanging onto the man like an octopus, her hands tightly clasped around his neck, and her feet clamped around his thin waist. The two of them were pressed together so tightly that it was as intimate as it could be, and she could even hear the sound of his heartbeat from his chest. Why is his heart beating so fast? It seems that Shan Yuqian is really angry. Song Xing also hurriedly got off Shan Yuqian's body. At this time, she had completely sobered up. Looking at the man's clothes that she had made wet, she turned around very apologetically and picked up a towel to help him wipe it off. "I'm sorry, I'll help you wipe it off." Song Xingye's wrist was tightly squeezed by Shan Yuqian, who seemed to be trying to restrain something. "You have to get out of here now and go to my closet to get a clean shirt to change into." Upon being reminded of this, Song Xingye realized that she was already soaked from head to toe. And because she was originally wearing a silk pajama, it was now wet and clung to her body, almost transparent, and the view of her breasts was even more unobstructed. Song Xingye's face flushed, and then she screamed and ran out of the bathroom with a red face. The bathroom was quiet again. Shan Yuqian was very upset. He didn't expect that he would be caught twice by a little girl who was still wet behind the ears. Song Xing also found a white shirt in Shan Yuqian's cloakroom and changed into it. When he came out, he heard the sound of water splashing in the bathroom. He was taking another shower. Did he have a germ phobia? Does he need to take a shower every time he touches something? Shan Yuqian took a cold shower and finally calmed himself down. It was really ridiculous to think that way. She was the little girl he had watched grow up, so how could he have such a dirty thought? When he opened the door, he saw a pair of straight chopstick legs. The girl was sitting on the sofa wearing a loose men's shirt. When she heard the sound at the bathroom door, she quickly stood up, her eyes instantly becoming embarrassed, like a frightened little white rabbit. Although she had buttoned her blouse all the way up, and the long blouse completely covered the base of her thighs. But it was this kind of hidden, abstinent and provocative. With a pop, the bathroom door closed again. Hearing the sound of running water in the bathroom again, Song Xing's self-esteem was completely trampled on. So, is it too dirty to even look at it now? Song Xingye always felt that although they were not close, they had lived under the same roof for 10 years without any conflicts, so they could be considered half-relatives. She never thought that Shan Yuqian would despise her to such an extent. Forget it, she didn't need to try to please him anymore, since the divorce agreement had already been signed. Song Xingye threw herself on the bed and ignored him. When she woke up the next day, the bed was empty. When she looked up, she saw him sleeping on the sofa. He had just laid there all night? The room was so cold, had he frozen to death? Song Xing also hurriedly went to check. Shan Yuqian had long arms and long legs, so he couldn't stretch out on the sofa at all, and could only curl up and lie on his side. Song Xing had never seen Shan Yuqian sleeping before. To be honest, this man is too good-looking. Even if you look all over the entertainment industry, you won't find such perfect facial features. His jaw is angular, his forehead has a beauty peak, his brow bones are high, and his two thick eyebrows slanting into the temples. The upper lip is thin, the lower lip is plump, like peach blossoms. Even if he is curled up in such a small space, he doesn't look at all embarrassed. That face always gives people a sense of dignity and elegance. Song Xing was also stunned. So when the man suddenly opened his eyes, she was startled and quickly got up, but then bumped into the floor lamp next to the sofa. She almost fell to the ground due to her unsteady posture. Fortunately, the man was quick and caught her waist. The man's voice was low and had a peculiar muffled quality. Song Xing, can you please behave yourself? Yes. I'm sorry. Song Xingye looked at him. The man's eyes were like the sea under the night sky, calm and deep, but there was a feeling of surging waves, as if a wave could drown a person. Still not getting up? The man's voice was getting more and more hoarse. Song Xingye also realized how ambiguous their posture was. When she fell just now, she was caught by a pair of big hands. So she fell directly onto Shang Yuqian's body, and the position she sat in happened to be. Song Xingye blushed and stood up quickly. Are you okay? When she fell on him, she felt a strong impact, and her back felt as if it had been hit by a stone. Looking at his expression, which was somewhat restrained, she thought that he might have internal injuries. Song Xingye wanted to check, but the man ordered her to stop. Don't touch me. Song Xingye, you stay where you are and don't move. This morning, he had already called her by her name twice, each time with an expression of utter exasperation. Song Xing was also scared. She had never seen Shang Yuqian look so fierce. Sure enough, she watched as Shang Yuqian went to the bathroom again. It was the fourth time in one night. He has to go to the bathroom every time he touches her. Is she a virus? Song Xing was also a little angry, thinking that this man was too pretentious. Chapter 4, I'm following you around, young lady. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Song Xing also went to open the door and saw Sister Yu standing at the door with a smile on her face. Yuseo said, the old lady wants you to go downstairs for breakfast. By the way, where is the young master? He's taking a bath. Song Xingye answered honestly. Yuseo was even more beaming with joy. Taking a bath in the morning, it seems that the young master has a good constitution. As she entered the room to tidy up, she said to Song Xingye, the old lady has finally got her wish. Young lady, you have worked hard. The kitchen has been stewing red dates and imperial bird's nest since early this morning. Drink some more later. Yuseo lifted the quilt on the bed, but saw a patch of green and white on it, and her face suddenly changed. Young lady, what is going on? How can you do this to the old lady in the business? Song Xing was also confused by the scolding, but she quickly came to her senses. She knew what the older generation cared about the most. Shang Yuqian hadn't touched her at all, so how could there be anything on the bed? Although the divorce agreement had been signed, Shang Yuqian had also said last night that for the next 3 months, they would have to pretend to be a loving couple to make the old lady happy. Song Xing's brain was also working at full speed, and her face quickly flushed with a blush. Yesterday, I was taking a bath in the bathroom, and he suddenly came in. Song Xing also wanted to say something, but she was too embarrassed to say it. The blush on her face made her look even more guilty. Mrs. Yu is a woman of experience, so she understands. Although the young master usually looks like a celibate, I didn't expect him to be so eager. But it's no wonder, the young master is already 28 years old, and at 28 he hasn't tasted the taste of a woman, not to mention that Song Xingye's face really has the ability to make men fall in love. Yu Sheng smiled again, don't be shy, this is not uncommon between husband and wife. Yuseo quickly tidied up the room and said, okay, I'm going down. You guys come down for breakfast soon. Song Xing was relieved when Yun Yang left, and when he turned around, he saw Shang Yuqian standing behind him. He didn't know when he came out, but he was already dressed in a luxurious business suit. He just stood there casually, and he had an extraordinary temperament. Song Xing also blushed. He probably didn't hear what she just said to Yuseo. Shang Yuqian's gaze lingered on her for 2 seconds. Change your clothes and come down quickly. Then he walked out of the room. When Song Xing also went downstairs, Shang Yuqian was eating breakfast with the old lady. The old lady also saw her and waved at her kindly, come over here, girl. Today's breakfast was especially rich. In addition to the usual variety of pastries and porridges, it also included extra ingredients such as donkey hide gelatin, bird's nest, and snow white toad. All of them are good for nourishing the blood. The old lady was afraid that she would be embarrassed about her first time, so she didn't mention anything, but asked, "Girl, is your school officially on vacation today?" Song Xing is also studying at Shucheng University in this city, majoring in media. Her major was also chosen by the old lady because the Shang Group is a company that made its fortune in the media industry. It was originally called the Shang Film Company, and later expanded to become the Shang Entertainment Company. Later, it expanded its capital and made a big splash in the real estate, medical and pharmaceutical industries, and the new energy industry. It is now a Shang Group with a market value of over 100 billion. Song Xing also nodded, "I'm on vacation starting today, but my journalism teacher has arranged an internship for me. I'm going to an internship at a newspaper." Although she is only a sophomore, the philosophy of their major is that you learn by doing. "Which newspaper?" "Waigu Entertainment." The old lady frowned. "What kind of nonsense name is that? What are you going to do there?" "If you want to intern at an entertainment company, just go to Xingyu. This circle is a mess. You can only feel at ease in your own company. Anyway, you're going to help Aikian run the company together in the future, so it's best to get familiar with the business now." Xingyu is a talent agency under the Shangsheng Group. It is composed of 3 major business segments: internet entertainment, film and television entertainment, and live entertainment. It is an entertainment group with a complete industrial chain and abundant entertainment resources in the industry, and has an unshakable leading position in the film and television, music and entertainment economy. At present, most of the top stars in the entertainment industry are promoted by Xingyu. She is a sophomore, and it is impossible to get an internship at such a big company without connections. Song Xing was also an ordinary student at school. No one knew about her relationship with Shang Yuqian, and now that the divorce agreement had been signed, she didn't want anyone to know. Just as she was about to find a reason to refuse, the old lady made the final decision. "It's decided, Qian, you make the arrangements. It's a good thing that you can commute to work together in the future and deepen your relationship." Shang Yuqian also agreed without thinking. "Okay, Grandma, I'll make the arrangements." Song Xing looked at Shang Yuqian with some surprise. He hated her so much last night that he didn't even want to look at her. He had to go to the bathroom to take a shower. Wouldn't it be awkward if they had to spend time together? Song Xing also knew that Shang Yuqian didn't want to go against the old lady, and besides, Xingyu was so big, so it would be easy to find a place to put her in. He is the head of a large company, and he is certainly not someone an intern can casually meet. But Song Xing didn't expect that she would be placed in the president's office. Of course, this was definitely not Shang Yuqian's idea, and he probably didn't even know about it. After arriving at the company, Shang Yuqian immediately dumped her on his special assistant, Secretary Zhou. Song Xing and Zhou Mingyan are familiar with each other. For many years, Zhou has not only arranged for Shang Yuqian's work, but also handled almost all of his private life. The old lady was getting old and weak, and Shang Yuqian didn't care about her. Song Xing also went through all the procedures for entering Shang's family, including the procedures for transferring to another school later. And from the beginning of the school year, every year's parent-teacher conference was also attended by Zhou Mingyan. Zhou Mingyan also cares about her life on weekdays, and will give her birthday wishes and prepare gifts for her on her birthday. When she was sick, he would take her to the hospital in the middle of the night to get in 4 drip, and accompany her until the early morning before sending her home. To Song Xingye, compared to Shang Yuqian, Zhou Mingyan is more like a family member, a big brother. Song Xingye was also very happy to see Zhou Mingyan. "Brother Zhou, can I follow you around from now on?" Zhou Mingyan looked at Song Xingye and his eyes were full of affection. "It's me who's following you around, young lady." Song Xingye pouted. "Don't call me little madam." Zhou Mingyan smiled and reached out to rub Song Xingye's shaggy hair. "Time really flies. I never thought you would grow up so quickly. I still remember the first time I saw you. You were just a little girl when you came to me." Zhou Mingyan pointed to the position of her waist. At that time, although she was already 10 years old, she was very short due to malnutrition. The old lady had always worried that she wouldn't grow tall, so she had been giving her calcium supplements. But in the blink of an eye, she has grown into a tall, graceful young lady. Song Xingye also smiled. "That's because you fed her." When she was living in the dormitory, Zhou Mingyan often sent her snacks, and this habit continued for 10 years. The two of them smiled at each other. At this moment, a boss happened to see this scene on the rooftop from the French windows.
Chapter 5. I heard that my wife has become your girlfriend.
Then, Zhou Mingyan took Song Xingye on a tour of the company. Zhou Mingyan introduced as they walked. Shangxing Building has a total of 99 floors. Today, we will visit several important departments of the Shangxing Group's Xingyu. Floors 24 to 32 are the large-scale performance department, star economy department, corporate publicity department, project department, international affairs department, and information resources department of Xingyu. Song Xing also followed Zhou Mingyan obediently, taking notes, looking like a good student. However, Song Xing was surprised to find that the people she met along the way always looked at her with a strange look.
Song Xing couldn't help but ask Zhou Mingyan, "Is there something on my face? Why are they staring at me?"
Zhou Mingyan smiled and said, "Don't worry about them."
When they visited the 30th floor, the artist department, Song Xingye saw many stars in the entertainment industry, both big and small. Song Xing was also very excited. Do stars have to punch in and out of work?
Zhou Mingyan said, "They don't need to punch into work, but many of Xingyu's entertainers like to come to the company to sit when they don't have any announcements, because the company provides them with the most luxurious gym, practice room, private theater, and high-end apartments.
The privacy is very good and they won't be tracked by paparazzi."
Song Xing also knew that many floors of the Shangsheng building had been converted into apartments, which were exclusively provided to the company's senior management and artists.
Of course, ordinary small artists are not eligible. Song Xing also asked with anticipation, "Does Jiang Yining come here often?"
Song Xing said with a hint of embarrassment, "I'm a fan of hers, and I want to ask her for an autograph."
Jiang Yining is a superstar in the entertainment industry.
She debuted at the age of 16 and became famous all over the country.
She has won almost all the domestic film awards and has entered Hollywood in recent years.
She is the only Chinese actress nominated for an Academy Award. Song Xing also likes Jiang Yining because before she was 10 years old, she had never seen a TV set. After she came to the business, the first TV show she watched was the first TV series starring Jiang Yining when she was 16 years old, The Wayward Princess. That TV series once accompanied her through the most unfamiliar and lonely time, and even became her spiritual sustenance for a while. When it comes to Jiang Yining, Zhou Mingyan's eyes flashed with a hint of complexity. She rarely comes to the company, mainly because her schedule is too full, but recently her contract with Xingyu is about to expire, and she should be back soon to talk about a new contract. In the morning, she only visited a small part of the company. At noon, Zhou Mingyan took Song Xing to the staff cafeteria to eat.
Song Xingye had just sat down across from Zhou Mingyan when a fragrant breeze blew by and a man in a flashy suit and a metallic aura sat down next to Song Xingye. "This little beauty looks unfamiliar. Is she a new artist signed by the company?" Song Xingye turned her head and was instantly a little excited. "You Xinghua?" Then she realized, "Mr. Yu, I really like you. I'm a fan of yours. Can I shake your hand?"
Song Xingye originally wanted an autograph, but now there is no paper or pen, so she can only shake hands.
I don't know if the other person will agree.
Yu Xinghua is a musical genius, a pop music king, with countless fans, and is currently unrivaled in the music industry, with a very high status.
No problem. Yu Xinghua took the initiative to shake Song Xingye's hand. "Little beauty, what's your name, where do you live, and what's your phone number?"
Song Xing gradually felt something was wrong, because Yu Xinghua was holding her hand and rubbing the back of her hand with the palm of his hand. Song Xing also wanted to take back her hand, but the other party held her hand tightly and kept rubbing her palm against the back of her hand.
"Yu Xinghua."
Zhou Mingyan's voice was a little bit deeper. "Let go, she is not someone you can molest."
Who is Zhou Mingyan?
Although he is the president's special assistant, the president has great trust and reliance in him, and his status is very high. He is the favorite of the emperor, and everyone calls him Zhou Guifei in private.
Although he is gentle in character, he has the same thunderous methods as the president when dealing with things and people.
Not many people in the company dare to offend him. Yu Xinghua quickly let go of his hand and smiled sheepishly. "Secretary Zhou, I was just joking. Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to flirt with your girlfriend."
Song Xing was also stunned and quickly tried to explain. However, Zhou Mingyan had already spoken first. "What are you talking about?
She's not my girlfriend." Song Xing also hurriedly defended himself. "I'm just an intern who came today."
Yu Xinghua, however, had a look of disbelief on his face, then got up and said with a smile, "Intern? What intern would allow the great Secretary Zhou to personally take a tour of the company?" "Don't worry, I understand. The company does not allow office romances. I am very discreet and will not say anything." Then, in the afternoon,
The topic of hashtag Secretary Zhou and his girlfriend having lunch together in the staff cafeteria hashtag quickly became the #1 topic on the company's gossip forum. Secretary Zhou. But Song Xingye had just arrived and had not yet logged onto the company website, let alone know about the existence of this forum, so she had not noticed that she had become the center of gossip. It was just strange that someone kept coming to her office to peek in the afternoon. Song Xing's office is across from the CEO's office. There are many people in the office, and there are 16 secretaries in the president's office alone. Of course, there are also secretaries to secretaries, secretaries to assistants, and so on. Because the Shang group is so large, touching on so many fields, everyone is responsible for the interface between different fields and departments. Zhou Mingyan is a special secretary, which means he is second only to the president. In ancient times, he would have been the head of the imperial household. Song Xing also secretly imagined Zhou Mingyan as the ancient head of the household, and couldn't help but laugh. "Xingye, what are you laughing at?" A cute voice came from behind. "Jia Jia? Have you finished your tour?" Zhang Jiajia and Song Xing were also interns who had just started working that day. They both worked as secretaries, but the only difference was that Song Xing worked for Xingyu, while Zhang Jiajia worked for Xingda Real Estate. Because the two of them were similar in age, they came out of the administrative department and chatted for a while, and found out that they were alumni. Zhang Jiajia sat down directly next to Song Xingye. "I've been running around all afternoon and I'm exhausted. Secretary Liu is not as caring as Secretary Zhou. She even took you to the cafeteria to eat. I haven't even had a sip of water yet." Song Xing also handed her a bottle of mineral water on the table. Maybe Secretary Liu is busy. How busy can he be compared to Secretary Zhou? "Xingye, I really envy you." Secretary Zhou would actually stoop so low as to personally take an intern under his wing. After that, she pushed Song Xingye with her elbow. "Everyone is saying that you are his girlfriend. Is it true?" Song Xing was speechless and looked up at the sky. She had already explained this question more than 10 times that afternoon. Song Xing only replied, "Of course not." She was too tired to explain, but Zhang Jiajia obviously didn't believe her. President's office. Zhou Mingyan had just finished reporting on the meeting process and was about to leave when the man sitting in the office chair suddenly looked up. "I heard that my wife has become your girlfriend?" Chapter 6, It seems like he's jealous. Zhou Mingyan seemed to be taken aback by the fact that he was asking a question unrelated to work. He was slightly stunned, then laughed, as if he was joking. "Haven't you two already divorced?" Zhou Mingyan and Shang Yuqian were college classmates, and after graduating from college, they had been working together with Shang Yuqian ever since. They are partners, and best friends. Shang Yuqian arranged his private life, so he knew everything about him. Shang Yuqian's eyes changed, and his voice was cold and unemotional. "The paperwork hasn't been done yet, so she's still my legal wife." Zhou Mingyan also put away his teasing tone and explained seriously, "It was my thoughtless mistake. I was not busy today, so I took her to tour the company. I will deal with the company gossip as soon as possible." Shang Yuqian didn't seem to have heard what he said, and continued, "You two were having a great time chatting on the roof." Shang Yuqian thought of Song Xing laughing at Zhou Mingyan. She had never laughed so freely in front of him. She was always trembling and timid in front of him, as if he would eat her. Although Shang Yuqian was calmly explaining, Zhou Mingyan inexplicably felt a chill down his spine. Zhou Mingyan put down the documents in his hand and turned to sit on the sofa. This gesture represented a temporary dissolution of the relationship between them as superior and subordinate, and a transformation into equal friends. Zhou Mingyan smiled gently. "You look like you're jealous. For so many years, you've ignored her, never cared about her. The old lady got you a marriage certificate, and you had me draw up a divorce agreement. Suddenly you don't want to get divorced?" Shang Yuqian took off his rimless glasses and said lightly, "No, I just don't want the company's gossip to reach the old lady's ears. You know that there are quite a few old ladies in the company who are close to her." Zhou Mingyan looked as if he understood. "That's right. Xingyi is not your type. Only the perfect goddess by Xuejia can enter your eyes." However, soon enough, Zhou Mingyan felt that he had spoken out of turn. Shang Yuqian and Bai Wanqing were lovers in college and were also two of the most popular figures at Cambridge University at the time. However, after graduation, they broke up. As for the reason for the breakup, even Zhou Mingyan did not know. After all, this is Shang Yuqian's private matter, and it is inevitable that it will be embarrassing to bring it up again. Zhou Mingyan looked at Song Yuqian, and sure enough, his eyebrows were slightly furrowed, as if he was displeased.
After a while, Song Yuqian said, "So, Song Xing is also your type?" Zhou Mingyan was relieved.
He knew that Song Yuqian had deliberately changed the topic to him. He was also very tactful and stopped talking about Bai Wanqing, instead saying with a smile, "Xingye is also a lively and lovely girl, and she is really my type."
Shan Yuqian let out a sound, as if he was interested, but his voice was unusually cold. "So you have thoughts about her?" Zhou Mingyan felt inexplicably depressed. His instinctive desire to survive made him say, "What thoughts could I have?"
"You forgot that when she was brought back by the old lady, she was only 10 years old.
We watched her grow up. To exaggerate a bit, it's like raising a daughter. If I had any strange thoughts about her, wouldn't I be a monster?"
The face of a certain beast turned black. From last night until now, his mind has always been filled with the image of Song Xingye wearing sexy lingerie last night. Zhou Mingyan, however, seemed to have opened a can of worms. "I remember when she first became an adult, the old lady persuaded you to live together. You said that Xingye's face looked like a schoolgirl's. If you could have a physiological reaction to this face, you must be a pervert." The other half of the face of a pervert also turned black, his eyes twitched twice, and he said, "Okay, you can go out."
Zhou Mingyan had just reached the door when Shan Yuqian asked again, "Where is the dinner gathering tonight?" There is a rule in the various departments of Shangxing that when an intern joins the company, an orientation dinner will be held that evening.
Zhou Mingyan naturally knew that he was referring to the 2 new interns in the CEO's office.
At the Telford Palace. The department dinner is tonight.
During the meal, Zhang Jieja whispered in Song Xingye's ear, "I heard that the CEO's welcome dinner for interns is usually only attended by 2 or 3 people, but today everyone is here, thanks to you."
Song Xing was also very surprised. "What does it have to do with me? Everyone is trying to be nice to Mr. Zhou's secretary. You're his girlfriend. Don't you realize that everyone is trying to be nice to you?" "I did notice it.
She was an intern on her first day of work, and yet some senior secretaries were toasting her."
Song Xing was also very troubled. "I am really just a casual friend of Secretary Zhou."
At this time, Zhou Mingyan also came over and walked over to Song Xingye's side, smiling and raising a toast to everyone. "Xingye is also my younger sister. I have watched her grow up since she was little.
Don't misunderstand my relationship with her.
It's not good for a girl's reputation."
Song Xingye finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Zhou Mingyan clarified the situation himself, so the misunderstanding should be cleared up now.
Suddenly someone said, "So, Secretary Zhou and Little Star were childhood sweethearts? What does nurturing mean?"
Zhou Mingyan smiled gently and reached out to scratch Song Xingye's hair, "But she really was raised by me." Everyone's eyes went wide when they saw this scene. Secretary Zhou is a gentle person, and his face always has a smile that makes people feel like they are basking in the spring breeze.
But this is only the surface.
Most of the people in the secretary's office have been with him for many years. Everyone knows that his modesty and courtesy are actually a layer of distance. His signature compatibility is like his disguise, and his eyes, which are always curved, have little warmth. In fact, like the boss, beneath his gentle appearance is a ruthless and decisive person.
But now it's completely different. He looks at Song Xingye with such affection, and he even rubs Song Xingye's hair.
You should know that before, an 18-year-old starlet in the entertainment department wanted to use him to get ahead, and she threw herself at him. He took off his jacket on the spot because he was disgusted, and the starlet was so humiliated that she almost jumped to her death. Later, the company rumored that the big boss and Secretary Zhou were both celibate. In fact, they were a couple. But now it seems that the big boss is going to be heartbroken. When the dinner was almost over, Zhou Mingyan was called away by a phone call. Song Xing also thought that Zhou Mingyan had clarified their relationship, but in the eyes of everyone, it was just the opposite.
The dinner soon came to an end, and everyone went to the hotel entrance to take a taxi. Zhang Jieja took Song Xingye's arm and suddenly pointed at a black Bentley and said, "Look, isn't that the CEO's car? I wonder if there is a woman in his car." Everyone looked over there. Chapter 7. I should be under the car, not in it.
There was indeed a woman sitting in the back seat of the car. However, the woman was wearing sunglasses, a mask, and a hat, so her face was completely obscured, and the window was quickly raised.
Everyone was shocked. The CEO has a girlfriend? Zhang Jiejo pouted. "Who is that woman? I wonder what she did to get the president to fall for her.
In one day, Secretary Zhou has a girlfriend, and the CEO has a girlfriend too. The company's top 2 bachelors are taken, and the single women in the company are going to cry themselves to death tonight.
You tell me, is it possible that the president is seeking revenge on Secretary Zhou for finding a girlfriend, so he deliberately found a girlfriend too?
Otherwise, why did this woman appear tonight, when she had not appeared earlier or later?
As everyone discussed the topic, it went off on a tangent.
In the end, everyone looked at Song Xingye with very sympathetic eyes. Although Secretary Zhou's girlfriend status is enviable, it is also the identity of the president's rival. It is easier for the boss to crush her than to crush an ant. Song Xingye didn't hear the discussion, because she was in a daze. She had seen the woman just now.
She finally understood why Song Yuqian was so eager to get a divorce.
It turns out that he already had a woman on the side. Song Xing also took a taxi back to the old house. It was too late, and the old lady was already asleep.
But Song Yuqian didn't come home all night.
When they had breakfast in the morning, the old lady kept saying that he was a workaholic who slept at the office all the time and neglected his family. Song Xing also almost blurted out that he might be in the arms of a beautiful woman, immersed in the gentle embrace of love.
For some reason, he was a little angry.
After Song Xing arrived at the office, he found everyone gathered together gossiping. I said that the woman in the CEO's car yesterday was Jiang Yinin. She just arrived at the office at the same time as the CEO, so it's possible that they stayed together last night.
Isn't she filming in Hollywood? Why did she suddenly come back? It's because her contract with Xingyu Entertainment has expired.
I heard that Xingyu Entertainment's rival, Xingyao, offered her 800 million to join them. There were rumors that it was a done deal. It seems that Xingyao will be very disappointed.
If Yinin becomes the boss of Xingyu, she won't care about the 800 million.
Zhang Jiajia suddenly snorted in disgust. Didn't she say she would never marry a rich man in her life?
She said that, but do you think she would say no if the CEO proposed to her?
Song Xing also heard the words in a daze. Are you talking about Jiang Yinin, the actress who played the role of the stubborn princess?
Secretary Liu held a glass in one hand and flicked her long hair with her fingers. Is there a second Jiang Yinin in the entertainment industry?
Song Xing also got excited. Is she here at the company?
Where is she? I'm her fan, can I get an autograph?
Zhang Jiajia looked at Song Xingye with disgust. How could you be a fan of hers? She has a lot of dirt on her. Song Xing had never noticed Jiang Yinin's black material. She was simply obsessed with the role of the little loach she played in The Stubborn Princess. A secretary assistant said, right, just now, Yinin asked for a cup of coffee to be sent in.
Who will deliver it? Song Xingye volunteered, me. Me.
The secretary assistant happily placed the coffee in Song Xingye's hands. Thank you, little star, you are such a good person. Song Xingye also went to the president's office with a cup of coffee, and before leaving, he didn't forget to take a pen and paper to prepare for the signature.
After Song Xingye left, Zhang Jiajia said, why did you guys trick Xingye? The secretary assistant said, it's not really cheating.
Since Secretary Zhou is not here, her girlfriend will do the same thing. Although Yinin is famous for her hot temper, she should still respect Secretary Zhou's face.
She won't spill coffee on someone's face like she did before. Song Xingye stood at the office door and raised his hand to knock. She knocked lightly, and the door automatically opened a crack. The door didn't even close. Song Xingye simply pushed open the door.
But when the door opened, the sight of the living colors in front of her made Song Xing freeze on the spot. At this moment, a man and a woman were lying on the sofa. The woman was lying on top of the man, and her clothes had been pulled open over her shoulders, revealing her white, jade-like shoulders, which were partially hidden in her thick, flowing hair, full of temptation. Hearing the sound at the door, the two people on the sofa looked towards the door at the same time. Then they both frowned almost at the same time.
Go out. Come in.
The two people on the sofa both spoke at the same time, but they were giving completely different orders.
Song Xing didn't know who to listen to for a moment, and could only stand there in a daze. Come in and close the door. The man gave the order again.
Almost as if on automatic pilot, Song Xing hurriedly took a step forward, then turned around and quickly closed the door. After closing the door, she suddenly realized.
What was she doing here? In this situation, wasn't she just looking for death?
The classic BGM began to play in her head involuntarily. I should be under the car, not in the car. Song Shing also turned around very slowly, barely managing to force a smile. "Yin, here's your coffee." Jiang Yin had already gotten up from Shang Yuqian's body, gathered the clothes on her shoulders, and then inserted her index finger into her hair, casually flicking it, which was 1,000 kinds of charm. Song Shing was almost stunned. Jiang Yin's face is hard to find a match in the entertainment industry. She belongs to the beautiful category. One look is enough to make you feel ecstatic and bone-chilling. Not to mention men, even women can't take their eyes off that face. Shang Yuqian had already gotten up from the sofa and removed his jacket without a word. Then he said, "It wasn't what you saw. Miss Zhang's high heels broke and she fell on me." Although Shang Yuqian knew that this was highly suspicious, Jiang Yin was very dissatisfied. She frowned and looked at Shang Yuqian. "Why are you explaining to her? Who is she?" Her intuition made her curious about the identity of the man in front of her. He had even called himself Miss Jiang in front of her, as if trying to distance himself from her. Before Shang Yuqian could speak, Song Shing introduced herself. "Sister Yin, I'm the new intern in the secretary's office. I'm a fan of yours. Can I have your autograph?" It turns out that she is a new intern. No wonder Shang Yuqian had to explain, probably because he was afraid that the intern would spread the news. Jiang Yin's mood brightened up, and she raised her eyebrows. "Where do you want it signed?" Song Shing also immediately took out a pen and paper. After Jiang Yin signed the contract, she brushed her hair back and stood up. "Chen, I think we need to talk about the contract again. Tonight at 8 o'clock, I'll be waiting for you in room 888 at the Junlin Hotel." She said it so bluntly that even Song Shing understood. Chapter 8. You're so eager to push me into the bed of another woman. After that, Jiang Yin stepped out of the room in her broken high heels. The room was suddenly quiet. Song Shing also hurriedly wanted to slip away. "Stop." The man suddenly spoke in a cold voice. Song Xingye's feet, which had not yet had time to move, instantly froze. "Song Xingye, you're not ashamed?" Shang Yuqian suddenly said. Song Xingye asked in a daze, "Can I ask, what did I do wrong?" Shang Yuqian said coldly, "A woman sees her husband tangled with another woman, and her reaction is to ask the woman for her autograph. Do you think this woman is crazy? We're already divorced." Song Shing was extremely sober. Shang Yuqian. Song Xingye continued, "Big brother, you don't need to test me. I know my current identity. If you're worried that I'll tell grandma, don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped." She actually thought he was testing her. Shang Yuqian felt a headache. He rubbed his eyebrows and returned to the chair behind his desk. "So you're not upset about what just happened?" Song Shing also thought that Shang Yuqian was continuing to test him. Song Xingye said sincerely, "Why not? I'm very happy. Yin is my idol. You and she are a perfect match. If you want to marry her, I'll give you my full support." Shang Yuqian closed his eyes, and his head seemed to hurt even more. "Get out of here." "Oh." Song Xingye had just reached the door when Shang Yuqian suddenly spoke again. "Wait for me after work tonight." "Huh?" Song Shing also turned around and was about to say something, but when she saw Shang Yuqian's iceberg face, the words she wanted to say were instantly blocked in her throat. After she left, everyone gathered around. Zhang Jieje took Song Xingye's arm and asked anxiously, "Xingye, what were they doing in there? What did you see? Did Jiang Yin have intimate movements with the president? Is she really the president's girlfriend?" Zhang Jieje asked many questions in rapid succession. Song Xingye thought about it for a while, and finally decided to cover for the president and Jiang Yin. "They were just talking about the contract, I don't know the details." Zhang Jieje was relieved. "I told you, if the president had liked Jiang Yin, she would have been promoted long ago after 10 years at Xingyu." Another secretary assistant, "Shall we," said, "Jieje, you seem to hate Jiang Yin." "No, I just don't think the president and Jiang Yin are a good match." Song Shing also said with dissatisfaction, "If Yin is so beautiful, then who is good enough for her?" Zhang Jieje said in a whisper, "Although Jiang Yin is beautiful, her family background is not good. I heard that her parents are just ordinary farmers. If she hadn't been discovered by scouts at the age of 16, she might still be planting in the fields. A business family of this century-old name naturally has to find a suitable match, at least a daughter of one of the four families. According to wealth levels, there are indeed 4 families in Shucheng: the Lu, Shen, Zhang, and Shang families. Naturally, the Shang family is the head of the 4 families. Xiao Hui said, Jia, you also have the surname Zhang. Do you have any relationship with the wealthy Zhang family? Zhang Jia seemed a little embarrassed and said, my father is Zhang Jianye. Everyone looked very surprised. The chairman of the Zhang group, my goodness, Jia, you are actually the daughter of a plutocrat. Zhang Jia blushed and said, don't say it so loudly. I don't want anyone to know. Song Xing also said, the Zhang family has its own group of companies. How did you end up here for an internship? Zhang Jia blushed and said, Shangxing and Zhangs are about to cooperate on an ecological community project. My father wants me to participate in it. In order to better promote cooperation between the 2 companies, I decided to come here to learn about the situation and take an internship. Xiao Hui said, why are you blushing, Jia? Are you here for the president? You won't become the president's wife while you're here for an internship, will you? Zhang Jia is so hostile to Zhang Yinin, and just now she said that only a rich girl is worthy of the president, which makes people suspicious. Zhang Jia looked a little angry. What president's wife? Don't talk nonsense. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. The office closed at 5 o'clock on time, and everyone left one after another. Song Xingye was still thinking about what Shang Yuqian had said, and kept stalling, and in the end, he was the last one to leave the office. Song Xingye looked at the time and it was already 7 o'clock. Why isn't the CEO leaving yet? And isn't the beautiful Jiang Yining still meeting him to discuss the contract tonight? Song Xingye was also starving, and finally decided to go and hurry him up. Song Xingye walked to the office door and knocked. Come in. Shan Yuqian's voice came through the intercom at the door. Song Xing also opened the door and went in. Shang Yuqian was still buried in his work and raised his eyelids when he saw Song Xingye come in. Just wait a little longer, it will be over soon. Oh. Song Xingye sat down on the sofa and looked around. This was the first time she had ever been in Shang Yuqian's office. It's really big here, with a lounge area in addition to the office area. Shang Yuqian doesn't go home very often, so he probably sleeps there. After a while, Shang Yuqian got up. Let's go. Song Xing didn't say anything and followed Shang Yuqian out of the Shangxing building. When they got into the car, Song Xing looked at the time. It was 7:50. It would take exactly 10 minutes to get to the Junlin Hotel from here. It seems that Shang Yuqian is going to meet his date. However, what Song Xing did not understand was why Shang Yuqian had to wait for him to finish work. And later, when he went to meet Jiang Yining in private, what would she do? Should she stand guard? 5 minutes later, Song Xing also realized that something was wrong. Because the car was not heading in the direction of the Junlin Hotel, did he remember the way wrong? Song Xing couldn't help but remind him, the Junlin Hotel is in the north. There was a long silence. The quiet Song Xing also thought that Shang Yuqian had not heard what she said. So Song Xing also dutifully reminded him, Big brother, you and Yin are supposed to meet at the Junlin Hotel at 8 o'clock. Have you forgotten? Shang Yuqian finally couldn't stand it anymore and said, Song Xingye, are you so eager to push me into another woman's bed? Song Xingye was stunned for a moment, and then almost reflexively retorted, I didn't know you were going to have sex. Shang Yuqian. As a result, Shang Yuqian didn't speak to her again the whole way. Song Xingye also didn't dare to ask where they were going, because it wasn't the way back to the old house. Finally, the car drove into a high-end villa community. The car drove through the road surrounded by tall trees and stopped directly in front of a garden villa. When she got out of the car, Song Xing couldn't help but ask, where is this? Shang Yuqian said coldly, our wedding room. Chapter 9, Why, am I old? Song Xing also remembered. A long time ago, the old lady did say that she had prepared a wedding house for her and had given her a set of keys. But the house was still under construction at the time, and Song Xing had never been there, so she had completely forgotten about it. Because at that time, she didn't think she was getting married to Shang Yuqian. Song Xingye said, what are you bringing me here for? Do you want to sleep in the same room with me at the old house? Song Xingye suddenly realized. In the old lady's opinion, they had consummated their marriage, and if they slept in separate rooms, they would definitely find a flaw. It would be better to move here to hide from prying eyes. The old lady was just hoping that they would come out alone to cultivate their relationship. However, when she thought about the two of them living together, Song Xing was a little uncomfortable.
Song Xingye said, I can sleep in the staff dormitory. Shangxing has excellent employee benefits. Even interns are provided with dormitories, but they are double rooms. Song Xingye and Zhang Jiejia were assigned to the same dormitory.
However, Zhang Jiejia had an apartment near the company, so she would not live in the staff dormitory.
Shan Yuqian glanced at her. What do you think the old lady would say if she knew you were living in the staff dormitory?
She would definitely scold Song Yuqian to death. Song Xing also imagined Song Yuqian standing with his head bowed in front of the old lady, listening to her scolding.
Song Xingye couldn't help but smile.
Song Yuqian looked at her slightly raised mouth and his tone softened a lot. Okay, for now you can stay here, I'll arrange the rest later.
Okay.
Anyway, it's only 3 months at most. After 3 months, Shan Yuqian confessed to the old lady that she was afraid she would never live in such a luxurious house again. Her stomach suddenly started to rumble.
Shang Yuqian heard it. Hungry? Of course I'm hungry. Look at the time. Shan Yuqian said, the dining room is on the second floor.
When Shan Yuqian said that, Song Xing also thought that there was a delicious meal waiting for her in the restaurant on the second floor. Seeing the long French table in the restaurant was empty, Song Xing was also disappointed.
Just as Shan Yuqian came up, Song Xing also asked, where's the food? Shan Yuqian said calmly, you cook. Song Xingye? Fine, she'll cook it.
Who cares?
Shan Yuqian never touches a thing.
Fortunately, the kitchen is connected to the dining room, and the huge refrigerator is full, and the ingredients are still very fresh. Song Xingye is a good cook, and in half an hour she had made several home-style dishes. Braised prawns, stir-fried pork with green pepper, steamed sea bass, and a bowl of seaweed and egg soup.
When everything was ready, Song Xingye went to call Shan Yuqian to dinner.
Shan Yuqian had just finished taking a shower and was wearing a casual sweater and trousers, looking quite domestic. His hair was still damp, and a strand of it was sticking to his forehead, making him look casual and lazy. Even after living in the business for so many years, Song Xing had never seen Shan Yuqian like this. In public, he always wore a suit and tie, and the whole person was refined, as if separated from the secular world by a layer of glass. Now he looks like he's fallen from heaven.
What are you looking at?
Shan Yuqian looked at Song Xing, who was also staring at him, and said lightly. Song Xing smiled sheepishly and scratched his head. I didn't think you looked so young in your pajamas.
Shan Yuqian. Am I that old?
Song Xing also looked at the other person's furrowed brow and realized that he had upset him.
Do men care so much about their age? Song Xing also hurriedly said, I didn't mean that.
Of course you're very young, but you usually look older when you wear it.
Shan Yuqian.
Seeing Shan Yuqian's face turn even more unpleasant, Song Xing also knew that he had said the wrong thing again. Shan Yuqian doesn't look old at all, but it's just that his usual mature and stable elite temperament and the sense of oppression from being above everyone else makes people feel that they are not the same generation. Song Xingye continued to explain in a hurry, No, you don't look old either, it's just that you always have a serious expression on your face, which makes people feel a bit old-fashioned.
Okay.
The more he said, the more he was wrong. Song Xing was already too afraid to look at Shan Yuqian's face. Finally, she held the soup spoon in her hand and said, Brother, let's eat. Then she slipped away. When Shan Yuqian came down, Song Xing had already served his meal and set out the chopsticks. Then she sat down in her seat, obediently like a little schoolgirl. Over the years, Song Xing has not been spoiled by the business family. She has always been obedient and hardworking, and is so well behaved that it makes people feel sorry for her. When Shan Yuqian sat down, Song Xing also took the initiative to put a piece of sea bass in his bowl. Big brother, eat fish.
Shan Yuqian likes to eat fish.
Previously, Sister Yu had taught her how to cook fish in various flavors, saying that to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach.
Shan Yuqian looked at the fish in the bowl and didn't move his chopsticks.
Song Xing suddenly remembered that Shan Yuqian was a clean freak and would never eat anything that had been touched by someone else's chopsticks. He also used serving chopsticks when eating at the old house. She was so careless to give him the fish, he would hate it. Song Xing was about to explain that her chopsticks had not been touched when she saw Shan Yuqian pick up her chopsticks, pick up the fish and put it in her mouth. It tastes good. Song Xing was also relieved.
Starting tomorrow, you'll cook dinner. I usually get home at 7. Song Xing was also very surprised. Why?
It's a great time of night, and she also wants to go shopping with her colleagues, have dinner together, and enjoy the nightlife. If she has to cook every day at 7 o'clock, she won't have any freedom at all.
Song Xing's reluctance was written all over her face. Shan Yuqian said calmly, "Why? Officially, I'm your top boss. Privately, I'm your big brother. Do I need a reason to cook for you?" Song Xingye. She couldn't find a reason to argue and didn't dare to. She just couldn't figure it out. Didn't he hate her? Why did he still want her to cook for him? After dinner, Song Xingye stood up obediently and went to wash the dishes.
But then she saw Shan Yuqian stand up and start clearing the table. Song Xingye froze, her eyes wide.
She had never seen Shan Yuqian do housework before. Shan Yuqian gave her a surprised look, then said calmly, "I can't cook, but I can wash the dishes."
I didn't expect that young Master Shan was quite human.
Song Xing also went to her room.
Her room was the secondary bedroom, directly opposite the master bedroom. The interior decoration was basically the same as in the old house, and even the stuffed rabbit she had to hug every night in bed had been copied exactly.
Song Xing also smiled.
She didn't expect her brother to be so considerate.
But on second thought, how could this be so considerate? It must have been arranged by Secretary Zhou. The next day,
Song Xing was also up early and had diligently prepared breakfast.
Shan Yuqian didn't get up too late either.
When Shan Yuqian appeared at the door of the dining room, Song Xingye was stunned.
He actually. Chapter 10, Mind Your Own Business. Well, he is so handsome. Today, Shan Yuqian was not wearing a suit, but a gray-blue trench coat with a gray scarf around his neck.
He looked casual and lazy, and with his stunning face, he looked like a movie star.
Shan Yuqian also noticed Song Xing, who was stunned.
He raised his eyebrows, walked in, sat down naturally, and said in a light voice, "Have you seen enough?"
"There's no way you can see enough of this." Song Xingye sincerely flattered him, "Brother, it's a shame that you didn't go into show business.
If you were in show business, you would have been the #1 handsome man in the entertainment industry, and you would have been able to take the title away from that scumbag Qiao Jiayun."
Shan Yuqian glanced at her. "Do you know Qiao Jiayun?"
Qiao Jiayun is the leading man of Starshine, the rival of Xingyu. He has only been in the industry for a year and has not made many films, but he has appeared in many popular variety shows and has become popular with his good looks. But Song Xing shouldn't have any contact with him. Song Xing also said, "I don't know him, but his affair with 8 women has been trending on Weibo for a few days.
This kind of man should really be castrated."
Shan Yuqian said indifferently, "Mind your own business." Song Xing also knew that Shan Yuqian was telling her to mind her own business, but the phrase sounded a little strange. After breakfast, the driver, Lao Yang, had already parked the car at the door.
Shan Yuqian got into the back seat.
Song Xing also stood at the door, hesitating to get in the car.
Shan Yuqian finally couldn't help but lower the window. "Do I have to wait until you invite me to get in?" Song Xingye.
"Big brother, it's not good for us to go to work together.
What if someone from the company sees us?"
She didn't want the company to know about her relationship with Shan Yuqian, and Shan Yuqian probably didn't want anyone to know either. At this moment, Lao Yang suddenly said, "Young lady, get in the car.
The windows are privacy glass, so you can't be seen from the outside."
After arriving at the company, the car will go straight to the private underground garage. After getting out of the car, you can take the CEO's private elevator to go up.
You won't meet anyone along the way.
Okay.
Song Xingye got into the car.
However, she didn't sit in the back seat, but in the passenger seat. Lao Yang is an old employee of Shan Yuqian, having worked for him for 10 years and being his right-hand man.
Lao Yang smiled and said, "Young madam is very low-key."
If it were any other woman, she would be proclaiming herself to be the young madam of Shangxing Group all over the world.
It seems that Lao Yang doesn't know that she and Shan Yuqian have already divorced. The car drove smoothly all the way.
Finally, it drove into the company's private underground garage. After getting out of the car, there was indeed no one there, only the various luxury cars that Shan Yuqian collected.
Shan Yuqian's private elevator goes straight to the president's office.
No one else in the company dares to take this elevator, nor does anyone else have the opportunity to do so.
Song Xing followed Shan Yuqian up. When the elevator opened, they were already in the lounge of the president's office.
Song Xing also realized that Shang Yuqian's lounge was similar to the room in his house, with a black, white and gray color scheme, a large bed, a sofa, a projector, a desk, and a simple and empty atmosphere. Of course, the lounge is also connected to a cloakroom and bathroom.
No wonder Shang Yuqian often doesn't go home. It's exactly the same as his home. But then again, since Shang Yuqian is used to living in the company, why is he planning to go to Fengting Villa recently? Is it because he is afraid that the old lady will suspect him? Song Xing didn't think too much about it and said directly, "Big brother, I'm going out."
Then he went to the office area and carefully opened the door. He looked outside and saw that there was no one outside. Song Xing also quickly went outside, walked a few steps, and then went to the adjacent pantry. Unexpectedly, Zhang Jiajia just came out of the pantry. Zhang Jiajia was also very surprised to see Song Xing. "Xingye, how did you come from the direction of the president's office?" The pantry is right in the middle, and the secretary's office and the president's office are in completely different directions. Although Song Xingye felt a little guilty, his face remained unchanged. "Just now, Secretary Zhou asked me to deliver a document." Zhang Jiajia suddenly realized that Secretary Zhou also had a private office, just next to the president's office.
Zhang Jiajia smiled and said, "Really, it's so annoying in the morning."
What kind of document needs to be delivered so early in the morning, and she is still an intern?
It must be that Secretary Zhou is looking for an excuse to meet Song Xingye. Song Xing also knew that Zhang Jiajia had misunderstood, but in the end, he didn't explain. Song Xing had just been looking at some artist information in the office.
Then she heard a commotion outside the office door. The gossipy Shelby rushed in. "Sister Yin is here," storming into the CEO's office in a rage. Even Zhou couldn't stop her. Zhang Jiajia snorted at the side. She thinks this is her home, and she really thinks she is the hostess of Shangxing.
After all, she is just an actress.
Song Xing also said, "Jiajia, don't say that."
Although others don't know, Song Xingye naturally knows why Zhang Yin is angry.
It was because Shang Yuqian had stood her up last night. After a while, Zhang Yinin came out of Shang Yuqian's office and went to the conference room. Her agent followed closely behind, coaxing her along the way. "Shao, we heard the latest news from the front line. I just went to the meeting room to eavesdrop."
Do you know what Jiang Yin's request for a contract renewal is?
It turns out that the company must terminate its contract with Su Hanyan, saying that the company has her but not me, and I have her but not the company.
Su Hanyan and Song Xing also knew about it.
If Zhang Yinyin is the number one star of Xingyu, then Su Hanyan's position is second only to her. But Su Hanyan is much younger than Zhang Yinyin, and the media say that she is Zhang Yinin's successor, and even say that she is likely to surpass her.
However, the relationship between Su Hanyan and Zhang Yinyin is very bad.
As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist in the same mountain.
Zhang Yin's agent ran from the conference room. "Who will go to bring Yinyin a cup of coffee, freshly ground Esmeralda?" No one dared to go, so Shelby began to persuade Song Xingye. "Xingye, you delivered it last time, so you should go again." Song Xing did not refuse, and went to the conference room with the coffee. Inside, Zhang Yin was furious. "How much money have I made for the company over the years? When Xingyu Entertainment was at its lowest, it was all thanks to me that I was able to turn things around with 9 dramas a year. What work has Su Hanyan done that she can sit on the same level as me? She's just a little flirt who has climbed into the beds of a few senior executives." The agent looked out carefully. "Don't you see where you are?
What if the boss hears you?"
Zhang Yinin said, "If he hears it, so be it. Don't say angry words."
The boss's offer is still very sincere, and he obviously has feelings for you.
When she mentioned Shang Yuqian, Zhang Yinin's eyes showed obvious sadness.
She had already made it clear several times, so how could Shang Yuqian not understand her feelings? But this man never crossed the line in the face of her provocation.
Could it be? Chapter 11, Enjoying the Thrill of Being Cuckolded.
Song Xing also stood at the door, a little embarrassed, but still knocked on the door.
The two people inside turned around. Zhang Yinin was obviously still angry. "Who let you in? Get out." But the agent, Sister Tang, calmed her down. "I had someone make you a cup of coffee to cool you down." Then she let Song Xingye come in, and then she went out to take a call. The large conference room was left with only Song Xingye and Zhang Yinin. "Sister Yinin, here's your coffee." Song Xing also placed the coffee on her desk. When Zhang Yinin looked up, she saw Song Xing's face and recognized him. "A little fan? Isn't this the intern who broke into Shang Yuqian's office yesterday?"
Song Xing was also a little surprised. Sister Yin, you still remember me? Jiang Yin was feeling aggrieved and had no one to talk to, so when she saw a little fan who admired her, she simply asked, "Little fan, who is more beautiful, me or that bitch Su Hanyan?" Sister Yin, you actually asked such a question. No one in the entertainment industry can compare to your appearance. Su Hanyan is at best a beauty, but you are a fairy. Jiang Yin's mood improved a lot after listening to Song Xingye's words. I didn't expect you to be such a good flatterer. Song Xingye laughed twice. She wasn't flattering Jiang Yin, but Jiang Yin's face was indeed rare in the entertainment industry. It's not an exaggeration to describe her as a beauty that can enchant the whole country. Then, who do you think the company would choose if they could only choose one of us? Song Xingye thought for a moment and said, Sister Yin, I don't know who the company will choose, but I don't think it's a rational thing for you to do. Jiang Yin frowned. She knew it, but she just couldn't accept it. Last time, Su Hanyan actually said in front of her that when she became a businesswoman, she would be the first to block her. Although she knew that Shang Yuqian's taste was not that bad, she could not resist that woman's tactics. That's why she decided to strike first. She had originally planned to test Shang Yuqian's attitude towards her, but it seemed that he didn't have much of an opinion about her. That's why she took advantage of the contract expiration to make such a request. Song Xing continued, Sister Yin, you have always been a powerhouse. There is no one in the entertainment industry who can match your achievements. You are forcing the company to choose between the two, which is a self-degrading thing. Jiang Yin said, I can let her off the hook, but if she ever gets on top of me, she won't be nice to me. What if one day she really becomes the young mistress of the Shangxing group? Impossible. Song Xing also blurted out. Jiang Yin looked up, why? Because, the president doesn't like that type. Su Hanyan is a pure and innocent girl, always dressed like a student, and in the entertainment industry, she is nicknamed the Innocent Rabbit Girl. Although Song Xing also knows that the character in the entertainment industry has nothing to do with the real person, Song Xing is also sure that Shang Yuqian likes the glamorous fox type, not the pure little white rabbit. Jiang Yin was very puzzled. How do you know the president's preferences? Of course she knows. She just needs to strip naked and test it out. Unfortunately, Shang Yuqian really dislikes it. Song Xing also thought that he took a shower 4 times in one night, which was a great shame. Thinking about what happened that night, Song Xingye's face turned red. Song Xingye looked at Jiang Yin's inquisitive eyes and quickly said, I heard it from Secretary Zhou. Song Xingye unceremoniously dragged Zhou Mingenao to take the blame. Jiang Yin suddenly realized, you are the little girlfriend of that Secretary Zhou? The news spread throughout the company yesterday, and she also heard it from Yu Xinghua. She said that Secretary Zhou had brought a girlfriend to the company to work as an intern in the secretarial department. The girl in front of me is a new face, obviously just arrived, and an intern. It must be her. Song Xing also hurriedly defended, no, Secretary Zhou is just my older brother. Jiang Yin just smiled. Her face was flushed, which said it all. Did Secretary Zhou tell you what type of woman the CEO likes? Secretary Zhou said that the president likes the type of woman who was a fox spirit from 1,000 years ago. Isn't that you, Yin? Secretary Zhou continued to take the blame. The fox spirit here is not a derogatory term. Jiang Yin had previously filmed a film based on the Chinese folk tale Liao Zhai, in which she played the beautiful and seductive fox spirit of the Qingqiu. Shang Yuqian said that it was a white rabbit, so don't learn from the fox spirit and play with the chat. Isn't he talking about Jiang Yin? Isn't the saying that he likes Jiang Yin's fox spirit in 1,000 Tales? Jiang Yin's mood was even better, really? You think the CEO likes me? Of course, Yin, you are so beautiful, you have the looks and the acting skills. Is there anyone in the entertainment industry who is more perfect than you? Song Xing was also speaking from the heart. She had just witnessed the scene yesterday, and she knew that Jiang Yin and Shang Yuqian had an extraordinary relationship. In that case, she might as well help them. Jiang Yin's back straightened up unconsciously, and it just so happened that her agent returned at this time. Jiang Yin said to her manager with a smile on her face, Sister Tang, let's sign the contract with Xingyu today. Tang was very surprised. She had just said that she wanted to break up with Xingyu, and now she had changed her mind in just a few minutes? But Tang was also very happy. Although Jiang Yin was not personally trained by her, she had been with her for 5 years. She also knows that Xing Yao has been trying to poach her, and during the time when her contract was about to expire, she was always on edge, afraid that she would be poached. She had to juggle between the company and her aunt every day. She never thought that Jiang Yinin would agree to renew her contract so easily. She set her eyes on the little girl who looked obedient and had just brought in the coffee.
Did something happen in the few minutes she was gone that she didn't know about? At this moment, the president's office. Shan Yuqian's computer was tuned to the surveillance camera in the conference room. Every word and action they just took was in his eyes.
Zhou Mingyan was also standing next to him.
Shan Yuqian suddenly looked up. Did you tell the girl that I like the kind of woman who is a fox spirit?
Zhou Mingyan said calmly, you haven't known me for the first day. Shan Yuqian naturally knew that he would not talk about his personal affairs, especially matters of the heart.
Shan Yuqian rubbed his temples with a headache. How can someone be so happy to put a green hat on their own head?
Zhou Mingyan seemed to think about it for a while, then said seriously, maybe she doesn't like you.
Because she doesn't like you, she doesn't care.
Which woman he favors
doesn't matter to her? Chapter 12, 800 million won't make her leave, she has no shame. Shan Yuqian's eyes darkened for a moment, and he asked again, is her job in the secretary department just to serve tea and pour water? It seems that the people in the secretarial department are all very picky. Both times Jiang Yinin came, she asked Song Xing to bring her coffee. Everyone knows that Jiang Yinin is hot-tempered, and she is obviously bullying her.
Zhou Mingyan naturally knew what Shan Yuqian meant. Zhou Mingyan continued, I don't think it's a big deal.
Interns all go through this.
Xingye is a lively and cheerful person, and she has already become one of the gang.
She is very comfortable here, and the only thing she has complained about is that it's inconvenient to take a nap here. At noon,
Zhang Jejia and Song Xing also ate in the staff cafeteria. Zhang Jejia looked glum as she picked at the rice in her bowl. I never thought that Jiang Yinin would really renew her contract with Xingyu.
800 million won't be enough to lure her away. Everyone knows what she's up to.
She's a shameless woman.
Song Xing also frowned slightly. Do you really have no personal grudges against Jiang Yinin?
Zhang Jejia said, I don't even know her, but I just hate her.
Song Xing also said, there's no reason. There must be a reason.
Zhang Jejia blurted out, I just hate her for taking advantage of her celebrity status to tie up the CEO and stir up rumors every day.
Song Xing also realized, you like the CEO. Zhang Jejia's face instantly turned red. No, don't say that. Song Xing also let out a sound, and didn't say anything else.
After all, she had so many things to hide about Shan Yuqian that it was best not to mention them. But when Zhang Jejia saw that Song Xingye was no longer asking questions, she spoke up instead, okay, Xingye, I'll only tell you this. I like the president, and I interned in the secretary department to get close to him. At a charity dinner 2 years ago, I fell in love with the president at first sight. In fact, I have many suitors around me, but I don't like any of them. I have long vowed that I must become Shan Yuqian's woman. Only I don't care about his identity or wealth.
I really love him. Song Xingye asked, have you ever met him?
Zhang Jejia was stunned, and it took a long time before she said, at that charity dinner, I said hello to him, but he probably doesn't remember.
Song Xingye, you fell in love with him after just saying hello? Do you know who he is? Song Xingye never believed in love at first sight.
She said this only because she thought that Zhang Jejia liked someone too casually and should think about it more carefully. But Zhang Jejia felt that she was implying that she was also attracted to Shan Yuqian's identity and status.
Zhang Jejia said angrily, Xingye, what do you mean? I only told you everything because I consider you a friend. Do you know what love at first sight is?
I knew from the first moment I saw him that he was my soul mate. I love him and I want to marry him.
No matter who he is, I love him. Seeing Zhang Jejia so excited, Song Xingye didn't know what to say, so he just shut up. But Zhang Jejia suddenly grabbed Song Xingye's arm. Xingye, will you help me? Song Xing looked at her in surprise. What can I do to help you?
Zhang Jejia said, although I am an intern in the secretary department, as you can see, interns at our level have no chance to meet the president, not even to serve tea.
The only opportunity to get close to him is the annual meeting in 2 weeks. The annual meeting of Shangxing is a big event. After dinner, Song Xingye always hears the company's employees discussing it. What do you want to do at the annual meeting? Don't get me wrong, I would never do anything dirty like drugging people. You probably don't know,
but at the annual meeting of Shangxing, there is a talent show for employees.
One of the benefits for female employees is that the annual flower is selected based on talent.
The flower can dance an opening dance with the president at the beginning of the dinner dance, and this is only for ordinary employees of the company.
The artists in the artist department are not eligible for the selection. As long as I become the flower, I can dance with the president. At that time,
Zhang Jieja fantasized about dancing with Shang Yuqian, and she blushed unconsciously. Song Xing also looked at her and thought she was not very reliable. Not to mention that Shangxing is full of beautiful women, and each of them is highly educated and multi-talented.
It is not easy to break through at the annual meeting.
Furthermore, even if Zhang Jieja won the title of Miss VZUG and got the chance to dance with Shang Yuqian, Song Xing didn't think Shang Yuqian would fall in love with her at first sight. Although Zhang Jieja is not bad-looking, she is only considered pretty, and she is not even comparable to people like Zhang Yinyin and Su Hanyan. Seeing that they had known each other for a while, Song Xing also kindly advised Jieja, I think we should be more realistic. People like Shang Yuqian are not something ordinary people like us can touch.
Zhang Jieja frowned. You are a commoner, but I am not. My father is Zhang Jianye.
Song Xing also meant that Shang Yuqian was arrogant and aloof, always standing above it all, as if he were standing in the clouds overlooking everything, and the world was full of ordinary people in his eyes. Song Xingye was so offended that he couldn't say anything, and he buried his head in the braised pork.
Zhang Jieja immediately apologized. Xingye, I didn't mean it. Don't be angry. You're so pretty. Otherwise, Secretary Zhou wouldn't like you.
In the future, you'll marry Secretary Zhou, and I'll marry the president.
We'll become good girlfriends who can talk about anything.
Song Xing also knew that there was no point in saying anything to a woman who was in love, so he just said, what can you do to win first place at the annual meeting? Getting to the point, Zhang Jieja immediately said, only you can help me.
What can I do for you?
Zhang Jieja said, I was good at ballet since I was a child, so I signed up for a ballet program, but I need a dance partner.
I hope you will be my dance partner. Song Xing also said immediately, but I don't know ballet.
Zhang Jieja immediately grabbed her hand, I just need someone who doesn't know how to do it, because this ballet program is equivalent to a short stage play, and it's very story-like.
Anyway, your part is very simple. You just need to randomly dance a few moves on stage.
You can imitate me or you can just do it yourself to create a comedic effect.
Song Xing still hadn't reacted when Zhang Jieja said, Xingye, we're interns together, and you're so nice. You'll definitely help me, right? Song Xingye didn't know what to say, but she didn't want to say no.
Otherwise, with Zhang Jieja's temper, she might blame herself for not being able to get Shang Yuqian in the future. After thinking for a while, she still refused, sorry, Jieja, I have stage fright.
If I go up there, I'll definitely mess it up. You'd better find someone else.
Zhang Jieja wanted to say something.
Song Xing's phone in front of her suddenly vibrated.
Song Xingye looked at the words husband on the screen and suddenly her eyebrows jumped. In fact, the phone was just replaced by the old lady a few days ago. Before giving it to her, all the contacts in it had already been noted. The old lady had also thoughtfully marked Shang Yuqian as
her husband.
Because she was still living at home at the time, Song Xingye was afraid that the old lady would become suspicious if she changed it, so she obediently never changed it. However, Shang Yuqian had never called her, and this was the first time. Song Xing quickly picked up the phone and tried to hang up, but Zhang Jieja had already come over and seen it.
Chapter 13 Xingye, you're not too timing me, are you?
Song Xingye felt her scalp tingle and her heart suddenly rise to her throat.
Zhang Jieja glanced at him, husband? Secretary Zhou?
Song Xing also wanted to deny it, but she couldn't say it at this time because if she denied it, the other party would definitely ask who her husband was.
Zhang Jieja saw that she had acquiesced and laughed, you two are really nauseating.
Okay, I won't bother you and Secretary Zhou with your love talk. I'll leave first and talk to you about the annual meeting later.
After Zhang Jieja left, Song Xing also found a quiet corner and answered the phone. Is there something you need? Although there was no one around, Song Xing didn't dare to call the other party. Shang Yuqian heard the other person's hurried tone and frowned. Of course I'm calling you because I have something to say.
Song Xing was also stunned.
The CEO seemed a little upset.
Come to my office.
After that, the other party hung up. Song Xing was also dumbfounded. Did he do something wrong, or was it a major mistake at work? But even so, there was no need for the boss to personally come to question him. Along the way, Song Xing also went to the CEO's office with a nervous heart. Fortunately, it was noon, and everyone was taking a lunch break, so she didn't meet anyone on the way. After entering, Song Xing also saw Shang Yuqian still holding an overseas video conference, and she couldn't understand a word he was saying. At this time, she naturally couldn't disturb him. So she could only sit on the sofa and wait. Fortunately, the video conference ended in 5 minutes. Song Xing also stood up nervously. "President, what do you want with me?" Shang Yuqian also stood up. "There are no outsiders here, so you don't have to call me president." Song Xing also said, "In the company, I'd better call you president. It's better to be safe than sorry. It's not good to be heard by others." Shang Yuqian looked at her and said, "As you wish." Shang Yuqian slowly sat down across from Song Xingye, but he didn't say anything. Song Xingye was almost desperate. "President, have I made a mistake?" "No." "Then why did you call me here?" Shang Yuqian pointed to the long table in front of the sofa and said, "The old lady is afraid that you won't eat well at the company, so she specially asked the kitchen to make some food and send it over to you to replenish your energy." Replenish energy? Song Xing didn't think much of it either. "I've already eaten at the staff cafeteria." Shang Yuqian said, "I haven't eaten yet." "You have a lot of things to do every day, but your health is the most important thing. You still have to eat on time." Before she came to the company, the old lady had told her to supervise Shang Yuqian to eat on time, because Shang Yuqian had a stomach problem, which was also caused by working too hard and forgetting to eat. After that, Song Xing also quickly opened the lunchbox on the table and handed over the chopsticks. "Eat quickly." Shang Yuqian took the chopsticks naturally. "Would you like to eat with me?" "I'm full, President. If there's nothing else, I'll be going." Song Xing had just gotten up, but was stopped by Shang Yuqian. "If you don't eat, then watch me eat." Song Xingye's feet were frozen. Watching someone eat delicious food is like a form of torture. In fact, the food in the Shangxing staff canteen was already very good, but it was still no match for the food prepared by the chef in the business kitchen. Song Xingye had always lived in a dormitory before, and what she missed most was the drunken chicken made by the chef at home. Now that a whole chicken was placed in front of her, she was so hungry that she could taste the chicken in her mouth. Shang Yuqian handed her the chopsticks. "Stop pretending. Eat." "Okay, she'll just have a little." 20 minutes later. Song Xingye was half lying on the sofa, touching her round belly. "I think I'm pregnant." Shang Yuqian chuckled. "Have it, I'll take care of it." Song Xing didn't expect that Shang Yuqian, who was usually serious and never smiled, would make a joke. Song Xing also laughed and said, No, if I need to take responsibility, I won't ask you. I'll go to Chef Fong, he's the father of the child." Shang Yuqian. Song Xingye stood up. "President, I'm going out." "Stop. Is there anything else? You can take a nap here." Song Xing was also surprised and didn't know what to say. Shang Yuqian said lightly, "I don't want anyone to gossip in front of the old lady, saying that I didn't take good care of you." Song Xing also suddenly remembered that she had only fallen asleep with a stiff neck yesterday afternoon and casually told Secretary Zhou that it was inconvenient to take a nap here. It's only been 1 day, but did Secretary Zhou tell the old lady, and then did the old lady find Shang Yuqian and scold him for not taking good care of her? It seems that in the future, I can't tell Zhou all my problems. Song Xingye hurriedly said, "I'm just an intern, I can overcome this difficulty, and I'll explain to Grandma myself." Shang Yuqian walked straight to his desk. "Okay, you go inside and sleep. Don't worry about being discovered. No one will come in at noon." Song Xing also wanted to say something. Shang Yuqian, however, showed an expression of impatience. "Go inside quickly, be quiet, and don't disturb me from working." Song Xingye. She could have gone out, and then she wouldn't have disturbed him. Song Xingye went to the restroom in silence. She really didn't think that a little intern like her could sleep in the president's office. Since she was already here, she might as well make the best of it. Shang Yuqian's lounge was quiet and comfortable, and it was really a good place to take a nap. But she wouldn't be so ungrateful as to sleep in the bed. Because she knew that Shang Yuqian had let her rest here only because of the old lady's request, and he himself was definitely not happy about it. And he is so serious about cleanliness that if she goes to bed, he will probably have to change the bed at night. Song Xing also lay down on the sofa. But the sofa was so soft that she sank into it, and it was very comfortable.
Song Xing had just laid down for a while when she received a WeChat notification from Zhang Jieja.
Xingye, where have you been? Why aren't you in the office?
Song Xing also thought about it for a while, and then replied.
I'm going out for a while. I just ran into Secretary Zhou. You're not with Secretary Zhou?
Song Xingye was shocked and didn't know what to reply, so he simply put the phone down. But soon, the WeChat interface lit up again.
Xingye, are you not two-timing me?
Song Xing also wanted to explain, but she found that no matter how she explained, it didn't make sense. In fact, she and Zhang Jieja had only known each other for a few days, and there was no need to explain so much.
Song Xing also finally simply didn't reply. Song Xingye almost overslept and was almost on time for work when she got up.
Song Xingye hurriedly got up, and when she went out, she found that Shang Yuqian was still buried in his work.
Being the CEO was really hard work. Song Xingye walked to the door without disturbing him, and was about to quietly leave when Shang Yuqian suddenly looked up. You can come in early tomorrow. Chapter 14. Don't look at me like that. Song Xingye hurriedly said, I won't come tomorrow, there are too many people in the company.
Shang Yuqian interrupted her. You know that there are many people in the company, so you should know how many old ladies' eyes and ears there are in the company.
Song Xingye, you promised me before that you would cooperate with the performance. Does that mean you're not going to cooperate with him? Okay, you go out first. We'll talk about it tonight. Seeing Shang Yuqian busy, Song Xingye didn't say anything else.
When she left, she almost bumped into a colleague from the secretarial department. Every time she left from here, her heart would almost jump out of her chest. No, she must not go in and out of the president's office too often. Otherwise, she was afraid she would have a heart attack. As soon as she sat down in her seat, Zhang Jieja came over and sat down next to her.
Xingye, be honest with me. Where did you go at noon? Why did you go out for so long? Song Xingye had been out for 2 whole hours at noon.
When she came back, she was flushed and looked guilty, so there must be something wrong.
Song Xingye said, I just took a nap at noon. You're lying. Isn't your family in the south of the city? And I went back to the dormitory at noon, but you didn't go there. Tell me the truth. Did you meet your lover at noon? Song Xingye's face turned even redder. Don't talk nonsense.
Zhang Jieja was sure. It turns out that the person you have as your husband in your phone is really not Secretary Zhou.
Xingye, you are too awesome to dare to split Secretary Zhou's legs.
Song Xing also said angrily, I've said it many times, I'm not in that kind of relationship with Secretary Zhou. Zhang Jieja said, I won't tell Secretary Zhou.
What are you so angry about?
Song Xing was also speechless. Zhang Jieja took the opportunity to blackmail, but Xingye, I will keep your secret, but you have to promise me one condition, that is, to be my dance partner at the annual meeting.
Song Xingye looked up at her and was about to refuse.
Zhang Jieja continued, otherwise, I will tell everyone about your two-timing, and you won't be able to stay here anymore.
Zhang Jieja deliberately used a playful tone, as if she was joking.
But the words were full of coercion.
Song Xing also knew that she was telling the truth.
Song Xing also did not want to get involved at this time. If it really got out and reached the old lady's ears, it would not be a good thing, whether it was true or not, and it would also implicate Secretary Zhou. Seeing that Song Xing was also silent, Zhang Jieja hooked her arm around Song Xing's arm. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your consent.
Thank you, Xingye. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep your business a secret.
The afternoon passed in a flurry of activity.
Because Shang Yuqian had a meeting, she asked the driver to take her back to Fengting Villa first.
Song Xingyi also said that she could take a taxi back herself. In the end, Shang Yuqian brought up the old lady again, saying that it was not safe for a girl to take a taxi alone. Song Xing had no choice but to call the driver, Lao Zhang, in advance and ask him to come with a regular car. Not long after, Lao Zhang came over and drove a Mercedes E300. After getting in the car, Zhang joked, "Young lady, why are you being so low-key? I looked all over the business district and couldn't find a car that was less than $1 million. In the end, I borrowed a car from Sister Qin to go shopping. You really put me in a difficult position." Song Xing also smiled sheepishly. But she had already made up her mind at this point. She would confront the CEO that night. She didn't want to be picked up or taken to his office for dinner or sleep. It would be best if she didn't have any contact with him at the company. Unfortunately, Shan Yuqian had an important dinner that evening, so she didn't have to wait for him to eat. When Shan Yuqian returned, Song Xing had already fallen asleep. She heard the sound of a car in the courtyard and got up to take a look. Standing in front of the French windows, Song Xing also saw Shan Yuqian get out of the car. When he got out of the car, he looked a little different from usual, and Zhang came over to help him. But he waved his hand and let Lao Zhang go first. He stood outside in the wind for a while, then suddenly looked over at Song Xingye's room. Her room was dark, so it must have been pitch black from the outside. Although she knew that Shan Yuqian couldn't see her at all. But for a second, Song Xingye's heart skipped a beat. Her feelings for Shan Yuqian were very complicated. Although she was ignorant as a child, Yu's wife and others instilled in her from a young age the idea that she would grow up to marry Shan Yuqian as a daughter-in-law. In the early years, she believed it wholeheartedly. She knew she was the kind of child bride portrayed in TV dramas. During her growth, Shan Yuqian always acted like an elder, and the sense of detachment from him made her realize that she and this man were not from the same world. She also knew that Shan Yuqian had no feelings for her at all. Perhaps to him, she was just a high-class pet that kept the old lady company. But no matter what, she had secretly fantasized about what it would be like to marry him and become his wife. For a few years, she actually secretly liked him. Song Xingye, be more sensible. You two are divorced. Song Xingye reminded herself to put away her restless thoughts in time. Song Xingye stood at the door, not hearing the sound of the door opening on the other side. Why hasn't Shan Yuqian come up yet? In the end, Song Xingye opened the door and went downstairs to take a look. Unexpectedly, as soon as he reached the top of the stairs, he bumped into Shan Yuqian, who had just come up. Her forehead hit his chin, and Song Xingye cried out in pain. When she looked up, she saw the man's deep, dark eyes. Why aren't you sleeping so late? The man's deep voice floated over Song Xingye's head. Song Xingye had not yet had a chance to speak when the man asked again, waiting for me? Song Xingye hurriedly said, no, I'm hungry. I came out to find something to eat. Shan Yuqian. Song Xingye smelled the strong smell of alcohol and couldn't help but ask, have you been drinking? Shan Yuqian smiled and said, I attended a party tonight and had a little drink. Song Xing also felt that he must have drunk more than a little. Because his voice was so gentle. Song Xing also said, I made a stew of white fungus and red dates tonight to help with the hangover. Do you want some? Okay. Shan Yuqian drank 2 bowls in a row. Song Xing sat next to him, looking at him with her chin in her hands, her eyes watery and innocent and provocative. Shan Yuqian felt that he couldn't stand this kind of look. He had never taken Song Xingyan seriously before, thinking that the old lady liked to stay at the merchant's house, but it was just an extra pair of chopsticks and bowls. As for her becoming his daughter-in-law, he found it even more ridiculous and boring. What century is this? The old lady still wants to arrange a marriage for her, and she's still a baby who hasn't grown up yet. From childhood to adulthood, he had only seen her as a baby. Even in his memory, she was still the little girl with pigtails, eating lollipops and watching cartoons. When did she grow up so much? It seems like it happened in the blink of an eye. Don't look at me like that. Shan Yuqian's voice was a little hoarse. Chapter 15, Every day is a fierce battle. Song Xing was also a little puzzled, what's going on? Like a puppy. Shan Yuqian said indifferently. Well, he really does treat her like a pet. After watching Shan Yuqian drink 2 small bowls of white fungus soup, Song Xing asked again, brother, are you hungry? Do you want me to cook you some noodles? Shan Yuqian was actually not hungry, but looking at that clear and pure little face, he inexplicably wanted to stay with this little girl for a while longer. Shan Yuqian said, okay. Song Xing also eagerly went to cook a bowl of noodles for Shan Yuqian, with an egg on top. Song Xingye eagerly brought it to Shan Yuqian's front, big brother, eat it quickly. When Shan Yuqian was halfway through eating, Song Xing also felt that it was time. So she said, brother, can I ask you for a favor? Shan Yuqian looked up, what is it? I want to buy a small electric bicycle. In the future, I will ride it to and from work, which is fast and convenient. In fact, Song Xing also calculated the distance. If I take the shortcut on my moped, it will only take me 20 minutes to get to the office. She really didn't want to ride in the car with Shan Yuqian to the company in a panic. Shang Yuqian looked at her with expectation in his eyes and said lightly, "Okay, I'll have Lao Zhang buy you one tomorrow."
Song Xing didn't expect Shang Yuqian to agree so quickly. Song Xing also planned to follow up, "Big brother, I have a small request." Shang Yuqian suddenly raised his eyelids, "Girl, don't push it." Song Xing didn't want to go to his office to take a nap.
If she did, she would be stuck with her words in her throat and unable to spit them out.
"Okay, I'll think of something later." For several days, Song Xing couldn't find a suitable opportunity.
It was as if Shang Yuqian had telepathy, because whenever she wanted to bring up the topic, Shang Yuqian would always shut her up in advance. However, Song Xing soon gave up on the idea, because she discovered a secret mechanism. It turned out that there was a door connecting Shang Yuqian's office and Zhou's office. So, when she wanted to go out after her nap, she didn't have to go out through the door to the CEO's office. She could go to Zhou Mingyan's office first, and then go out through the door to Zhou Mingyan's office. In this way, even if she is seen by colleagues in the secretarial department, they will not look surprised. After all, everyone knows that Secretary Zhou has openly said that she is his sister-in-law, so it doesn't matter if they are close. What Song Xing didn't know was that in fact, the whole company was abuzz with rumors. It is said that during her lunch break, Secretary Zhou always calls her girlfriend into her office for 2 whole hours. It is said that every day is a battle of life and death, and the situation is fierce. That afternoon, Zhou Mingyan and Shang Yuqian just got into the elevator when they saw 2 little girls talking about it as if there were no one else around. "I heard that the intern looks listless every day when she walks out of the office at noon, obviously suffering from overindulgence. And I heard that they have sex, once, for 2 hours at noon. Secretary Zhou usually looks so gentle and refined, but I never thought he had such stamina." Zhou Mingyan couldn't stand it anymore and coughed lightly. The 2 girls turned around as if they had been startled, and then completely petrified. Because at this moment, the protagonist of their gossip was standing right in front of them. Not only that, but the boss was there too. The 2 of them were scared stiff, trembling like quails. "President, Secretary Zhou, we. Before Secretary Zhou could say anything, Shang Yuqian said coldly, "Go to the Human Resources Department and hand in your resignation." Song Xing also felt strange, because these days no one has mentioned Secretary Zhou in her ear. It seems that the awareness of colleagues has been raised. Of course, it could also be that the annual meeting is approaching and everyone's gossip hotspots have shifted. Now everyone is discussing who will stand out at the annual meeting and become the annual company flower. I don't know who posted on the company forum that people who want to be considered for the annual Miss VZUG contest can post their photos there. The male employees of the company can vote anonymously. Song Xing also saw that Zhang Jieje was in it, and the number of votes was quite high, already in the top 10. Now she is doing her best to invite people from various departments to have coffee and afternoon tea every day, just for the sake of voting every day. Song Xing also didn't quite understand, because this vote didn't make any sense at all. "Shall we?" whispered to Song Xing. "Zhang Jieje is determined to win the company flower, and I think she has spent more than 100,000 yuan on buying everyone milk tea these few days." Song Xing also said, "But isn't the selection of the company flower only based on the votes on that day? And the most important thing is to look at the vision of the top management, whose vote is worth 10 votes of ordinary people." Not only that, Shang Yuqian also has 1 vote to decide and 1 vote to veto. However, this right has never been used by Shang Yuqian over the years. "Shall we?" tapped Song Xingya on the head with her pen. "Are you stupid? Jia is trying to win people over. People are always willing to vote for someone they know, not to mention that she invites everyone to eat and drink every day. Jia is really crazy. Whoever runs against her for the position of flower girl will be treated like an enemy. But I think it's all in vain. Shanxing is famous for its hidden talents. Even if the artists in the artist department don't run for the election, there are many graduates from film and dance academies in the advertising department and planning department of Shanxing. They all have faces and talents. It's impossible to compete with them." Song Xing also agreed, because she only saw Zhang Jieje spending all her energy on canvassing votes, not on rehearsals. Before, Zhang Jieje had forced her to be her backup dancer. But with only 3 days left before the annual meeting, she had never once asked her to come and rehearse. Did she forget about it? It wasn't until the day before the annual meeting that Zhang Jieje came over and handed Song Xingye a gift box, smiling and saying, "Xingye, we're going to perform together on stage at the annual meeting tomorrow night. This is the dress I prepared for you. Does it fit you?"
Song Xingye was shocked. Perform? We haven't rehearsed yet.
Zhang Jieja said, you don't need to rehearse your part, just improvise when the time comes.
After listening to Zhang Jieja's explanation, Song Xingye finally understood.
The dance short play designed by Zhang Jieja is called The White Swan and the Ugly Duckling. Zhang Jieja has studied ballet since elementary school and has a deep foundation in dance. Naturally, she plays the elegant and noble White Swan.
Song Xing is the ugly duckling.
In this stage play, the ugly duckling imitates the White Swan everywhere, but it is just a parody. Zhang Jieja wanted to find someone who didn't know ballet to dance ballet, so that she could make more jokes to show off her professionalism and beauty.
Chapter 16, Secretary Zhou, aren't you getting too close to her?
Zhang Jieja said, actually, your role is also very cute and can bring countless laughter to the audience.
At that time, you just need to imitate my movements. The less professional you dance, the better. At the end, I have a solo dance.
At that time, you will kneel on the ground, looking like a flower-crazy woman who has been conquered by me. Anyway, your task is to create a comedic effect. As for how to dance and act, you can just do it yourself.
Song Xing also understood. She just needed a clown.
Because ordinary ballet, the company must have many people who can dance, and this will attract more attention.
Song Xing didn't say anything, and silently opened the gift box she had sent.
Inside the gift box was a gray ballet skirt. Apart from the color, the workmanship of the skirt was quite exquisite.
Zhang Jieja said, Xingye, don't you think this dress is beautiful? I'm giving it to you. It's custom made by a famous designer. It would cost 5 figures if you bought it. You'll look beautiful in it.
Zhang Jieja was not worried that Song Xing would steal the show that day because she did not understand ballet and would just be a joke if she appeared. Song Xing also said, don't give it to me, I don't dance ballet, it's useless to have this dress. The annual meeting of the Shaanxing group was held in the banquet hall on the top floor of the Shaanxing building. The ballroom was so big that you couldn't see the boundaries when you entered. Everyone was dressed up and there was a lot of drinking and mingling.
Song Xing also went in with a few new people from the secretarial department.
It was the first time they had seen such a grand occasion, and everyone was excited. Because almost all of the company's artists were also present.
You have to know that the artists of Xingyu occupy half of the entertainment industry, and many of them are also first-line stars in the entertainment industry.
These people are usually held up as if they live in the clouds, and it is almost impossible to see them.
Now they are all gathered together.
Shaanxing's annual meeting had become a large-scale award ceremony. The older employees of the company were used to it, but for the new employees, it became a large-scale star-chasing scene. Xiao Wei kept dragging other people to take pictures with the stars. Then they posted pictures of themselves with the stars on WeChat Moments to show off.
Song Xing also quickly joined them.
Zhang Jieja sneered at this, what a bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. After that, Zhang Jieja began to search the entire audience for Shang Yuqian. But after looking for a long time, Zhang Jieja didn't see Shang Yuqian. The dinner officially began half an hour later. Shang Yuqian was originally the one who gave a speech on stage every year, but this year it was the company's vice president. Zhang Jieja was a little uneasy.
Why didn't the president come today?
After the vice president's speech, it was time for the much-anticipated performance. A huge stage was raised in the center of the venue, and the host was the most popular TV host in the entertainment industry. After interacting with a few big names, the host began to host the employee performance program. The program list had already been released, and Zhang Jieja and Song Xing's program was scheduled for the 5th. At this time, the two of them had already changed into their costumes in the dressing room. Zhang Jieja was anxious, the president was not here yet, and the performance was about to begin. Where was he?
Song Xing didn't know either.
Zhang Jieja took Song Xing's hand, we're going on stage soon, and if the president doesn't come, all my hard work will be for nothing.
Xingye, would you please call Secretary Zhou?
He must be with the president. Just now, Zhang Jieja has not seen Secretary Zhou. Song Xing was also very helpless, if they really had more important things to do, they wouldn't have come back even if they had called.
You have to try. You tell Secretary Zhou to come and watch your performance. Maybe the president will come back with him.
Zhang Jieja already picked up the cell phone that Song Xingye had placed on the table and dialed Zhou's secretary's number without asking. Then she handed it to Song Xingye.
Song Xingye? The call was quickly connected. Xingye, is there something you need?
The voice of Secretary Zhou came through the phone.
Song Xingye got up. Secretary Zhou, I just want to ask, where are you now? I'm going to the airport with the president to pick up an important person. Is there anything wrong?
Zhang Jiejiao also heard the voice of Secretary Zhou on the phone and kept hinting at Song Xingye excitedly.
Song Xingye had no choice but to say, have you picked up the person? When will you be back? Xingye, is there something wrong?
Zhou Mingyan's voice revealed a hint of worry.
Song Xingye never called him lightly.
Usually, it was only when she couldn't solve something herself that she would ask for his help.
Song Xingye quickly said, nothing serious, it's just that the annual performance is about to start. Do you want to come back to see my performance?
There was a long silence on the other end of the phone.
Song Xingye's heart was pounding.
She was afraid that she would cause trouble for Zhou Mingyan. After a long time, the voice of Zhou Mingyan came from the other end of the phone. We're almost at the company.
After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jiejiao said to Song Xingye, Secretary Zhou is really nice to you, Xingye.
You should quickly get rid of that wild man outside and don't let Secretary Zhou down. Zhang Jiejiao naturally had her own profound plans. As long as Song Xingye has this connection with Secretary Zhou, she can keep track of the CEO's every move, which is crucial for her to climb to the position of business wife. She must make sure that Song Xingye and Secretary Zhou get together.
At this time, a black Bentley had just left the city highway. The atmosphere inside the car was unusually tense.
Zhou Mingyan drove without looking aside until a cold voice came from the back seat, and he glanced at it in the rearview mirror.
Secretary Zhou, have you been getting too close to her lately?
His voice was flat and unemotional, but Zhou Mingyan had been with him for so many years that he could tell that Shang Yuqian was very unhappy. Zhou Mingyan said, You mean she asked me to go to the show? I didn't expect it either, but I think she just thinks of me as a family member or friend, hoping that someone would cheer her up in this kind of situation.
Then why didn't she ask me?
Shang Yuqian's cold eyes swept over, and Zhou Mingyan tightened his fingers on the steering wheel.
God knows why that girl didn't ask you.
Zhou Mingyan could only say, then you can ask her tonight.
Shang Yuqian didn't say anything, and a look of depression flashed in his eyes. The blond man sitting in the passenger seat was confused, and said in broken Chinese, Qian, and what are you talking about? Who is she? And, was that your girlfriend who just called you? No.
Zhou Mingyan said awkwardly. But she specifically invited you to see her performance, which is obviously a move only for the man she likes.
She must have a crush on you.
Zhou Mingyan's forehead was sweating profusely. Sanmu, stop talking.
Chapter 17, The White Swan and the Ugly Duckling.
The blond man is Vincent Neuhaus, who has given himself the Chinese name Mei Sanmu. Vincent loves Chinese culture, especially Peking opera, and he chose the surname Mei to honor his idol. Vincent is a college roommate of Zhou Mingyan and Shang Yuqian. He is also a young director who has already won the Oscar for Best Director despite his young age. He is here to work with Xingyu to make a historical film about Peking opera and traditional Chinese culture. At present, the actors are basically in place, but the female lead has changed several times, and Vincent is not satisfied. The investor recommended Su Hanyan, and Vincent came here to meet her. If they decide to go ahead, they will start shooting the film soon. The car soon stopped in the basement of Shangxing. The three of them took the elevator to the banquet hall on the top floor. The show had already begun. The next program was Zhang Jiejiao and Song Xingye's. They had already changed into their costumes. Zhang Jiejiao kept looking around before going on stage. When she saw that Shang Yuqian had already come and was standing in the first row under the stage, Zhang Jiejiao finally let out a sigh of relief. At this point, the music for the musical began to play. Zhang Jiejiao tiptoed onto the stage. Song Xing followed her. According to Zhang Jiejiao's plan, Song Xingye only needed to imitate her movements and act freely, as long as it achieved a comedic effect. Song Xingye was completely unburdened, and just jumped around the stage at random, falling down and rolling around for a while, and even in the middle of the performance, he got into the mood and even performed a set of military boxing. Sure enough, everyone in the audience was laughing. Zhang Jiejiao was also very satisfied. This was exactly the effect she wanted. Song Xingye was like a clown on stage. What she didn't know was that the audience was captivated by this clumsy, ugly duckling. Many people were still talking about it. This gray skirt is amazing, the dance design is so cute, you can't even tell it's a performance. She is also very cute, with a round face and round eyes. I want to pinch her cheeks. Which department is the gray skirt from? She's exactly my type. I'm going to go after her. The dance is coming to an end, and here Zhang Jejia will perform a solo dance. According to the plot designed by Zhang Jejia, the ugly duckling is conquered by the white swan, kneeling on the ground and watching the white swan dance with envy. Kneeling is impossible. After all, Zhang Jejia said that as long as the comedy effect is achieved, it doesn't matter. So Song Xing also lay directly on the ground, with her arms and legs open and closed, in a pathetic pose. Every little movement of hers brought laughter from the audience. Zhang Jejia felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Because her solo dance was the key to showing off her own skills, both the music and the background were very lyrical. At this point, everyone should be immersed in her graceful dance, not laughing until they cry. The song finally ended, and Zhang Jejia gracefully took her bow. Song Xing also got up and patted the dust off himself. This little action also caused a burst of laughter from the audience. Zhang Jejia led Song Xing off the stage, and the next performance continued. As soon as they came down, several colleagues from the secretariat gathered around them. Xiao Wei said to Zhang Jejia, "Jejia, you danced so well just now." Zhang Jejia's face was full of smugness, and she was just about to be humble when several people turned to Song Xingye. Xiao Wei pinched Song Xingye's face and said excitedly, "Little star, you just danced so cute, I almost wanted to bite you." Mei Ling also agreed, yes, you were so funny. How did you think of wearing a ballet skirt and doing military boxing? I laughed so hard that my stomach hurt. Zhang Jejia rolled her eyes at them. These people have poor eyesight. Her white swan is the main character, right? She danced so skillfully, and performed many difficult moves perfectly. In comparison, Song Xingye's dancing is nothing. They were just flattering her because of Secretary Zhou. However, she doesn't need these lackeys to appreciate her. As long as the president can see her beauty, that's enough. The president was in the front row, and she had looked at him several times. His gaze never left the stage, and he looked so intently, almost affectionately. Would he also fall in love with her at first sight? At this thought, Zhang Jejia's face turned red. An hour later, the show was finally over. The most anticipated part of the show was the voting for the best performance and the annual Miss VZUG. In fact, these two are basically the same, because the employees perform the program for the selection of the secretary. Naturally, whoever wins the show is the company flower. The company designed a software, and everyone voted with their mobile phones. The results of the voting were displayed directly on the electronic screen behind the stage. Zhang Jiejia's eyes were fixed on the electronic screen. Things didn't go as she expected. The votes for her performance had remained at third place. The first place was taken by Song Yuan from the advertising department, who performed a pole dance, and the second place was taken by Lin Li from the international department, who performed a close-fitting tango. Zhang Jiejia's fingers clenched. They were all vulgar dances that couldn't be performed on stage. After all the employees had voted, Zhang Jejia was still in third place. Zhang Jejia was very unhappy, but it was not hopeless. Because the senior management and the president had not yet voted. One vote from the senior management is worth 10 votes, and one vote from the president is worth 100 votes, so it can almost be said to have the deciding vote. However, over the years, the president has always abstained from voting. The host has already called on the senior management of Shanxing to vote. Sure enough, the numbers on the electronic screen began to change again. However, Zhang Jejia and the others' data remained stable, still in third place. The host had already announced the end of voting, and Zhang Jejia was finally desperate. But at the last moment, the number of votes for third place suddenly increased, surpassing the first and second places and becoming first place. The host was about to announce the results when he saw the numbers on the electronic screen change, and he was also stunned. But then, he announced loudly, "Congratulations to the White Swan and the Ugly Duckling for winning the best program of the year. Let's invite their performers Zhang Jejia and Song Xing to the stage." Zhang Jejia thought she was hearing things, but then she began to tremble with excitement. Despite her excitement, she tried to maintain an elegant posture. She walked quickly onto the stage without hesitation. After Zhang Jejia had taken the stage, she was about to take the microphone to thank the audience, but the host said, "There is still another main cast member."
Please invite Miss Song Xingye to come up as well.
Zhang Jiajia felt very depressed.
She was the lead actress, so why did the host ask Song Xingye to come up?
But she didn't show it, and she even acted very generously, going down to pull Song Xingye up. Chapter 18, the first time she danced the waltz with him.
Song Xingye was inexplicably pulled onto the stage.
The host said, "Your performance was really wonderful, and you two are both pretty and lovely, but this has given us a problem. There is only one position as the annual flower girl, and you two will have to compete."
Song Xingye quickly waved his hand and said, "I'm not participating in the selection of the flower of the year."
The host pretended to be confused and said, "Miss Song, if you don't participate in the selection of the flower girl, do you want to give the title of flower girl directly to Miss Zhang?" This word suddenly stung Zhang Jiajia's nerves.
The position of the company flower is his to take, why should he give it up?
So, Zhang Jiajia grabbed the microphone and said, "The reason the company holds an annual selection of the company flower is to reflect the fairness of the company's system.
Xing and I are also good sisters. If she withdraws from the selection, I will withdraw as well. I think it would be a good idea to let everyone here vote again. No matter what the result is, we will all wish each other well."
The host said with a smile, "You two are really close sisters, so let's vote again."
The names of the two candidates appeared on the huge electronic screen.
The voting began, and Zhang Jiajia and Song Xing also turned to look at the big screen. Zhang Jiajia was confident because she had spent a lot of money and effort on canvassing votes at the company in recent days.
She knew almost everyone in the company.
As for Song Xing, apart from the secretarial department, there were probably not many people in the company who recognized her face. But the situation was very different from what she expected. Song Xingye's votes were growing at a very rapid rate, almost keeping pace with her. Zhang Jiajia was so angry that she felt like spitting blood.
Had she spent hundreds of thousands of yuan on milk tea and cakes every day for nothing? After 5 minutes, the voting period finally ended.
Surprisingly, the votes for the two were exactly the same. The host looked embarrassed. He had hosted the annual meeting of Shangxing for several years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, he was quick-witted and soon came up with a solution. Since the two votes were the same, it was up to the general manager to decide. The general manager invited whoever danced the first dance to be the annual flower of the Shangxing group. The host's words suddenly pushed the atmosphere to a climax.
This is what everyone wants to see.
At this moment, Shan Yuqian was standing below the stage, and all eyes were on him. This man had a distinguished air about him, and the light from the crystal chandelier seemed to flow over him like tassels, as if he were glowing. After the host finished speaking, he invited Shan Yuqian to come on stage. Shan Yuqian did not refuse, and with long strides, he walked towards the stage at a leisurely pace.
In fact, everyone was also very curious.
It was an unusual thing for this program to win. Their votes had been in third place, with a difference of dozens of votes from the first and second places, but suddenly they became first place at the last minute. There was only one possibility, and that was that at the last minute, the president had exercised his right to vote, and one vote was worth 100 votes. This has never happened at the annual meeting in previous years.
The president had never cast a vote.
But it's no wonder, because the lady on stage is the only daughter of Mr. Zhang Jianya. The news that the Zhang family and the business community would be joining forces in a business marriage had been circulating in the company for some time. Now it seems that there is indeed a hint of it.
Everyone's eyes were on Zhang Jiajia on the stage.
Zhang Jiajia was also extremely nervous at this time. Although things didn't go according to her script.
But the current direction is not bad.
Holding hands and dancing together in front of the entire company is the beginning of their romance. Shan Yuqian has already walked up to her, and Zhang Jiajia is ready to accept his invitation. She gracefully raised her hand.
But the next second, Shan Yuqian walked straight past her. He didn't even look at her.
Shan Yuqian walked straight up to Song Xingye, one hand behind his back, the other hand outstretched, making a perfect invitation gesture, like a gentlemanly prince in a fairy tale.
For a moment, everyone was stunned.
Song Xingye was also stunned.
What was Shan Yuqian doing? Why was he inviting her in front of everyone? Wasn't he afraid of being criticized by the people in the company? He was so eager to force her to sign the divorce agreement, didn't he want to have anything to do with her? Now why is he inviting her to dance?
At this moment, Zhang Jiajia was shocked, and her jealousy was about to burst out of her eyes. Zhang Jiajia finally couldn't help but say, "President, I created this dance, I'm the lead, she's just a supporting role." Shang Yuqian looked at her with a cold gaze. "So what?" A layer of fog instantly covered Zhang Jiejia's eyes. "I just want to know where I lost?" Shang Yuqian said coldly, "Miss Zhang cares so much about winning and losing, so was the impassioned speech just a superficial gesture?" Zhang Jiajia was stunned again. She remembered that she had just said that no matter who won the title of Miss VZUG, she and Song Xingye would wish each other well. Zhang Jiajia knew that she had lost today, and it was only because Song Xing had stolen the limelight from her during the dance. If she continued to be stubborn, it would only give the president a bad impression, which would be counterproductive. Zhang Jiajia endured the pain and managed to force a smile. "Of course not. Xing and I are good friends. I'm very happy for her to become the company's Miss Flower of the Year." After that, Zhang Jiajia pinched her fingers and walked off the stage tactfully. This was just a small episode, and no one paid much attention to it. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Song Xingye and Shang Yuqian. Song Xing was also at a loss for words, but in the face of Shang Yuqian's invitation, she had no way to refuse. She could only put her hand in his. At this moment, the music started to play, an elegant waltz. Shang Yuqian held her hand in one hand and her waist in the other, and the two of them fell into the dance floor. Fortunately, she had taken waltz as an elective in college. If she really had to dance the waltz, she wouldn't be embarrassed. At this point, the stage had already been lowered, and the entire venue had become a huge dance floor. Many people have also joined them, and the pairs of figures look like dancing butterflies in a flower garden. But Song Xing was still a little uncomfortable. She had never danced with Shang Yuqian before, and she didn't know why her heart was pounding so hard. She was too afraid to look into Shang Yuqian's eyes, and could only look around and pretend to be casual. Shang Yuqian seemed to have noticed, and said coldly, "Don't look. Secretary Zhou isn't here. He's not feeling well and left early." Song Xing was also stunned, completely unable to understand why Shang Yuqian suddenly mentioned Secretary Zhou. For a moment, Song Xing felt as if her heart was about to stop. To hide her embarrassment, she asked, "What's wrong with him? Is he sick?" Chapter 19, the CEO sprayed her with exhaust fumes. Shang Yuqian's eyes darkened imperceptibly. After a while, he finally said, "Girl, I know you are close to Secretary Zhou, but in the company, you still need to be careful." Song Xing also knew that Shang Yuqian was afraid that the rumors about her and Shang Yuqian would reach the old lady's ears. Song Xing also said, "Grandma should know what kind of person Secretary Zhou is, and she won't misunderstand." Shang Yuqian didn't expect the girl to argue back. He then said in a low voice, "The company hired him at a high salary, not to bring in interns." Seeing Shang Yuqian's gloomy face, Song Xing also swallowed what she wanted to say. Finally, she obediently lowered her head and said, "I understand. I won't bother you again." Shang Yuqian seemed satisfied with this statement, and his eyes softened for a moment. Then he said, "If you encounter any problems at the company, you can talk to me directly." Song Xing also looked up at him, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Secretary Zhou is busy, isn't he even busier? But Song Xingye still said, "Oh." Zhang Jiajia stood not far away, her eyes always on the two of them. She never thought that Song Xing would also take away the opportunity for her and Shang Yuqian to dance the opening dance. Song Xingye looked harmless, but she never imagined that he was so calculating. She thought she was her friend. Zhang Jiajia pinched her fingers, looked around, and finally landed on Zhang Yinyin. Although there were many celebrities tonight, Zhang Yinyin was still the main attraction, surrounded by stars wherever she went. Zhang Jiajia saw her just as she was leaving the crowd to go to the buffet area. Zhang Jiajia walked over quickly and stood in front of her. "Hello, Yinyin, I'm your fan. My name is Zhang Jiajia, and my father is Zhang Jianye." Zhang Yinyin looked up at her and said in a lukewarm tone, "So you are the daughter of Mr. Zhang. What can I do for you, Miss Zhang?" Zhang Jiajia smiled and pretended to look at the dance floor not far away. "Nothing, I just regret not seeing Yinyin's dance moves. I originally thought that Yinyin's relationship with the president would definitely make the president break the rules and ask Yinyin to dance the opening dance. It seems that I was thinking too much, but now it seems that the new intern in our department, Song Xing, is also very compatible with the president." Zhang Yinyin raised her eyebrows. "Oh? That intern is called Song Xing?" Zhang Jieja saw that the fish had taken the bait and quickly said, "Yes, she is Secretary Zhou's girlfriend, but I also saw her calling someone else her husband. This is her private life, and we have no right to interfere, but I'm afraid that this kind of person's goal is not just that.
Maybe she's dreaming of being a rich young lady." Jiang Yining smiled. "I think you're the one who's dreaming." Zhang Jieja was stunned and said, "Yining, what are you talking about? I just watched your performance. That little girl was your dance partner, wasn't she?
That dance was just to make her look ugly and to set you off. You kept saying on stage that you were sisters, but now you're saying this. You're so inconsistent, sowing discord, and people can't help but think that you're jealous and slandering."
Zhang Jieja was a little angry. "I'm telling the truth.
I'm just trying to remind you, Yining, out of goodwill, so that you don't get cornered by someone else without knowing it." Jiang Yining looked up and brushed her hair. "Thank you, Miss Shang, for your kindness. I, Jiang Yining, don't care. If anyone wants to pry my corner, they can do it openly, not behind someone's back, using these unscrupulous means. When I was struggling in the entertainment industry, you were still a little kid. This kind of tactic is too crude for me." After that, Jiang Yining shook her hair and left. Zhang Jieja was shaking with anger. She was just an entertainer, so what was there to be proud of? After the song was over, Song Xing couldn't wait to let go of Shang Yuqian's hand. Without saying a word, she turned around and rushed out of the dance floor. She took a long sigh of relief after walking out. She had just danced with Shang Yuqian, and her heart was beating 180 beats a minute.
It was inexplicable.
Although she was afraid of him before, and her heart rate would always increase whenever she saw him, it was not exaggerated to this extent.
This time, they must have been too close. Shang Yuqian's aura is really scary.
After coming down, several colleagues from the secretariat gathered around.
They all asked questions with curious looks on their faces. "Xingya, what was it like dancing with the CEO?
Did you fall in love with him at first sight when you saw his handsome face up close?
Little star, aren't you afraid that Secretary Zhou will be jealous? By the way, why didn't I see Secretary Zhou tonight? Xingye, do you have to treat the company flower to dinner?" Song Xingye couldn't handle the barrage of questions, so he made an excuse and went to the roof.
It was quiet here, as if it were cut off from the noisy and bustling world. It was the middle of winter, and she was dressed lightly.
After a while, she was already shivering.
Song Xing was about to go back when suddenly her shoulder felt warm and a black suit had fallen on her shoulder. She turned around and Zhou Mingyan was already standing behind him.
Song Xing was also stunned. "Didn't you go home because you weren't feeling well?"
Zhou Mingyan seemed to be slightly stunned, and then smiled and said, "It's just that my stomach was a little uncomfortable.
I just bought some stomach medicine and it's already better."
Song Xing also saw that he was dressed in a suit and black pants today, looking particularly handsome. At this point, he had already taken off his jacket and draped it over Song Xingye's shoulders. He was only wearing a white shirt. Song Xingye quickly took the jacket off. "Brother Zhou, you wear it yourself, don't catch a cold." Zhou Mingyan held her shoulders and said gently, "Wear it." Song Xing didn't refuse again, and smiled at him. "Thank you, Brother Zhou." The two were having a great time chatting on the rooftop. They didn't notice a tall figure appear at the entrance to the rooftop. He was also holding a black trench coat in his hand. The figure stood at the door for a while, then turned and left. When Song Xing entered the venue again, the annual meeting was almost over. Secretary Zhou had originally offered to take her home, but Song Xingye had refused. Shang Yuqian had already explicitly forbidden her to trouble Zhou Mingyan, and it would be bad if there were any more rumors.
After the annual meeting, Song Xingye rode her little electric bicycle home. Who knew that when she was almost at Fengting Villa, the little electric bicycle had a flat tire? Song Xingye was depressed and could only get off the bike and push it forward.
It so happened that the gifts from the annual meeting, plus various lottery prizes, were all packed in the car, and when she pushed the car, everything fell to the ground.
Just as she was flustered, she suddenly saw a bright light approaching from afar.
It was Shang Yuqian's car.
Song Xing was also very surprised and stood up waving her hands.
But then, as if he hadn't seen her, Shang Yuqian drove past her, spraying her with exhaust fumes.
Song Xing also. Chapter 20, The Scene of Shame and Anger. Song Xing also felt inexplicable.
She had just seen the car window was open, and Zhang had looked at her with a helpless expression. So Song Xing was also certain that it was Shang Yuqian who told Lao Zhang not to stop.
If he doesn't stop, then he doesn't stop. Song Xing also pushed the cart with difficulty towards Fengting Villa.
Unfortunately, the weather was not on her side. After walking for a while, it started to rain. By the time Song Xingye arrived at the door with the cart, she had become a drowned chicken. As soon as Song Xingye entered the door, he saw Shang Yuqian sitting leisurely on the sofa reading a magazine. He had already changed into his pajamas and obviously had already taken a bath.
Shang Yuqian didn't even lift his eyelids when he saw her return.
Song Xingye looked at him with a look of resentment, then returned to her room without saying a word.
She was soaked to the skin and shivering with cold. She quickly went to the bathroom and took a hot bath.
She soaked in the bathtub for a long time, and only got up when she felt completely refreshed. However, after getting up, she suddenly realized that she had forgotten to take her clothes.
And the bath towel in the bathroom was also hanging on the balcony after being washed yesterday.
But there was no one in the room, and the curtains were closed, so it should be fine to go out and get them. Song Xing didn't think much about it and opened the bathroom door directly, intending to go to the next room's cloakroom. But after she stepped out, she froze in her tracks. Because, at this moment, Shang Yuqian was sitting on the sofa in the room.
The sofa was also directly opposite the bathroom door.
Shang Yuqian's eyes were fixed on Song Xingye.
Song Xingye's brain was bombed, and she was instantly blank.
3 seconds later, she finally came to her senses. The blood in her body rushed back, turning her head and feet red in an instant. She screamed and turned around, rushing back into the bathroom.
With a loud bang, everything returned to normal.
Shang Yuqian, who was sitting on the sofa, was also stunned for a few seconds. He had just seen her come in from the rain and sneezing all the way upstairs, so he came to take a look. He didn't expect to see such a sexy scene as soon as he sat down.
Shang Yuqian pinched his eyebrows and got up.
Then he walked to the bathroom door. The voice was neither loud nor soft, and there was no discernible emotion in it. "I'm going out first. There's ginger and brown sugar water on the table." Song Xing inside was also too afraid to make any sound. At this moment, she wanted to dive into the bathtub and die on the spot. Her eyes were fixed on the mirror in the bathroom, where her body was red and almost bleeding.
Song Xing didn't know how long she had been in the bathroom. It wasn't until she was shivering that she couldn't help but open the door a crack.
After making sure that Shang Yuqian was really not in the room, Song Xing also quickly went out of the bathroom and went to the cloakroom. She quickly wrapped herself up tightly and came out. When she came out, she saw a bowl of ginger and brown sugar water on the table in front of the sofa.
It was already cold. What a fake show of compassion.
It was clearly because he refused to stop the car that she got caught in the rain. Song Xing also felt embarrassed at the thought of the scene just now. In fact, Sister Yu had already said that between husband and wife, it's no big deal if you see it. But since signing the divorce agreement, Song Xing's mentality has changed. So when something like this happened, how is she going to face Shang Yuqian in the future? For several days, Song Xing would leave the house before dawn. She didn't come home until very late. She had originally wanted to go back to the old house, but she was afraid that the old lady would become suspicious. Fortunately, although the two of them lived under the same roof, they did not meet due to Song Xingye's deliberate efforts.
Originally, Song Xingye would go to Shang Yuqian's office to take a nap at noon.
She hasn't been there in the past few days. Today is the weekend, and Song Xing doesn't have to go to work. She slept until noon, and when she got up, Shang Yuqian was naturally not there. Song Xingye went to the kitchen and casually cooked a bowl of clear soup with egg noodles. As soon as she finished eating, she received a call from Zhang Jieja. Zhang Jieja said she was buying a house and asked her to come over and help look at it. Song Xing also thought that she had nothing to do that day, so she agreed and asked, "Where are you?"
Villa Fengting, number 007.
Song Xingye felt a lump in her throat after hearing this. The community where she lived was Fengting Villa, and there were only 8 garden villas in the entire community. She and Shang Yuqian lived in number 008.
And 007 is right next to them.
The two villas were very close together, but there were tall trees between them, so there was no overlap.
Hurry up and come over. Xiao Hui and Xiao Li are here too. I'll treat you to dinner tonight.
After that, the other party hung up the phone. Song Xing didn't expect such a coincidence, that Zhang Jieja would buy a house next to them.
If that's the case, then sooner or later they will meet.
Song Shing also went to Villa 008 with mixed feelings. Song Shing also took a shortcut, cutting through the bushes on the private driveway, and arrived at the door of Villa 007 in just 5 minutes. Zhang Jiajia and Xiao Wei were also at the door. Zhang Jiajia was holding a stuffed cat in her arms. Xiao Wei was also very surprised to see Song Shing. Xingya, how did you get here so quickly? We just got here too. Song Shing also scratched his head and said, I happened to be nearby. Although everyone felt a bit strange, because it was at least a 5-minute drive from the entrance of the community to here, and Song Shing also walked here. Although they felt a bit surprised, they didn't think too much about it. Zhang Jiajia warmly greeted everyone, come on in. After entering, everyone was stunned. Xiao Wei said, this is a palace. It's so luxurious. Jiajia, how much does this house cost? Zhang Jiajia smiled and said, 80 million. My father said this is my dowry. After the purchase contract is officially signed in a few days, I will move in and you can come over to visit me often. Xiao Li said, we don't understand the world of the rich. When will I be able to live in such a big villa? Zhang Jiajia said, you can look around freely. I'm going to give my cat a bath. Xiao Wei took Song Shing to look around. After a while, Xiao Wei suddenly said, people have 3 urgent needs. Where is the bathroom here? Song Shing also said casually, go 10 meters ahead, the second room down the corridor. Xiao Wei and Xiao Li looked at her in surprise, how did you know? Of course she knew, because the layout of the Fengting villas is the same. Song Shing also scratched his head, I have a relative who lives here, I've been here before. Xiao Li said in surprise, Xingye, you have such rich relatives, which building do they live in? Song Xingye smiled and said, it was a long time ago, and I'm not sure. They've moved now. After wandering around for a while, they suddenly heard Zhang Jiajia scream. Several people ran over. What happened? Zhang Jiajia said anxiously, my cat jumped out of the window and ran into the garden of the building next door. Chapter 21 The CEO personally gave her medicine. Xiao Wei said, what should we do? Zhang Jiajia said, let's go find the cat together and get to know my new neighbor. Song Shing also heard that the cat had run to the next door, and her heart was already beating faster. Now that she heard that Zhang Jiajia was going to take everyone to look for the cat, her heart was pounding in her throat. She wanted to say something, but Zhang Jiajia had already led Xiao Wei and Xiao Li out of the house. Song Shing never thought that she would follow a group of people back to her own house. Then Zhang Jiajia asked her to ring the doorbell. Song Shing also thought that there was no one at home anyway, so she pressed the doorbell. Song Shing also went forward and pressed the doorbell. After pressing it for a while, there was no movement inside. Just as she was about to turn around and say that there was no one inside, the door suddenly opened. Song Shing also saw Shang Yuqian, who opened the door and was stunned. What's going on? Isn't he at the company? When did he come back? Song Shing and the people behind him were also shocked. Only Zhang Jiajia was very happy to come forward. President, do you live here too? Zhang Jiajia naturally knew that Shang Yuqian lived here. Once before, she had deliberately followed Shang Yuqian's car after work, and finally saw him drive into this villa. Later, she found out that he lived in Villa 008, and she knew that Villa 007 was not yet for sale. How could she let such a wonderful opportunity slip away? The reason she came here today was to create an encounter. As for asking Song Shing and Xiao Wei to come along, it was to let the whole company know about it. Shang Yuqian looked at the girls in front of him and frowned. Then he looked at Song Xingye, what's going on? Song Xingye didn't know what to say either, and Zhang Jiajia continued, President, I just bought the villa in building 007. My cat accidentally ran out of the window and came here. I came here to look for my cat, but I didn't expect you to live here. It's really fate, isn't it? Shang Yuqian didn't seem to take her seriously. For a moment, the atmosphere was awkward. Xiao Wei and Xiao Li stood behind her and didn't dare to speak. Zhang Jiajia continued to brazen it out and said, my cat seems to have run into the back garden. President, can I go over and take a look? Shang Yuqian's gaze fell on Song Xingye. He said coldly, go ahead. Then he turned and closed the door. Zhang Jiajia was very disappointed. Although her purpose was simply to show her face, Shang Yuqian's indifference to her as a new neighbor was like a blow to the head. So the 4 of them went around the back garden. The stuffed cat was indeed here. Once they found the cat, they had to leave.
Zhang Jiajia was a little reluctant.
Seeing that Song Xing was walking in front of her, she suddenly had an idea. She pinched the cat's tail hard and then threw the cat directly at Song Xingye. The stuffed cat instantly fluffed up from the sudden attack, revealing its claws and scratching Song Xingye. After a moment of scratching, it ran away from Song Xingye's arms and disappeared in an instant. Song Xingye was completely taken by surprise and had no idea why the cat suddenly went crazy and pounced on her, scratching her all over.
Zhang Jiajia also pretended to come forward and care. Xingye, are you okay? Oh my god, are you hurt?
Xiao Hui and Xiao Li also rushed over. Fortunately, Song Xingye reacted quickly and used her arm to block her face. Her clothes were thick, so her arm was fine, but her hand was covered in blood. Zhang Jiajia screamed in a very exaggerated manner, and before Song Xingye could react, she was already pulling her to the door. Song Xingye said, "It's okay, I can handle this kind of injury myself."
No, you're bleeding. If you don't treat it in time, it will get infected. The door opened quickly.
Shan Yuqian frowned and looked at the four people in front of him. "Didn't you find the cat?" Zhang Jiajia said, "We found it, but the little bastard scratched Xingye and then ran away."
"President, Xingye is injured. Do you have any disinfectant?"
"Although my cat is vaccinated, her wound seems to be quite serious and needs urgent treatment."
Shan Yuqian also saw the bloodstains on Song Xingye's hands, and his eyes became gloomy. Song Xing also knew that Shan Yuqian was very unhappy because he was very concerned about privacy and did not like anyone to disturb his private space. He didn't even hire a nanny or a cook at Fengting Villa.
Song Xing also hurriedly said, "Let's go."
"Come in." Shan Yuqian suddenly opened the door.
Zhang Jiajia was overjoyed and quickly pulled Song Xing in.
After entering, Shan Yuqian went upstairs. After a while, he came down with a medical kit.
Xiao Hui and Xiao Li were both very nervous, but Zhang Jiajia looked around curiously.
Until Shan Yuqian came down.
Zhang Jiajia quickly went over to him. "President, give me the medicine box, I'll give Song Xing medicine too."
Shan Yuqian didn't pay any attention to her.
He sat down on the sofa with the medicine box, then slowly opened it and took out the disinfected iodine swabs.
Song Xing was still standing there in a daze. She was a little confused. She could tell that Shan Yuqian didn't seem very happy. But if he was really unhappy, he could have sent them away. Why did he have to get the medicine box? "Why don't you come over?"
Shan Yuqian's voice came over coldly, as if it was mixed with a hint of impatience.
Song Xing also looked up and realized that Shan Yuqian was talking to her. She was stunned for a moment, then walked over. Shan Yuqian grabbed Song Xingye's hand and began to apply medicine to it. Everyone around was stunned.
They had never imagined that the president would personally apply medicine to a small intern. Xiao Hui and Xiao Li's eyes almost popped out. Zhang Jiajia saw this scene and her jealous fingers clenched. If she had known, she would have let the cat scratch her instead. But this Song Xing is also shameless, and she didn't even refuse.
Soon, Song Xingye's hand was covered in medicine and a band-aid was applied. Shan Yuqian ordered, "Don't touch the water when you take a bath later." Song Xingye obediently said, "Oh."
Everyone felt that their conversation was a bit strange.
But they couldn't say what it was.
As soon as Shan Yuqian finished packing the medicine box, he received a phone call. When he came back, he went straight out the door. The girl stood there at a loss, completely unaware of what had happened.
Shan Yuqian walked to the entrance and changed his shoes.
He suddenly turned around and said, "I have to leave first. If there is nothing else, please send the guests out." He said this to Song Xingye, and everyone was also confused. But Zhang Jiajia happened to be standing behind Song Xingye. As Shan Yuqian closed the door, Zhang Jiajia screamed excitedly, "Did you hear what the CEO just said?"
Everyone nodded.
Zhang Jiajia said, "She said you were guests and asked me to send you out."
Does he think of me as one of his own?
Xiao Hui and Xiao Li's faces showed confused expressions. It was obvious that the president had just spoken to Song Xingye, but they were not sure.
Chapter 22, Still embarrassed?
Judging from Zhang Jiejia's expression, it must have been said to Zhang Jiejia. There are rumors that the Zhang family and the business community are going to get married.
Xiao Li smiled and flattered. It seems that soon our Jiejia will become the hostess here.
The words "mistress of the house" made Zhang Jiejia feel very good.
She said proudly, "Don't go home yet. I'll treat you to dinner here tonight." Everyone was shocked. Song Xing also reacted, "Here? Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" At this point, Zhang Jejia was already so excited that she had lost her head. "What's wrong with it? The president won't say no on my behalf, and I plan to cook for him myself. I'll wait for him to come back for dinner tonight." After that, Zhang Jejia acted like the hostess. "Let's go, I'll show you around my future home." Before, when others flattered her at work, she would hide it and be reluctant to accept it. But now, because of Shang Yuqian's words, she had completely lost her mind. Song Xing was also very clear-headed and quickly chased after her. "Jejia, let's go out. It's very rude to invade someone's territory so casually." Zhang Jejia was angry. "Song Xingye, if you want to go out yourself. Don't you know who I am? My father is Zhang Jianye. Our Zhang family and the Shang family are both famous families. I am also a match for the president. If it weren't for Secretary Zhou, do you think you could stand here and talk to me? Control your own mouth and don't let me kick you out." Xiao Hui quickly pulled Song Xingye by the arm and whispered, "Don't worry about her. If she really is the president's wife in the future, we can't afford to offend her." At that time, Zhang Jejia couldn't wait to go upstairs. Zhang Jejia looked around everywhere, as if she had already made herself at home. Song Xing also followed her. Fortunately, most of the rooms in this villa have a fingerprint identification system, so Zhang Jejia couldn't get in at all. In the end, she had to go to the dining room in a dejected state. Zhang Jejia wanted to cook a big meal, but she couldn't even boil water. In the end, she started to boss the other people around. By the evening, the dining room table was full of dishes. Of course, this was all done by Song Xing. Xiaoli and Xiaowei had been helping out, but Zhang Jejia had been standing around giving orders and occasionally going to the window to see if Shang Yuqian had returned. Shang Yuqian arrived home at 7 o'clock on the dot. Seeing the lights in the dining room, he walked straight over. Then he saw what was going on inside. Shang Yuqian's face immediately turned cold. "Why haven't you left yet?" Zhang Jejia turned around and greeted him with a smile. "I asked them to stay for dinner. I personally made a table of dishes for you to come back." Shang Yuqian's eyes were like a layer of frost. "Who allowed you to think you could move my kitchen?" The atmosphere in the dining room suddenly froze. Xiao Hui and Xiaoli hid in the corner like two quails, not daring to move. Zhang Jejia was also shocked by Shang Yuqian's cold tone. It was clear that Shang Yuqian was really angry. At this time, Song Xing also happened to come out of the kitchen. Zhang Jejia quickly pulled her to take the blame. "Xingye, it's all your fault. You said you wanted to cook a meal to thank the president, but I said it was someone else's private territory, and it's not good to disturb others like this. You just wouldn't listen." Zhang Jejia, who was on the losing side, unceremoniously pulled Song Xingye out as a shield. Even Xiaoli and Xiaoli cast contemptuous glances at her. But they didn't dare say anything. Song Xing was stunned by the scolding. Shang Yuqian's gaze also shifted to her. Everyone thought that Shang Yuqian would be furious and even kick them out. Shang Yuqian suddenly walked over to the table and sat down, looking at the table full of dishes and said, "Let's eat first." Everyone was completely speechless. The CEO's attitude had changed so quickly that they didn't dare to move. Although Zhang Jejia was also puzzled, she was happy about this change in Shang Yuqian's attitude. She quickly turned around and told Song Xingye, "Xingye, go and get the rice." Song Xingye turned around and went back into the kitchen. Zhang Jejia unceremoniously wanted to sit in the seat closest to Shang Yuqian. Before she could sit down, Shang Yuqian gave her a cold stare and said, "Go sit somewhere else." Unavoidably, Zhang Jejia could only sit in another seat. After a while, Song Xingye came out with a bowl and chopsticks. Then, as usual, she sat down in her usual seat. That seat was the one that Zhang Jejia had wanted to sit in, but had been driven away from. Xiao Hui and Xiaoli signaled her to get up quickly. Zhang Jejia, however, was gloating in her heart, waiting for Song Xing to be driven away by the president as well. However, Shang Yuqian did not say a word, picked up the chopsticks and ate a piece of braised fish. Zhang Jejia was furious. She always felt that the president seemed to be a little different with Song Xing. But it was probably because she was Zhou's girlfriend. The others didn't dare to speak, and they ate their rice with their heads bowed. The meal ended in this strange atmosphere. After a few people finished eating, they also tactfully said goodbye.
They all drove here, and their cars were parked in the yard of Villa 007.
Except for Song Xing. Before leaving, Shalwi said, "Xingye, where do you live? I'll take you home." Song Xingye said, "Why don't you take me to the subway station? It's very convenient for me to take the subway." "That's fine.
There is a subway station outside the Fengting Villa area."
Shalwi dropped her off and left.
The others had long since disappeared.
Song Xing also turned around and walked back.
He took a shortcut and was back in the villa in 10 minutes.
After entering, Song Xing did not see Shang Yuqian. Instead, she was relieved.
Although they lived under the same roof every day, they had not seen each other for a long time because of Song Xingye's deliberate avoidance. When she thought about what happened that day, she still felt embarrassed and wanted to crawl into a crack in the ground. So much so that now she locks the door after entering the room.
Song Xingye quietly went upstairs.
But she found Shang Yuqian waiting for her at the door to her room.
The moment she saw his face, Song Xingye froze, instinctively wanting to run away.
But the deep ice had already swept over, and Song Xing was directly fixed in place.
"Don't bring random people to my house in the future." Shang Yuqian's voice came over calmly. Song Xing knew that Shang Yuqian was very unhappy tonight, but at least he didn't have a fit.
Song Xing also lowered her head and nodded.
A long silence. When Song Xing looked up, Shang Yuqian had already walked up to her. His gentle voice floated over her head, "Are you still embarrassed?" Chapter 23 Qian, when did you get such a big daughter?
At this, Song Xingye's mind flashed back to the mortifying scene.
Her face flushed. "No, I've forgotten."
She didn't expect Shang Yuqian to be so straightforward, as if he was deliberately tearing off the veil of shame between them. For a moment, Song Xing was at a loss for words, embarrassed. Shang Yuqian, however, raised his hand and gently stroked her hair. "I always thought that our girl was still a child, but I didn't expect that she was already a young lady. It was my fault for not knocking on the door before entering the house.
I will definitely pay attention to this in the future. Can we just let this matter pass?" He apologized in the tone of an elder, as if a parent had accidentally opened a child's diary. "It's really no big deal."
Before, Song Xing had been very uncomfortable, especially in the past few days when they hadn't spoken a word. The embarrassment and anger in her heart had been like a prairie fire, fermented recklessly. Now, Shang Yuqian apologized in such a calm tone, and her heart, which had been hanging in the air, seemed to have been put down. In fact, she cares that he cares.
In fact, this incident was just a minor accident to him.
And he had never regarded her as a woman, so even if he had seen her naked body, it was not worth mentioning at all. Song Xingye was also finally relieved. She also hoped that this matter would quickly pass and never be mentioned again.
Song Xingye nodded.
That night, the two of them had an unusually harmonious atmosphere.
After taking a shower, Shang Yuqian came over and said he was hungry.
Song Xingye went to the kitchen and made 2 bowls of noodles with pork ribs.
So in the middle of the night, this scene appeared on Shang Yuqian's balcony.
A man and a woman were drinking sparkling water and red wine, eating noodles with pork ribs, chatting and laughing, and having a great time. All of this was seen by Zhang Jia, who was in the next villa with binoculars. She never dreamed that Song Xingye, who had gone to the CEO's house with her during the day, could stay there at night. She could even chat and laugh with the CEO and eat a bowl of noodles together. Zhang Jia's jealous eyes turned red, and at the same time, her heart was filled with regret. It was all her fault for inviting the wolf into the house and underestimating Song Xingye's skills. She had clearly left, but she dared to return and even dared to seduce the CEO when no one was around.
The CEO actually fell for it. Was he blind?
Zhang Jia was so angry that she trembled all over, and secretly vowed to expose Song Xingye's true colors in front of everyone.
The next day. The weather was exceptionally good. But Song Xingye's eyelids kept twitching. At noon, Song Xingye hesitated for a moment, but then went to Shang Yuqian's office to take a nap.
It was all Shang Yuqian's fault for making her develop such a habit. She had resisted at first, but soon got used to it. The other day, she didn't go over, and she was always drowsy all afternoon. As soon as she got into the elevator reserved for Shang Yuqian, she saw several people sitting on the sofa in Shang Yuqian's office.
Song Xing froze for a moment. Shang Yuqian had said that no outsiders would be in his office at noon.
The few people who saw a girl coming out of the president's elevator were also stunned.
I've come to the wrong place. I'll be going now. Song Shing also quickly found an excuse.
But this excuse was too lame. The president's private elevator uses facial recognition, and I'm afraid that no one in the entire company can ride it except for Secretary Zhou. Girl, come here.
This is not a stranger. Shang Yuqian finally spoke.
Everyone was even more surprised when Shang Yuqian called the girl in front of him a girl. The usually cold and distant CEO of Shang, who keeps women at arm's length, has such tender moments.
Song Shing also walked over with some hesitation.
Shang Yuqian stood up and casually introduced, Lu Fei, Shen Chuan, Mei Sanmo, my alumni from college. It's rare to get together in China.
Song Shing also nodded to them, hello.
A man with bushy eyebrows and big eyes had already stood up. Qian, your taste has changed too much. How did you start eating vegetarian?
By the way, has this little sister reached adulthood? Don't you break the law. Go to hell. It was rare for Song Shing to see Shang Yuqian laughing and scolding.
Song Shing also thought that Shang Yuqian would definitely explain, but she didn't expect him to just turn around and say to her, you go to bed first.
We still have some things to talk about.
This sentence is quite ambiguous, especially when everyone doesn't understand their relationship. Sure enough, Song Shing also saw the extremely ambiguous looks of the men across from her. It seems like we're disturbing them while they're sleeping.
Song Xingye blushed, but she didn't know how to explain it. Should she say that she was Shang Yuqian's ex-wife?
But if she said that, it would only cause more misunderstanding. So Song Shing could only walk silently towards the restroom inside. At this moment, the blonde foreign man on the sofa suddenly stood up and said in a not-so-fluent Chinese, that's her, the girl I was telling you about, the one I've been looking for. Song Shing had not yet reacted, and the blonde man had already walked up to her and taken her hand. I saw your performance, I've been looking for you, you're perfect for the role in my movie, would you like to be in my movie? Song Shing also looked at the foreigner in front of her, confused. What movie role? But the man was getting more and more excited. Yes, she is the one I am looking for, the Bai Chanqian in my heart. At this time, Shang Yuqian came over and took the blonde's hand away, saying lightly, she is still a student and has no intention of entering the film industry.
The blonde was anxious. Shen, why are you making decisions for her?
What are you to her?
Shang Yuqian said calmly, I am her guardian. Everyone was surprised. Lu Fei was even more surprised and said, Qian, when did you have such a big daughter? Shang Yuqian's face turned dark.
The blonde said, Xian, even if you are her father, you have no right to interfere with her freedom. Whether she wants to star in my movie should be decided by herself. Although the relationship was a mess due to their misunderstanding, Song Shing still understood.
This foreigner wants her to make a movie.
Song Shing is only an intern, and she will have to go back to school in a month, so it is naturally impossible for her to make a movie. Song Shing also smiled and said, sorry, I'm not an actor and I don't make movies. The blonde was not giving up and wanted to say something else, but Shang Yuqian stopped her. Okay, if you don't think Su Hanyan is suitable, Xingyu has many other artists.
You can choose one by one and you will always find the right one. Don't even think about her. Song Shing also took the opportunity to slip into the restroom and closed the door. And over there,
Zhang Jia barged into Zhou Mingyan's office and placed a stack of photos in front of him.
Secretary Zhou, you never thought your girlfriend would climb into your boss's bed, did you? Chapter 24. Song Shing is also the heroine of the new movie.
Secretary Zhou's eyes fell on the stack of photos.
They were all photos of Song Shing appearing on the balcony of Fengting Villa.
Zhang Jia said angrily, this bitch actually seduced the president, and I discovered a long time ago that she was having an affair with several men. Secretary Zhou, this bitch has already cheated on you countless times.
You must not let her get away with it.
Zhang Jia originally thought that in the face of these irrefutable evidence, Secretary Zhou would be furious. But she never expected that the man in front of her would be so calm and. Secretary Zhou put away the photos and then looked up, you are fired.
Pack up your things and leave the company. Zhang Jia was incredulous, are you sure you're firing me, and not Song Xingye?
Secretary Zhou was calm, the president hates it when people invade his privacy.
You'd better pretend you don't know about this, or it won't be as simple as just getting fired. Zhang Jia couldn't believe it.
Although neither Secretary Zhou nor Song Shing had ever admitted it, everyone in the company knew that they were an established couple.
I never thought that Secretary Zhou could be so tolerant.
After she found out that Song Shing had also climbed up to the president, she didn't
even bat an eyelid. But if Zhou can tolerate it, she, Zhang Jieja, can't stand it.
In the blink of an eye, she sent the photos to a few gossip magazine reporters. But in just a few hours, the news spread like wildfire. Song Shing had no idea that she had simply taken a nap. After she got up, everyone in the company looked at her differently. They even pointed at her. Even her usual good friends Xiaowei and Xiaoli avoided her.
Song Shing also asked Xiaowei, "What's going on with you guys?"
Xiaowei said, "Take a look at the headlines on Weibo."
Song Shing also quickly took out her phone.
She opened Weibo and the headline was #intern sells body to climb the corporate ladder, shows up at the private villa of the president of Shanxing in the middle of the night #. The report described her as a disgrace, saying that she had climbed over the wall to seduce the president, and was finally chased out by the security guard. It also said that she had behaved inappropriately at the company and had been involved with several men. Even social media followed suit and reported on the incident, which led to a one-sided attack and accusation from the public.
Song Shing was dumbfounded after reading it. What was the situation? Who took these photos?
And just at this time, a group of reporters appeared out of nowhere. They surrounded Song Shing with cameras and microphones. One after another, they asked her pointed and mean questions like bombs.
"Excuse me, you are an intern. Who gave you the courage to seduce the president of Shanxing? The security system at Fengting Villa is notoriously strong. How did Miss Song break into the home of the president of Shanxing?
I heard that Miss Song drugged him.
Did it work?
Why is Miss Song still in the secretary department of Shanxing after doing such a thing?" Song Shing also looked at the flashing lights, and she felt dizzy and unable to speak for a moment.
"If you have any questions, ask me." A deep male voice suddenly came from the doorway. Everyone turned around and fell silent.
The man in the scandal, Shang Yuqian, the president of Shanxing Group, was suddenly at the door of the secretary's office.
But this man's aura was too strong.
The reporters were so scared that they didn't dare to go over.
Shang Yuqian walked over himself.
Finally, one reporter mustered the courage to point the microphone at Shang Yuqian.
"Mr. Shang, what is your explanation for the photos on the internet? What is your relationship with this intern? Why was she at your private villa last night?"
The media was blunt, and Song Shing was also extremely nervous at this time. But Song Shing was also curious about how this man would describe their relationship.
Shang Yuqian said coldly, "Song Xingye is also a new artist signed by Xingyu.
Last night, she was at my villa to meet with the director of Pear Garden to audition for the role.
The heroine of the movie Pear Garden invested by Xingyu will be played by Song Xingye. Do you have any other questions?"
This remark set off another storm. Pear Garden is adapted from the novel by the famous screenwriter Xia Mingji. It has attracted a lot of attention since the beginning of the preparations, especially the casting that took place some time ago. Even the female supporting roles were highly sought after by many young actresses in the entertainment industry, because the film would be directed by the youngest Oscar-winning director, Vincent. Everyone knows that this is a film that will enter Hollywood, and if it can win any awards internationally in the future, the role will also have a greater international influence. In particular, the leading female role in the film is being sought after by several actresses in the entertainment industry, but because it is being invested in by Xingyu, there are rumors that the leading female role has already been decided on Su Hanyan. At this time, the president of Xingyu Entertainment publicly announced that the female lead in Pear Garden was the unknown intern in front of him. This remark caused a huge stir, and the focus of the media reporters shifted completely.
Coincidentally, Vincent was standing behind Shang Yuqian. The young blonde man was overjoyed and couldn't stop smiling. He immediately came forward to confirm, "Yes, I was there last night. We were just auditioning. Although Miss Song is not a trained actress, she fits the image of Bai Qianqian in my mind perfectly. We will be working together on a movie next, so please pay more attention to it." The big director has already come out to confirm it, so there are no more questions. A small intern suddenly became the hot leading actress of a blockbuster.
Later, the media also reported that this wave of marketing by Xingyu was exemplary. First, a scandal was exposed to attract the attention of the whole nation, and then the actress who starred in Pear Garden was personally clarified. The little girl, who had no name, was instantly remembered by everyone, and the heat was even greater than the revelation of the illegitimate son of the actor Qin Nanyan that day. Of course, Song Shing was also stunned.
How did she become the heroine of a movie out of nowhere?
Half an hour later, Song Xing was also called to the company's conference room. In the conference room, Song Xingye also saw Zhang Jieja. Before coming to the meeting room, Secretary Zhou had already told Song Xingye that the photo was sent to the magazine by Zhang Jieja. She also invited the reporters at the door. She wanted to expose her in front of the media and kill her with the power of public opinion. In fact, when she saw the photos, Song Xing had already guessed.
Because the photos were taken from the 007 villa next door.
After all, there was still some small sadness. After all, she and Zhang Jieja entered the company on the same day as interns, and they always ate and shopped together. Song Xing also really regarded her as a friend, even though she knew that she was a bit arrogant. Song Xing had just entered the company, and Zhang Jieja slapped her across the face. "Bitch, I'm going to tear off a layer of your skin today, so everyone can see your true colors." Chapter 25, Apologize to the Young Mistress.
Song Xing was quick and intercepted Zhang Jieja's hand in midair.
Song Xingye shook her hand off. "Jieja, you're no match for me in a fight." Zhang Jieja was stunned.
But Song Xingye was right. Don't look at Song Xingye as weak and helpless.
Last time at the company gym, she was able to lift a 30 kilograms dumbbell over her head with her bare hands. She became famous overnight, and everyone in the secretarial department called her the strong girl. Zhang Jieja withdrew her hand and stood on the moral high ground, loudly accusing, "Song Xingye, I still consider you a friend, and you actually did such a despicable thing."
Song Xingye calmly asked, "What did I do?"
"You still have the face to ask?"
"You seduced the CEO behind my back. You knew he was the one I liked, but you used me to get close to him. You've already climbed into his bed, right? Song Xingye, you're a slut."
Just thinking that it was her who brought Song Xingye to Fengting Villa, giving her the opportunity to take advantage of her, Zhang Jieja wanted to strangle Song Xingye. Song Xingye said, "Our relationship is not what you think it is, but this is a personal matter, and I don't need to explain it to you."
"It's mainly the CEO's privacy, and she can't say much." Zhang Jieja pointed at her nose and scolded, "Song Xingye, you don't even look in the mirror. What are you? I've seen your resume. You're just a bastard from the orphanage. With a background like yours, you still want to marry into a wealthy family. The president is only playing with you just a little bit of beauty to play with you, and soon he will get tired of you. I want to see what will happen to you after the president kicks you out. I will not let you go at that time. Don't forget, my father is Zhang Jianye. I will definitely make you have no place to live in this city. Who do you want to make homeless?"
A cold voice rang out at the door. Zhang Jieja and Song Xing also looked towards the door at the same time.
But they saw Shan Yuqian standing in the doorway.
Behind him stood a bald middle-aged man. The middle-aged man also heard Zhang Jieja's words, walked a few steps to Zhang Jieja, raised his hand and slapped her hard. "You are a useless thing that can't get things done. How dare you talk to Mrs. Shang like this, and apologize to me?" Zhang Jieja looked at the man in front of her in disbelief, covering half of her swollen face. After a while, she called out, "Dad. You still have the face to call me? I let you come here to learn from Mr. Shang, but you just made trouble all day long and offended Mrs. Shang. If Mrs. Shang doesn't forgive you, don't come home today." Zhang Jianye called Mrs. Shang directly, which confused Zhang Jieja. But she was still unconvinced. "Dad, what kind of Mrs. Shang is she? She's just an orphan with no mother or father. How could Shang's family, a prestigious family, let such a woman into the family?" Zhang Jianye was so angry that he almost fainted. He could only turn around and apologize to Song Yuqian and Song Xing. Zhang Jieja couldn't bear to see her father so flattering to Song Xingye. "Dad, are you crazy? They're just spreading rumors. Do you really think that the Shang family will marry him? Even if Shang Yuqian wants to, Shang Laotai will never agree." Zhang Jieja knew that the Shang family had only one heir for 5 generations. Shang Yuqian's parents had died in an accident when he was a child, and the Shang family was only ruled by an old lady. Shang Yuqian respected his grandmother very much and would never go against her wishes in a matter as important as marriage. How could the old lady of a family like the Shang family agree to his marrying a single girl? At this time, Shang Yuqian's phone happened to ring. Shang Yuqian answered the phone and called out, "Grandma." The meeting room fell silent. Shang Yuqian said a few words and then handed the phone to Song Xingye. "Grandma wants to talk to you." Song Xing didn't know if Shang Yuqian had done it on purpose, but she had no choice but to take the call. Grandma, you're looking for me.
Girl, I saw the news. What was written in the news really made me so angry. Don't worry, Grandma will have someone clean it up soon.
I don't know which fool dared to slander my little star like that.
Grandma will find out and make you feel better.
Grandma respects your young people's ideas, but look at this. This is the trouble you caused by not going public.
I think you should get married as soon as possible. Okay, come back to the old house with Akian for dinner tonight. I'll ask Sister Yu to make your favorite fish dumplings for you.
After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jiejia was completely dumbfounded. Song Xing was really a true businesswoman. She looked at Song Xingye in disbelief, unable to speak. Zhang Jianya kept apologizing. Mrs. Shang, you are so generous, please forgive my daughter. They can't afford to offend Shang Yuqian, and they can't afford to offend Shang's old lady even more. Although the Zhang family is also one of the four major families, the construction industry has declined in recent years, and the Zhang family has been hit hard. A large client like the Shangxing Group is their bread and butter. Moreover, the eco-community they were about to cooperate with had already bet on his entire fortune.
If something went wrong, the Zhang family would go bankrupt.
Unexpectedly, Zhang Jiejia offended the young lady of the Shang family at this critical moment. Zhang Jianye grabbed Zhang Jiejia by the arm and said, "Apologize to the young mistress." Zhang Jiejia was spoiled from a young age and was still acting like a stuck-up brat, saying stubbornly, "I'm not going to apologize." Song Xing had not said anything yet, and Shang Yuqian came over and said, "My wife has been insulted like this." Mr. Zhang said he would give me an explanation.
Your daughter is so insincere. I think the cooperation between Shangxing and Zhang's construction can be forgotten.
When she heard Shang Yuqian say this, Zhang Jiejia also turned pale. She also knew how important that cooperation was to the Zhang family. She had originally wanted to take a gamble and get closer to Shangxing. But it was all ruined by Song Xingye. When Zhang Jianye heard Shang Yuqian say this, he slapped Zhang Jiejia's cheek again. "Do you want to see the Zhang family go bankrupt without apologizing?"
After saying this, Zhang Jianye himself knelt down.
Zhang Jiejia saw this scene and burst into tears, suddenly kneeling on the ground. "I was wrong, Mrs. Shang, please forgive me." Song Xing was not a pushy person, and seeing Zhang Jianye, who was over 50, kneeling on the ground, she couldn't bear to see it. She said, "Forget it.
Just consider it a misunderstanding. You can go now."
Zhang Jianye got up and thanked her repeatedly. Shan Yuqian said, "My wife is young and kind-hearted. She doesn't want to make a fuss about it, so I'll give her face. But if there's a next time, don't blame me for not giving Mr. Zhang face. Don't worry. If she dares to act up again, I'll break her legs."
After that, he took Zhang Jiejia and left the meeting room. Chapter 26. He really is not a good person.
The air suddenly became quiet. Song Xing's heart was beating a little fast, and just now Shang Yuqian had called her my wife over and over again, which made her a little dizzy.
What are you daydreaming about? Shang Yuqian casually ran his hand through her hair. Song Xingye reacted, "Brother, why did you tell him I was Mrs. Shang? Aren't you afraid that Zhang Jiejia will leak it out and cause even more misunderstanding?"
Song Xing also knew that if their relationship was exposed, it would definitely cause a storm. And they are already divorced, so in the future, when Shang Yuqian really gets married, this might become a bargaining chip.
Song Xing also felt that what Shang Yuqian had just done was completely out of character. Shang Yuqian raised his eyebrows. "Aren't you happy that I defended you?" It was really satisfying to think of Zhang Jiejia's shocked and deflated look.
Song Xing also said, "But we are already divorced.
When the media exposes us after we have each found a family, won't it be very embarrassing?" Shang Yuqian frowned. "Are you afraid that our marriage will become a stumbling block for you when you get married in the future?"
Song Xing was not afraid of becoming a stumbling block for herself, but for him. Song Xing also scratched his head and said ambiguously, "People always have to think about the future."
Shang Yuqian was obviously unhappy. "Don't worry, the Zhang family won't dare to say anything.
In the future, if you marry someone, the media won't dare to criticize a word about this."
Song Xingye, that's good. It's good that it won't affect him.
Shang Yuqian suddenly snorted coldly. "At such a young age, you don't want to achieve anything, you just want to get married. What's the use of the business family cultivating you so hard?"
Song Xingye, you disappoint me too much. Song Xingye?
When did she say she wanted to get married? And she has been studying hard, thinking about relieving the family's worries in the future.
Shang Yuqian's temper is really inexplicable.
In fact, the old lady had already planned her future. She studied communications, but also minored in business management and economics. After graduation, she was sure to join Shangshan. She was prepared to work hard for the Shang Group.
But when Shang Yuqian was angry, she dared not retort. Shang Yuqian walked straight out of the meeting room.
In the evening, the two of them returned to the old house together.
Shang Yuqian didn't say a word the whole way.
Song Xing also kept observing Shang Yuqian's face, and seeing that he seemed to have calmed down, she asked cautiously, "Big brother, do I really have to make that movie?"
"I have already announced it to the media. Can I still go back on my word?"
Song Xing also saw that Shang Yuqian's tone was not good, so she let out a sigh and sat obediently in her seat without saying another word. Seeing her look of a battered wife, Shang Yuqian felt a wave of inexplicable irritability in his heart. It's good for you to go out and experience life, see more of the world, try new things, so that you don't think about getting married all the time.
Song Xingye? Why bring up the subject of marriage again? What's wrong with Shang Yuqian?
The car soon stopped at the old merchant's house. The old merchant's house is the former site of the royal palace. It is incredibly large, and although it has been renovated, many parts still retain their original appearance and are quaint. During the meal, the old lady again urged them to hold a wedding, but Shang Yuqian used the excuse that Song Xingye was going to film a movie next to turn her down. When it came to making a movie, the old lady didn't object.
She thinks young people can do whatever they want.
When she was young, she was also a popular movie star, but soon she retired from acting and married Shang Shengming, the eldest son of the Shang family at the time.
That is Shang Yuqian's grandfather. But Song Xing also had many concerns about making a movie. She was not a trained actress and had never thought about entering the entertainment industry. The most important thing was that she would start school in a month. What would she do then?
At night, Song Xing also lay in bed, and Shang Yuqian lay on the sofa. She still expressed her concerns. Shang Yuqian said, "Mei Sanmu is a very good director. Most of the protagonists in his films are not from film schools. He looks for the temperament of the actors themselves.
You can just treat this film as a game. You won't be entering the entertainment industry. As for your starting school, you don't have to worry about it.
I will let Sanmu focus on filming your scenes first. It should be finished within a month."
The next day, Song Xing was called to the conference room as soon as she arrived at the company.
In the conference room, Song Xingye saw the blonde genius director Mei Sanmu. There were several people behind him. Mei Sanmu was also very happy to see Song Xing and said in Chinese, "Little star, come over here."
He really is a natural.
Song Xing also went over, and Mei Sanmu began introducing the people behind him. "These are the other two main creators.
You should get to know them. They are Chao Jiayun and Su Hanyan.
These two are Peking opera masters Feng Yuping and Xue Changlin. From today on, you will first train with these two teachers for 3 days.
After 3 days, we will start shooting."
Last night, Song Xing also read the script. Li Yuan is about the chaotic era of warlords, with a group of opera performers as the background, struggling to survive in that turbulent era.
Song Xing also plays the role of Bai Chanxian, who was adopted by the opera troupe leader at a young age and inherited the mantle.
She became famous in the capital for her performance of the song The Drunken Beauty, and thus met Du Rongxue, a rich young man who loved to watch opera. The two fell in love at first sight and regarded each other as confidants. However, later, due to the turmoil of the times, the Du family was falsely accused and persecuted. Bai Chanxian, although a delicate woman, ran around and suffered a lot, finally saving the people, but what she got in return was the spurning and betrayal of her lover. In the end, she drank poison wine and died at the wedding banquet of Du Rongxue and the daughter of a government official. The Pear Garden not only tells the joys and sorrows of the little people, but also deeply describes the complexity and fickleness of human nature. Song Xing also went to bed after reading the script last night, so she didn't see the other actors' schedule. So she had no idea that the male lead in The Pear Garden was the scumbag Chao Jiayun, who she had complained about with Shang Yuqian the day before. Chao Jiayun is the leading young actor that Xing Yaoli promotes. He doesn't have many works, but they are all big productions. He also has the label of the most handsome man in the entertainment industry. Because of this, he is surrounded by women, and a while ago, the media broke the news that he was having an affair with 8 women at once, which briefly made him a hot topic on the internet, and he was even jokingly called the master of energy management by netizens. However, his negative news was quickly covered up by public relations, and his popularity has not been affected in any way. Song Xing also looked at Xiao Jiayun and found that he was staring at her with a piercing gaze. When their eyes met, he didn't flinch, but instead smiled and then raised his eyebrows, giving her a flirtatious wink. Such a frivolous action on that good-looking face was not greasy at all, and it was even a bit charming. Song Xing also frowned. He was indeed not a good person, as the rumors had it. She had already made up her mind to stay away from him. Chapter 27 I Know Where Your Mole Is. Song Xing also turned his gaze to Su Hanyan. Su Hanyan played Su Mengyun, the warlord's daughter who married Du Rongxue in the end. They were childhood sweethearts, but Du Rongxue was obsessed with opera, while Su Mengyun was jealous and disgusted, thinking that it was all low class. To be honest, Su Hanyan doesn't look much like the arrogant Su Mengyun. She is known in the industry as a virgin. At this time, she was also smiling and obediently standing behind the two teachers. Mei Sanmo said, "Since everyone knows each other, let's start the training camp." Song Xing also plays a role in the opera, so of course she needs to have a basic ability to perform Peking opera. Although some of the formal performances in the movie will use professional stuntmen, some simple stage movements still have to be done by her. As for Xiao Jiayun's role as an opera enthusiast, there are many scenes where he plays against the female lead, so his gestures and mannerisms must also be professionally trained. At this time, Su Hanyan suddenly said, "Director, although I don't have any singing scenes, I am also very interested in Peking opera. Why don't I join them for training?" Mei Sanmo nodded, "It would be great if you would join the training camp. You can experience the atmosphere of the opera first." So the three of them were taken to a dance studio for training. Song Xing was also surprised to find that the dance studio was right next to the president's office. It was originally a meeting room, and one wall had been turned into a large mirror. The training was very hard. Not only did they have to cram in a lot of background knowledge, they also had to practice their basic skills. At the end of the day, Song Xing felt as if her mind and body had been bombed. At 9 p.m., the first day of training was over. Su Hanyan walked up to Xiao Jiayun and offered to go out for a late-night snack. They obviously knew each other, having appeared together on a variety show. They had been laughing and talking all day. Song Xing was quietly packing her bag in the corner. Xiao Jiayun did not refuse Su Hanyan, but he suddenly got up and walked over to Song Xingye, inviting him to join them. Song Xingye was a bit uncomfortable being called Teacher Song, especially when she was being stared at like that. It was strange. Song Xing also felt that Xiao Jia used such a gaze to stare at her all day, making her very uncomfortable. Song Xingye directly refused, "It's too late, I'm going home first." Su Hanyan also came over, smiling, "Teacher Song must be very tired today, so don't force her." Xiao Jiayun did not give up, and smiled and said, "Teacher Song hasn't eaten much tonight. I know there is a long-established kanji shop downstairs. The soup base is made from chicken soup and dried abalone. There is only one in the whole city. Let's go." Without further ado, Xiao Jiayun picked up Song Xingye's bag and walked out. Song Xingye felt speechless. Her phone was still in her bag, so she had to follow Xiao Jiayun out. She tried to get it back along the way, but Xiao Jiayun held it over his head with his height advantage. So the employees of Shangxing Company, who were still working overtime, saw this strange scene. A man leisurely held a bag, and next to him was a little white rabbit hopping around in a flustered manner. Su Hanyan could only follow them from a distance. It wasn't until they reached the kanji shop that Xiao Jiayun returned Song Xingye's bag. Song Xingye turned to leave, but Xiao Jiayun grabbed her wrist. "You've come all this way, you might as well try it. The kanji here is especially delicious." I'm not lying. Because of the intense training all day, Song Xingye really didn't have much of an appetite that night and didn't eat much. Now she was really hungry. Especially when she smelled the rich aroma of chicken soup outside the shop. The ghostly Song Xing also followed and sat down. Su Hanyan sat down next to Xiao Jiayun and smiled. "Is it really as delicious as Mr. Qiao said? Then I must try it too." The proprietress brought out the menu. Xiao Jiayun handed it directly to Su Hanyan. Su Hanyan's mouth corners twitched imperceptibly. The next second, Xiao Jiayun said directly to the proprietress, 2 orders of the signature chicken noodle soup, and 2 orders of the big chicken drumsticks. Then he turned to look at Su Hanyan. "Miss Su, you can order whatever you want." Su Hanyan's face began to look a little ugly. He ordered for Song Xing directly, but asked her to order for herself.
What did he mean? Does he think she's an outsider?
But Su Hanyan still maintained a sweet smile on her face. She handed the menu over. I'll just have the same as you. Soon, 3 bowls of chicken soup noodles were delivered.
There were also 3 small dishes containing 3 large chicken legs.
Song Xing also picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. The noodles here are really delicious, so fresh that they'll make your eyebrows fall off. The chicken legs were also delicious, soft and flavorful, melting in the mouth. When Song Xing was almost finished, she looked up and saw that the 2 people across from her were staring at her.
Su Hanyan smiled and said, Ms. Song has a great appetite. Unlike me, I'm full after just a little.
Song Xing also saw that Su Hanyan's bowl had hardly moved, so she took a small bite of the chicken leg.
Song Xing also said sincerely, you have such a small appetite. Are you sick?
There is a kind of intestinal villi absorption disorder that makes you unable to eat anything.
Should you go to the hospital for a checkup? Su Hanyan.
Xiao Jiayun laughed next to her. Miss Su is trying to maintain her figure, but you're taking it seriously.
Do you think everyone is like you, and you can eat as much as you want and not get fat?
Su Hanyan turned and said, Mr. Xiao, from the tone of your voice, it seems like you know Mr. Song very well.
Do you two know each other?
Xiao Jiayun smiled and stared at Song Xingye. Of course we know each other.
This sentence left Su Hanyan and Song Xing both dumbfounded. Seeing Song Xingye's expression of confusion, Xiao Jiayun's brows furrowed slightly. You really don't recognize me? Song Xing asked uncertainly, should I know you?
Xiao Jiayun stared at Song Xingye's eyes for a while, and then put the chicken leg in the small dish in front of him into Song Xingye's bowl. Don't you remember this?
Song Xing was even more confused. You want to lose weight too? Xiao Jiayun.
Xiao Jiayun put down his chopsticks heavily. You heartless person, I recognized you at first glance, and you completely forgot about me. Song Xingye was really very confused.
What was going on? How could she possibly know Xiao Jiayun? Su Hanyan, who was standing next to her, was also confused. Mr. Xiao, are you sure you're not mistaken? How could she be mistaken?
I still remember the red mole on her left shoulder.
Song Xing looked at Xiao Jiayun in horror, as if she were looking at a monster.
Because she really had a red mole on her left shoulder. And this red mole is very low, close to the private parts, so no one could possibly know.
How could Xiao Jiayun know? Chapter 28 Song Xing, from now on, the family's curfew is 10 o'clock.
Su Hanyan seemed to understand something in an instant, and her eyes began to look ambiguous.
Xiao Jiayun is a playboy in the entertainment industry. Everyone knows that.
There are even rumors that he has 8 girlfriends at the same time.
Song Xingye must be one of them.
But he never thought that Song Xingye would forget him. Of course, Su Hanyan naturally didn't believe that Song Xing had really forgotten Xiao Jiayun. With such a handsome face, even if you sleep with him once, you will definitely remember him for the rest of your life. But Song Xingye's acting skills are really good. Could it be that director may had to replace her with her as the heroine? Song Xing was really at a loss. Looking at Xiao Jiayun's sad eyes, if she wasn't sure that she had never been in love, she would have suspected that she had abandoned him. At this moment, Song Xingye's phone suddenly rang.
Song Xingye seemed to see a savior and quickly picked up the phone. A deep voice came from the other end of the phone. Where are you?
At the company's restaurant.
Jiawei Tang Kanji shop. Okay. Song Xingye was so confused that she didn't know what she had said. After hanging up, Su Hanyan deliberately stoked the flames. Teacher Song, who called you so late at night? Was it your boyfriend? Song Xingye let out a cry and replied, I don't have a boyfriend. A black car pulled up in front of the restaurant. The door opened and a man in a black suit stepped out with long legs and walked in. When they saw the man at the door, Su Hanyan and Xiao Jiayun couldn't help but stand up. It was Shang Yuqian, the president of Shangxing. There were no other people in the restaurant at the time, just their table. Shang Yuqian walked straight up to them. Su Hanyan happily shouted, Boss, why are you here? Xiao Jiayun also smiled, Mr. Shang, what a coincidence, you're here for noodles. 2. Shang Yuqian glanced at Song Xingye, who was still sitting there in a daze. Unfortunately, I'm here to pick someone up. He then snapped his fingers and tapped the table in front of Song Xingye. Let's go. Song Xingye came back to her senses and looked up to see Shang Yuqian's face.
She suddenly remembered that Shang Yuqian had just called to say that he was coming to pick her up, and she had even said yes. Now she was in deep trouble.
So she didn't bother to explain.
Song Xingye silently got up, followed Shang Yuqian out of the noodle shop, and then silently got into the car's passenger seat. After the car left, Su Hanyan suddenly smiled and asked sweetly, "Teacher Qiao, do you really believe the media reports that Teacher Song was discussing the script at the villa of the Shanzong group?" Xiao Jiayun also suddenly smiled, "I believe it.
I believe Mr. Song." Su Hanyan. The car drove all the way to Fengting Villa. Song Xing was still in a trance.
No matter what, she couldn't figure out how Xiao Jiayun knew that she had a red mole under her left shoulder.
Who is he? The car stopped, but Shang Yuqian didn't get out. He said lightly, "Song Xingye, the family's curfew is 10 o'clock from now on." Song Xingye didn't hear clearly. "What 10 o'clock?" Shang Yuqian said, "Why are you so absent-minded today? What happened?" Song Xingye stammered, "Big brother, are you familiar with that Xiao Jiayun?" Shang Yuqian frowned, "Is it that Xiao Jiayun is harassing you?" "No, no."
Song Xing also hurriedly said, "Big brother, don't worry about me.
I will definitely figure it out myself."
After that, Song Xing got out of the car. Shang Yuqian sat in the car for a long time.
That thing? What is going on between them?
The next day, Song Xingye wanted to ask Xiao Jiayun about it. But Xiao Jiayun had been ignoring her all day, and by the evening, Song Xing had not found the opportunity. When the training was over, it was almost 9 o'clock.
Su Hanyan said she was going to do skin care in the afternoon and didn't come.
After the two Peking opera masters left, the dance studio was left with Song Xing and Xiao Jiayun. Xiao Jiayun didn't leave either, and he kept holding an antique pendant in his hand. Song Xing also looked at the pendant from afar, and it seemed that there was a photo inside.
Song Xing also went over to it.
When Song Xing got close, Xiao Jiayun closed the pendant cover and then put it around his neck.
He looked at Song Xingye. "Do you remember something?"
Facing those questioning eyes, Song Xingye suddenly felt guilty for no reason. "No."
"Unfaithful man." Xiao Jiayun couldn't help but scold. Song Xingye scratched his head and asked tentatively, "Are we classmates?"
"No, Xiao Jiayun is several years older than her, so how could they be classmates?" Xiao Jiayun rolled his eyes at her. "I fed you a chicken leg a day when we were young, and you grew fat and plump.
I really thought I was in love with you." Song Xingye suddenly had a flash of inspiration, as if she had been struck by lightning.
She looked at the man in front of her in disbelief, and her fingers trembled slightly with excitement. You are brother Chicken Leg." Xiao Jiayun's face finally revealed a relieved smile. "You ungrateful thing, you finally remembered." Song Xingye was so excited that she even took the initiative to run over and hug Xiao Jiayun. "Brother Chicken Leg, it really is you. I'm so happy, I thought I would never see you again in this life." Xiao Jiayun also tightly embraced Song Xingye in his arms. "Silly girl, do you know that I have been looking for you for a long time?" After a long time, he let her go. Song Xingye's face was already covered with tears, but she was happy and a little sad. Xiao Jiayun pinched her cheeks and said, "Don't cry, or I'll have to wash the dishes again." Thinking of the past, Song Xingye burst into laughter. She and Xiao Jiayun were both orphans from the Shangmei orphanage. The difference is that Song Xing has been in the orphanage since she can remember, while Xiao Jiayun was already 8 years old when he arrived. However, the children in the orphanage were very close. One year, the orphanage was in financial difficulty, and all the children only had one meal a day. But 5-year-old Song Xing cried every day because she was hungry. But after a few days, a chubby little boy would bring her a chicken leg every night. Song Xing also called him Chicken Leg Brother from then on. He earned this by washing dishes at a nearby restaurant for 2 hours every day. Song Xing only knew that Brother Chicken Leg was very, very good to her. However, Song Xing ate chicken legs for only half a year. After staying at the orphanage for half a year, Xiao Jiayun left, and Song Xingye cried for a long time. Song Xingye smiled and said, "When you suddenly disappeared, I thought you had been kidnapped by a bad person and I was very sad for a long time." Later, Song Xing also learned that he had been found by his biological parents. Xiao Jiayun was different from the others. He ran away from home and ended up in an orphanage. His parents were looking for him. Xiao Jiayun said solemnly, "I'm sorry. After I was taken back by my parents, I left the country. I didn't have time to say goodbye to you. Later, I finally convinced my parents to adopt you."
When we returned to the orphanage, you were already gone. Song Xing was also very surprised. She didn't expect that Xiao Jiayun would convince his parents to adopt her. Xiao Jiayun suddenly asked, "Right, Mrs. Rong said that you were adopted, but the orphanage has no adoption information on you. What happened? Where did you go?" Chapter 29. Do you need to laugh and hug when acting? Song Xing also scratched his ear and said, "Under the arrangement of the old lady Shang, I was adopted by a couple. The couple were university professors and neighbors of the old lady Shang, but later my adoptive parents went abroad. For some reason, I had to stay in the country, so I lived in Shang's house. Although I was living under the roof of another family, the old lady Shang was very good to me, and Shang's brother was also very good to me, treating me like a younger sister. But later, under the arrangement of the old lady, she married Shang Yuqian, but she didn't say a word about it." Xiao Jiayun was very surprised. "Mrs. Shang, the general's grandmother?" Song Xing also nodded. Xiao Jiayun also had a look of realization on his face. "No wonder you were seen at the villa of the president of Shanxing. No wonder Shang Zong came to pick you up yesterday. It turns out to be like this." Song Xing also smiled. Song Xing also said, "Don't tell anyone about my business. I know that although you are living under someone else's roof, it is inevitable that you will attract envy." The two of them chatted for a long time. Until Song Xingye's phone vibrated. Song Xingye glanced at the time and realized it was already 12 o'clock. The call was from Shang Yuqian. Song Xingye quickly answered, "Song Xingye, have I ever told you that the curfew at home is 10 o'clock? Sorry, I'm a bit late from rehearsal today. I'll be right back." After a few seconds of silence, he said, "Come to my office." After hanging up the phone, Xiao Jiayan asked, "Mr. Shang?" Song Xingye nodded. "He's still in the office, let me go over." They were close together, and Xiao Jiayun actually heard everything. "Your brother is quite strict with you. Go ahead, I should go home too. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." After Xiao Jiayun left, Song Xing also went next door immediately. It was rare to see Shang Yuqian not busy with work, but sitting on the sofa, leisurely, as if he was waiting for her to come over. "Rehearsing so late?" Shang Yuqian said lightly, but his tone was a little colder than usual. Song Xing also said with a stiff upper lip, "Yes, Xiao Jiayun has just left, and we have been rehearsing for a long time." Song Xing also didn't know why she was lying. Shang Yuqian's eyes darkened, and his face gradually turned gloomy. "Do you need to laugh and hug each other during the rehearsal?" Song Xingye was stunned, as if she hadn't reacted. Shang Yuqian's cold voice drifted over again. "Song Xingye, when did you learn to lie to me?" Seeing Shang Yuqian's gloomy face, Song Xingye became inexplicably scared. "I'm sorry, brother. I didn't realize that Xiao Jiayun was my childhood playmate at the orphanage. We got so caught up in our conversation that we lost track of time." Shang Yuqian was silent for a long time before he spoke. "Congratulations on your reunion after a long time." Song Xingye didn't hear the coldness in Shang Yuqian's words at all. A wave of joy in his heart was worried that no one would share it. So suddenly a smile filled his face, as if he had opened a conversation. "Big brother, I really didn't expect to meet my childhood friend again, and he is still a big star in the entertainment industry. I remember him as a short and chubby kid, but now he is tall and handsome." Shang Yuqian listened to Song Xing's chatter for 10 minutes. Then he stood up calmly. "Are you done?" Song Xingye was also satisfied. "Big brother, I'm really happy today." The inexplicable bitterness in his heart gradually evaporated after seeing Song Xingye's bright smile like the winter sun. Shang Yuqian picked up his jacket. "Let's go home." On the way, Song Xingye kept talking about the funny things that happened when they were children. Shang Yuqian did not interrupt. He had rarely seen Song Xingye so lively and unrestrained, with stars in her eyes. In his memory, she was always obedient, timid, and obedient in front of him. Now, she seems to be less and less afraid of him. Song Xingye's voice finally quieted down. Shang Yuqian then spoke up. "I know you are very happy now, but I have to remind you that Xiao Jiayun is a notorious playboy in the entertainment industry, and I don't want you to get involved in any scandals with this kind of person." After Shang Yuqian finished speaking, there was no sound from the side. He turned to look and saw that Song Xing had also fallen asleep in her seat with her head tilted. Shang Yuqian sighed and turned up the car's heater a little. The car soon stopped in the courtyard of Fengting Villa. Song Xing was also sound asleep. Shang Yuqian untied her seatbelt sideways.
Then he opened the car door and carried her out of the car. Perhaps it was because she was tired from the rehearsal that day, or perhaps it was because she was exhausted from the excitement. Song Xing was still asleep when she was carried out sideways. She just closed her eyes and hummed a few times, then she snuggled into Shang Yuqian's arms. Looking at the soft little person in his arms, Shang Yuqian felt as if a feather had been brushed across his heart, incredibly soft. At the same time, an inexplicable emotion began to swell. His Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and he cursed himself in his heart, then looked up and stopped looking at her, walking towards the house with restraint. In the dark, Shang Yuqian put Song Xing on the bed as well. He didn't dare to linger, for fear of doing something out of the ordinary. So he got up and was about to leave. His fingers were grabbed, and then his entire arm was pulled by a force, and then tightly embraced. Shang Yuqian fell straight onto the bed, and the little man on the bed immediately climbed in, as if muttering, "Hug the bear." Shang Yuqian. She actually thought she was a teddy bear lying on the foot of the bed. That bear was a birthday gift from him on her first birthday at the merchant's house. She never imagined that in the days that followed, she would have to hug it every night to fall asleep. Shang Yuqian fell onto the bed in a slightly awkward position, trying to pull his hand out, but Song Xing held him even tighter. "Big bear, don't go." Shang Yuqian finally managed to adjust his position. In the end, he could only lie on his side next to Song Xingye. They were very close together, and she was holding him in her arms. He could feel her warm body temperature through the sweater. His chin was right against her soft, fragrant hair, tickling him. Her hair had a fragrance to it, and he couldn't help but lower his head to sniff it. He felt strange in his heart. How could she still smell like milk at such an age? The person in his arms was sleeping soundly, but he was completely unable to sleep. He propped up the other arm and began to carefully examine the little person in his arms. The curtains in the room were not drawn, and the moonlight crept in through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows. The moonlight illuminated Song Xing's delicate little face, making her look like a porcelain doll. Her eyes were closed, but her eyelashes were long, creating a circle of shadow under her eyelids. Although she was slender, her face was plump, like the baby fat that hadn't yet faded, so cute that you couldn't help but want to bite it. Finally, his gaze fell on her rosy, delicate lips. Without warning, he kissed her. Chapter 30. Last night, he almost lost control. Song Xing had also made breakfast in the dining room. Shang Yuqian had just come down. Song Xing was also standing at the kitchen door with a spatula in her hand. "Big brother, you're up. I made fried dumplings and fish congee." Shang Yuqian nodded and then sat down in his seat. His eyes involuntarily fell on Song Xingye. She was wearing a pink apron, with soft hair tied in a high ponytail, revealing a long, slender neck and a small red mark on her neck. Shang Yuqian suddenly remembered last night, when he almost lost control. He had never felt like that before. After his lips touched hers, his blood seemed to rise up in a tsunami. At that moment, Shang Yuqian knew clearly that he was finished. It was a feeling of falling in love in a second. He really seemed to have fallen for this little brat. For the first time, he fled in a panic. Song Xing also sat down. Looking at Shang Yuqian staring at him, he asked in puzzlement, "Big brother, what are you looking at?" Shang Yuqian felt a wave of guilt, but he kept his composure. "What happened to your neck?" Song Xingye touched the red mark on his neck and said, confused, "I don't know. I woke up with a mark this morning, like a big mosquito bite, but it's winter now, so there don't seem to be any mosquitoes." Shang Yuqian looked away without saying a word. "It's cold outside today, so wear a turtleneck later." Song Xing also said oh. She always felt that Shang Yuqian was acting strangely today. Today is the last day of training, and Song Xingye was already under a lot of pressure. Because she had never acted in a play before and it was her first time filming, she was very worried that she would cause trouble for everyone, so she worked especially hard during training. In the evening, Director May came over. He explained that the crew would be entering the set the next day, and that the main creators and producers of the film would be having a dinner party that night. The private room was booked at the Grand Hotel, which was owned by Shangxing. Song Xing also came from the company with Xiao Jiayun. Su Hanyan came on the first day of training, but she didn't come after that for various reasons. However, today she came very early and was sitting next to an investor, chatting and laughing. She was wearing a white low-necked white dress that looked pure and desirable. Song Xing and Xiao Jiayun sat down in the seats that had been arranged in advance, right next to Su Hanyan.
Xiao Jiayun sat between the two of them. Su Hanyan wanted to talk to Xiao Jiayun several times,
but Xiao Jiayun kept leaning over to chat with Song Xing. Before long, everyone at their table had arrived. Except for the three main creators and the director of the film, everyone else at their table was a producer. Song Xing also had a chance to meet with these producers.
They were the same people she met when she went to Shang Yuqian's office to take a nap.
They seemed to be friends of Shang Yuqian.
Those people seemed to be very interested in Song Xing.
They took the initiative to sit next to Song Xing and asked him questions. Their words were obscure but full of gossip.
And they called her big niece all the time.
Over there, Su Hanyan saw that Song Xingye was surrounded by a group of people, and she felt very uncomfortable. If it weren't for this Song Xingye who came out of nowhere, she would be the one being surrounded by stars right now. She didn't know how much effort it took to get an investor to recommend her to Director Mei.
It was all ruined by Song Xingye.
So, taking advantage of the gap between Xiao Jiayun's head down and Song Xingye's conversation, Su Hanyan sweetly asked, "Are Mr. Qiao and Mr. Song rekindling their old romance?"
The environment was quiet at the time, and it attracted the attention of many people for a while. When everyone looked at Su Hanyan, she pretended to be surprised and covered her mouth. "I was wrong. It wasn't a rekindling of old feelings, but a return to good feelings. After all, the night before, when we had dinner together, Mr. Qiao kept complaining that Mr. Song didn't remember him." Su Hanyan's expression was innocent and harmless, but she had just dropped a huge piece of gossip. Everyone looked at Song Xing and Xiao Jiayun with a lot more ambiguous eyes. Lu Fei and Xiao Jiayun knew each other, and he patted Xiao Jiayun's shoulder with a gossipy pat. "Do you have a story with the eldest niece?"
Xiao Jiayun is well known in this circle, and it is not surprising that he has a scandal with which woman?
Xiao Jiayun smiled. "How could that be?" Miss Su misunderstood.
"That night, I wanted to explain it to Miss Su, but she didn't listen." In a joking manner, Xiao Jiayun directly returned the focus of the gossip to Su Hanyan. For a moment, everyone looked at Su Hanyan with deep meaning.
Su Hanyan was on the surface obedient. "Mr. Qiao, you're joking."
But in her heart, she was cursing Xiao Jiayun. She didn't mind having a little fling with Xiao Jiayun, but in front of so many bigwigs, he was ruining her innocent image. Wasn't he cutting off her future? At this moment, Shen Xuan saw a figure not far away and suddenly raised his hand. "Shen, over here." Song Xing also turned her head and saw Shang Yuqian walking towards them at a leisurely pace.
Shang Yuqian was next to Mei Sanmu, which was also opposite Song Xingye.
After Shang Yuqian arrived, the dinner party officially began. Song Xingye had never participated in this kind of dinner before, and it was just a series of toasts. Since everyone at their table was a big shot, there was a constant stream of people coming to toast them. Most of them came to see Shang Yuqian.
When someone came to toast, Shang Yuqian would drink a symbolic sip, but most of the time he would just raise his glass.
After most people had finished toasting, Su Hanyan stood up, poured herself a glass of red wine, and walked over to Shang Yuqian. She said in a sweet voice, "Boss, I'd like to toast you. Over the years, you've always taken care of me.
I can't repay you, so I can only." At this point, she paused deliberately, and someone nearby joked, "Only by giving yourself to him?" Su Hanyan blushed. "Mr. Lu, what are you talking about?"
Xiao Yan can only work harder and create more good works to bring greater profits to the company to repay the boss's kindness. After saying this, Su Hanyan finished the glass of red wine in one gulp.
Shang Yuqian did not show much emotion in response to Su Hanyan's emotional words.
He casually placed one arm on the back of the chair and picked up the wine glass in front of him with the other hand, gently holding it up before placing it back in front of him.
Su Hanyan was very disappointed.
He didn't even drink a sip, and didn't say anything, which was like slapping her in the face. Su Hanyan pinched her fingers and suddenly turned to look at Song Xingye. Teacher Song is the heroine of Pear Garden and should also come to toast. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Song Xingye. Song Xingye was also slightly stunned. She had never thought of proposing a toast, because she was allergic to alcohol. Her glass was filled with orange juice. Facing the stares of everyone, she quickly reacted. So she stood up with the orange juice in her hand, walked over to Shang Yuqian, and said in a very formal manner, "Mr. Shang, I would like to propose a toast to you."
Chapter 31. A woman should not be left alone when she is grown up. Shang Yuqian had not yet spoken.
Su Hanyan said to him, "Mr. Song, we are all toasting, but you are drinking juice.
This is disrespectful." Song Xing was about to explain.
Xiao Jiayun stood up and explained with a smile, Mr. Song is allergic to alcohol and cannot drink. Someone said, Mr. Chiao seems to know a lot about Mr. Song. Su Hanyan smiled and added fuel to the fire, actually, I'm also allergic to alcohol, but this represents our sincerity and determination. Even if it's a little uncomfortable, we can't ruin the mood. One of the investors smiled and touched Su Hanyan's waist. Hanyan understands the rules. In this business, who doesn't drink? Today, Mr. Song must drink a glass of wine. Someone had already taken the juice from Song Xing's hand and handed him a glass of red wine. Song Xing was a little confused. She was still a student and had never been to such an occasion before, so she had no idea how to respond. She looked at Shang Yuqian. Shang Yuqian's expression was very calm. He was leaning back in his chair, his posture casual and lazy. His expression didn't show any waves, but Song Xingye could tell that he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Song Xing also understood that in such an occasion, if Shang Yuqian openly defended him, it might spread some bad rumors. Song Xing also didn't want to make things difficult for Shang Yuqian. She lifted her glass and was about to drink it all at once. But just as he was about to put the glass to his lips, it was snatched away by a force. It was Xiao Jiayun. Xiao Jiayun smiled and said, Teacher Song really can't drink. She is very allergic to alcohol. One sip can cause swelling of the larynx, and if it gets worse, she could suffocate. This is a matter of life and death, so let's not joke about it. In this way, I will drink Teacher Song's wine for him. After saying that, Xiao Jiayun finished the glass of red wine in one gulp. Someone said, Mr. Qiao, you even know that a sip of wine will cause swelling of the larynx in Ms. Song. You two must have a close relationship. Everyone knew the meaning of this remark. After all, Xiao Jiayun's ex-girlfriends were all over the entertainment industry. Song Xing was also a little confused. She is allergic to alcohol. When she was in the orphanage, she mistakenly drank a jar of daughter red berried by Sister Zhang as a beverage, and ended up in the hospital that night. I never thought that something so long ago would still be remembered by Xiao Jiayun. But now, although she is still allergic to alcohol, it is not as serious as when she was a child. At most, she will have a rash all over her body, which will disappear the next day. Su Hanyan was a little angry. She didn't expect that Xiao Jiayun would protect Song Xingye like this. But she still looked innocent on her face and said deliberately, I really envy the relationship between Mr. Qiao and Ms. Song, but whether Mr. Qiao can make a toast for Ms. Song depends on whether Mr. Shang agrees. Su Hanyan knew more or less that Song Xing and Shang Yuqian's relationship was also extraordinary. After all, the photos of Song Xing that had previously been exposed also appeared in Shang Yuqian's private villa, which said it all. Even if he only treats Song Xingye as a pet canary, as the owner, he can't stand to see others coveting it. Indeed, Shang Yuqian's aura had dropped a lot. His eyes were deep and strangely cold. He looked up, and his eyes seemed to fall on the two people in front of him. Shang Yuqian said, Mr. Qiao, you can stand up for someone else, but it's not as simple as having a glass of red wine. The people around him immediately understood. A row of wine glasses were placed directly on the table. He poured 10 shots of tequila. Shang Yuqian also gave no face, since Mr. Qiao likes to save the beautiful, then I'll give you a chance to show off your heroic spirit. Shang Yuqian said it nonchalantly, but his voice was surprisingly cold. Everyone at the table was watching the show, excited beyond belief. Some people didn't understand, while others guessed that the reason why Mr. Shang was deliberately making things difficult for Xiao Jiayun was because Xiao Jiayun was the leading actor of Starry, Xingyu's sworn enemy. Only Lu Fei and Xin Chuan knew what was going on. Shang Yuqian is the guardian of this little girl, although Shang Yuqian refuses to say so. But they already had a guess in their hearts. This girl must be the illegitimate daughter of the merchant family. After all, there have been rumors for a long time that the old lady took a girl back from the orphanage, and she was the illegitimate daughter of the merchant. Xiao Jiayun didn't expect Shang Yuqian to be difficult. But he was very generous. He picked up the wine glasses on the table and started drinking, glass after glass. There was also a lot of applause on the table. As he put down the glass one after another, the atmosphere at the table also reached a climax. Some people cheered, some applauded, some whistled, and many people from other tables also came over to watch the fun, surrounding the table and encouraging him to drink, drink, drink. When he reached the 6th glass, Xiao Jiayun's body became unsteady, and he stumbled when he put down the glass. Song Xing also hurriedly helped him from the side.
Song Xing also couldn't understand why his brother insisted on making Xiao Jiayun drink.
But at this point, Xiao Jiayun's face was red and he was about to fall over. Song Xing also knew clearly that something would happen if Xiao Jiayun continued drinking. So when he picked up the 7th glass of white wine, Song Xing also grabbed the glass and said, "Xiao Jiayun, you can't drink anymore." The crowd booed. "Oh, someone doesn't want to give up."
Song Xingye looked at Shang Yuqian and said, "Mr. Shang, don't drink anymore, okay?"
Her voice had a hint of pleading. From the moment Xiao Jiayun had his first drink, her worry and anxiety had been obvious.
Shang Yuqian felt inexplicably irritated.
Su Hanyan, who was standing next to him, fanned the flames. "Yes, boss, I think we should just forget about it. If Mr. Chow really gets hurt, Ms. Song won't know how to feel sorry for him."
Shang Yuqian remained unmoved.
Xiao Jiayun said with difficulty, "Little Baba, don't worry about me, I can still drink." Xiao Jiayun was really drunk. Because she had called her Little Cracker. This was the nickname everyone gave her when she was still in the orphanage. Xiao Jiayun still wanted to drink, and Song Xing also decided, "Mr. Shang, if you really want Xiao Jiayun to finish all this wine, then I will drink it for him." He said he was going to drink the white wine in the glass.
"That's enough. Go home." Shang Yuqian finally spoke.
Song Xing also put down her wine glass and led Xiao Jiayun back to her seat. Although Su Hanyan was unwilling, she didn't expect Shang Yuqian to let the adulterous couple go so easily. But she couldn't show it. The party ended in this way. Xiao Jiayun was drunk, which was a complete contrast to his usual noisy behavior. He slept quietly, leaning on Song Xingye's shoulder. Shang Yuqian's eyes always unconsciously fell on Song Xingye's shoulders, and his brows furrowed and furrowed. It wasn't until the end of the banquet that Song Xingye stood up and walked over to Mei Dao. "Director, Xiao Jiayun is drunk, I'll take him home first." Mei Sanmu was also drunk, speaking in a mixture of Chinese and English. "Let's go, let's go." What's the Chinese expression for a night of love? God bless you all. Have a good night, but don't stay up too late. Don't be late for work tomorrow. Song Xingye helped Xiao Jiayun up and left the private room without saying hello to Shang Yuqian. Shang Yuqian unconsciously clenched his fingers, picked up the glass on the table, and drank it all in one gulp. Lu Fei and Xin Chuan could tell that Shang Yuqian was in a bad mood. Although they were both drunk, they still didn't forget to comfort their friend. The two of them patted Shang Yuqian on the shoulder and said with a slurred tongue, "It's raining, the mother is getting married, bah, no, the son is not under the mother's control, bah, no, the daughter is not to be kept." Chapter 32. You saw it too. Can I control her? Shang Yuqian's face was cold, and he pushed the two people on his shoulders away and got up to leave. Song Xing also helped Xiao Jiayun out and then wanted to take a taxi back. But she couldn't see a taxi for a long time. There were people coming and going at the hotel entrance. Song Xing was also afraid of attracting attention. She could only hold on to Xiao Jiayun and keep an eye on the cars around them. After a while, a familiar black car stopped next to her. The window slowly lowered, and Song Xing saw Shang Yuqian's cold, side profile. "Get in." Shang Yuqian's voice was as cold as his aura. Song Xing didn't think much about it either. She opened the back seat of the car, first shoved Xiao Jiayun in, and then sat in herself. The driver was Lao Zhang. He glanced at Shang Yuqian in the passenger seat and then asked carefully, "Master, where to?" Shang Yuqian did not say a word. Song Xing also reported the name of an address. The whole ride was surprisingly quiet. Song Xingye was sitting in the back seat, and Xiao Jiayun was leaning on Song Xingye's shoulder and sleeping. Zhang looked at the two people in the back seat from the rearview mirror for a while, and then glanced at his master with his peripheral vision. He just felt that the young master was in a very bad mood today. The young wife and this handsome drunk man had no idea what their relationship was. The car soon entered a high-end residential area. When the car stopped, Song Xingye had to pull Xiao Jiayun out with all his might. Shang Yuqian also got out of the car. Shang Yuqian wanted to go and help. Song Xing also said in a sulky tone, "No need, I can do it alone." Then she put one of Xiao Jiayun's arms on her shoulder and her own arm around his waist. Xiao Jiayun leaned completely on her, and the two of them were in a very ambiguous position. Shang Yuqian's eyes narrowed slightly, and a dangerous atmosphere gradually began to emerge. Lao Zhang also sensed the danger. It seemed that the young master and young mistress were having a conflict. Lao Zhang hurried over and pulled Xiao Jiayun onto his shoulders.
Lao Zhang said, "Young lady, I'll do it." "You're so weak, how can you carry such a tall man?" Song Xing didn't refuse either. The three of them got into the elevator together. This is a high-rise apartment building. After entering the elevator, Song Xing also ordered the 16th floor. Shang Yuqian suddenly said coldly, "You've only known him for a few days, and you already know his home address?" Song Xingye didn't say anything either. It seemed that she was also angry. The temperature in the elevator gradually rose. Zhang's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat. Fortunately, the elevator opened soon. Song Xing was the first to get out. Xiao Jiayun's door was a combination lock, and Song Xingye skillfully entered the code, and sure enough, the door opened quickly. Shang Yuqian saw this scene and his face became even more cold. The beads of sweat on Zhang's forehead became even more dense. Lao Zhang quickly took him inside and put him on the sofa.
Shang Yuqian did not go in, but stood at the door. After Song Xing entered, she went to the kitchen, poured a glass of water, and then fed a few sips of water to Xiao Jiayun. Zhang looked at Song Xing's busy figure and then looked at the young master standing at the door with a cold face. For a moment, he didn't know whether to leave or stay. After Xiao Jiayun finished drinking the water and lay down, Lao Zhang reminded Song Xingye, "Young lady, we should go back." Song Xingye said, "You can go back. I'm going to stay with him tonight." After listening to this, Zhang looked at Shang Yuqian with trepidation. The young lady actually said she was going to stay and take care of another man. Sure enough, Shang Yuqian had already entered. His voice was cold as if it had been mixed with ice chips. "Song Xingye, do you know what you're saying?" "I said I'm going to stay with him tonight." Song Xingye repeated every word, and for the first time, she looked up at Shang Yuqian. In the past, she would never have dared to speak to Shang Yuqian in such a tone. But today, she was also a little angry. "Do you think it is appropriate for a married woman and a notorious womanizer to spend the night in the same room?" Song Xingye also retorted without any hesitation, "What's wrong with it? Besides, if you hadn't deliberately made things difficult for us and forced us to drink, he wouldn't have gotten so drunk." Shang Yuqian was silent for a few seconds, then snorted, "Us? You've only known him for a few days, and you're already calling us us?" Song Xing also felt a bit puzzled. At this time, Shang Yuqian was actually quibbling over words. The reason she wanted to stay was simple. Xiao Jiayun was so drunk and he lived alone, she was afraid something would happen to him. She had seen news reports about people choking to death after vomiting in the middle of the night. Song Xing also sensed that Shang Yuqian seemed very angry, but she still dared to provoke him. "Anyway, we've known each other longer than you." The room seemed to suddenly fall silent. You could hear the ticking of the wall clock. Old Zhang stood by the side, scared out of his wits. In his impression, the young lady has always been a good girl, but he never imagined she had such a side. The young master seemed to be about to die of anger. But the young master has always been the same, unflappable in the face of adversity. If he hadn't been with him for so long, he wouldn't have been able to tell that the young master was ready to kill. But the young lady is really too much. She hurt his feelings so badly for the sake of a man. Shang Yuqian was silent for a long time, and finally said two words, "Okay." After that, he turned and left. Old Zhang originally wanted to persuade him. But when he saw that Shang Yuqian had already disappeared, he couldn't think of anything else and quickly chased after him. In the car, Shang Yuqian lit a cigarette and held it between his fingertips. But he didn't smoke it. Seeing this, Lao Zhang felt extremely uncomfortable. The young master has quit smoking for almost 10 years now. 10 years ago, after the accident that happened to Mr. and Mrs. Zhang, the young master was depressed and degenerated for a period of time. At that time, the young master, who was still in high school, smoked, drank, and fought every day, and suddenly changed from a perfect good student to a hooligan. Everyone in the old house was extremely distressed. But the young master had a deep affection for his parents, and after losing both of them, he simply couldn't get over the grief. It was also at that time that the old lady began looking for someone to keep him company. In the end, she found the young lady. When the young lady arrived, the young master didn't like her. But it was true that soon after the young lady arrived, the young master's spirits returned to normal, and he gradually gave up his bad habits. However, the young master and the young mistress only got along for a year before the young master left to study abroad. Shang Yuqian finally threw the cigarette out the window. He closed the window with some irritation. Zheng Bo, back to the company. Old Zhang asked cautiously, Master, are you really going to leave the young mistress alone? This question hit him right in the face. Shang Yuqian, who had been deep and thoughtful in the past, said in a depressed and angry tone, You can see that I can't control her. Chapter 33, Aren't you afraid that the young mistress will be abducted? Old Zhang had never seen the young master look like this before. He had never heard him say so much at once. A little girl doesn't know what restraint is, and a man and a woman in the same room don't know how to avoid suspicion. Old Zhang said kindly, Young master, it's true that the young lady is at fault, but you shouldn't be so hard on her. After all, she's still young. Just because she is young doesn't mean she doesn't have a brain. She can't tell the difference between strangers and her own people. When he thought of how Song Xing had just described us, Shang Yuqian was furious. Old Zhang said, The young lady is kind by nature, but in this world, people are treacherous. The young lady has little experience and is afraid of falling into someone else's trap. I saw that drunkard just now. He looked very good, and it seemed that he had known the young lady's appearance for a long time. Young master, aren't you worried that the young lady will be abducted? Shang Yuqian suddenly fell silent. His eyes were cold and his pupils were dark and unclear. He then took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Get me in touch with Zhou Jiayun's agent. Xiao Jiayun was fast asleep on the sofa. Song Xing also made a bed under the sofa. Looking at that familiar face, childhood memories were like a box that was opened. Although she spent her entire childhood in an orphanage, she now thinks of it as a wonderful childhood. There was Brother Lobster, Brother Chicken Leg, Sister Peach. She was the youngest and was naturally the favorite of everyone. Everyone called her Little Cracker because she loved nothing more than to eat the burnt rice at the bottom of the pot after the meal was finished. It was crispy and sweet. Now, when she thinks back, it is still the best thing she has ever eaten. Later, the children in the orphanage were adopted one after another, and then the orphanage disappeared. The friends from the orphanage are now only a memory. But Song Xing has always missed them over the years. Xiao Jiayun's appearance was like a surprise arranged by fate. Song Xing was in a trance when the sound at the door pulled her back to reality. She turned around and saw a plump young girl. The girl also froze for a moment when she saw Song Xing, but then immediately recognized her. Teacher Song, it's you. Song Xing was also very surprised. You know me? The chubby girl came over with a smile on her face. I am Xiao Qiao's agent, my name is Yang Jing. Miss Song is the female lead in the film with Xiao Qiao, so I recognize you. Upon hearing that the girl in front of her was the agent for Xiao Jiayun, Song Xing also hurriedly stood up. Hello, Mr. Yang. Song Xing had also heard of Yang Jing's reputation. She was a very powerful agent in the entertainment industry, especially in the past 2 years, with a remarkable track record. But I didn't expect her to be so young. She looks about the same age as me. Yang Jing was also a little embarrassed. I'm 2 years older than you, so you can just call me Jing. Okay, Jingjie. Yang Jing looked at Xiao Jiayun. He was so drunk, but thanks to you, I called him a dozen times today, but he didn't answer, and I was worried to death. Song Xing also felt guilty. If it weren't for her, Xiao Jiayun wouldn't have gotten so drunk. Yang said, Teacher Song, you can go home first. I'll take care of it here. You'll be officially on the set tomorrow, so get a good night's rest. Since Xiao Jiayun had an agent to take care of him, Song Xing had no intention of staying. As she came out of the apartment, the cold wind was piercing. A cold wind blew in, like a knife slicing through the skin. It was already late at night. Fortunately, a taxi was available when they left the apartment. Song Xing was also drowsy in the car. The driver kept talking. What do you do for a living, young lady? How come you're out so late? You're so pretty, you have to be careful. The streets are pretty dangerous these days. I saw a news report yesterday about a pretty girl being followed by a couple of tough guys. Hey, young lady, can you help me out? Is that car behind us following us? Song Xing also turned her head in a daze. Where is the car? The driver looked in the rearview mirror again. That's strange, I just saw a black car following us. I thought we were being followed by a bad guy. Song Xing didn't pay much attention to it because she was already very sleepy. So when she returned to Fengting Villa, she went straight to her room to sleep. She didn't notice at all that Shang Yuqian's car had slowly entered the garage shortly after she had gone up. Song Xing also slept until dawn. When she woke up, she checked her phone. Oh, it was already 8:30. Today is the first day of the shoot, and director May has asked everyone to gather at the entrance to the film studio by 9 o'clock.
There will also be a ceremony in the morning. Oh no, I'm going to be late.
Song Shing also got up from bed with a single leap, washed up quickly, grabbed her bag and rushed out of the room. When she went downstairs, she took too big a step and almost fell down the stairs. Fortunately, Shan Yuqian was just going up the stairs and quickly came to her rescue.
Shan Yuqian frowned at Song Shing's flustered appearance, in a hurry to be reborn.
She had never noticed how sharp his tongue was. Since they had a bad time last night, Song Shing also felt that there was no need for her to explain. Song Shing rolled her eyes and said nothing, running past him.
Song Xingye arrived at the agreed meeting place at 9 o'clock on time.
Almost everyone was there, except for Mei Dao and Xiao Jiayun. Song Xingye quickly called Xiao Jiayun, who had also overslept.
Fortunately, Xiao Jiayun was on his way. 10 minutes later, Xiao Jiayun also arrived.
Director Mei still hadn't arrived. It was only at noon that Director Mei finally arrived. Sorry, everyone, I got drunk last night and couldn't get up in the morning.
Everyone.
Song Shing also looked at the head of hair that looked like a chicken coop and seriously doubted that he was really the youngest Oscar director.
It was already 1 p.m. after the opening ceremony.
After a simple lunch, everyone began to enter the first day of filming.
To be honest, the first day of filming was not smooth for Song Shing either.
Because she was not professional, she didn't even know how to find the camera position. Fortunately, Xiao Jiayun was there to guide her the whole time. It wasn't until 9 p.m. that they finally shot 2 scenes. Director Mei called it a day. When she went back, Director Mei called her over to comfort and encourage her. She said she had done well. Song Shing was also a bit frustrated. She knew that she wasn't doing well, and that if she continued like that, it would definitely slow down the progress of the film crew. Director Mei said, "Tomorrow we will shoot the scene where the concubine is drunk.
We will shoot 1 scene tomorrow, so don't be stressed."
Chapter 34, His lips are getting closer and closer. After Mei said that, he called everyone to have a late-night snack.
Song Shing didn't go to eat either.
She had to go back to practice. After Song Shing returned to Fengting Villa, she quickly took a shower and then took out the script to study it. The scene to be shot tomorrow is that the heroine by Qianqian is practicing on the stage, and Du Rongxue, who has accidentally entered the garden, happens to see the scene and is shocked. This is the first time the two meet, and Bai Qianqian falls in love at first sight with the handsome and dashing Du Rongxue. She sings the song The Drunken Beauty for him alone. Song Shing has already practiced the scene of the Drunken Beauty many times during the 3 days of training. Some of the professional movements will be replaced by a stuntman tomorrow. However, she still needs to complete some simple movements independently. Of course, the most important thing is the emotional performance. Song Shing also took the script and went to the balcony to practice her lines and movements. After a while, she turned around and found Shan Yuqian on the balcony next door. He was wearing a gray robe and holding a glass of red wine. He was standing there quietly, enjoying the view of the next door. The moment she saw Shan Yuqian, Song Shing was stunned. Then her face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, she quickly went back into the room. Song Shing didn't know why she was blushing. In fact, she could have let Shan Yuqian look at her freely. She was rehearsing, not doing anything shameful. Besides, he was the one peeking, so why did she run away? But for some reason, whenever she saw Shan Yuqian recently, her heart would beat faster and she would feel like running away. Song Shing had just come in, and there was a knock at the door. There were only 2 people in the villa, her and Shan Yuqian, so it was obvious who was at the door. After a moment of hesitation, Song Xingye went to open the door. Sure enough, Shan Yuqian was standing at the door. "Do you need me for something?" "I came to apologize to you." His voice was low and gentle. Song Shing also felt a stirring in her heart, but she couldn't react for a moment. An apology? What happened? Last night. Shan Yuqian said, "Although you and Xiao Jiayun were childhood friends, but so many years have passed and things have changed. As an elder, I am worried about you." Shan Yuqian was so honest that Song Shing also felt at ease. Song Shing also opened his heart. "Is my brother worried that I am in love with Xiao Jiayun?" Shan Yuqian didn't expect Song Xingye to be so straightforward, but he didn't deny it either. "Indeed, he is indeed good-looking, and he is most attractive to young girls like you who are not familiar with the world." Song Xingye suddenly smiled, her eyebrows and eyes curving into a crescent moon. Don't worry, we're just friends, and although he is good looking, he's not as good looking as you. I've been watching your face since I was a child, and I've long since become immune to handsome men. Song Xingye almost blurted it out, but after saying it, it seemed that something was wrong. Big brother probably doesn't like people commenting on his looks. Song Xingye also remembered that when Big Brother was interviewed in the past, when the reporter praised him for his handsome appearance, he directly turned his face black and said that the reporter was superficial. Song Xing also looked at Shan Yuqian with some trepidation. But he saw the curve of his mouth curving up. Especially his pair of dark eyes, like a flame burning, making people afraid to look directly at him. I felt a little embarrassed. Shan Yuqian walked into the room with a smile and changed the subject. Do you want me to help you with your acting? You sang well just now, but there were still a few minor problems in a few places. Song Xing was also very surprised. You know Peking opera? Shan Yuqian said, my grandmother likes to watch opera, and I often listened to her when I was a child, so I know a little about it. This is true. Song Xing also remembered that when she first came to the merchant's house, the old lady liked to listen to music. There was also a stage in the courtyard next door. Once, Song Xing often saw the old lady dressed in a gorgeous costume singing on the stage. The old lady also collected many valuable costumes, and had a whole house dedicated to storing these antique costumes and various jewelry. However, over the years, due to her health, the old lady rarely performed on stage. Song Xing was also worried that he had not done a good job and would cause trouble for everyone tomorrow. So he said, then please give me some pointers, big brother. Shang Yuqian took a quick look at the script and sat down on the sofa. Okay, from now on, you can pretend I'm Du Rongxue. Song Xing also began to get into the mood, and her sleeves were lifted. Song Xing also kept in mind the instructions of Peking opera master Feng Yuping, and did her best with every movement, including hook, pick, support, rush, flick, lift, swing, flick, hit, shake, and more. Finally, the song was over. Song Xing also calmed down a bit, then looked at Shan Yuqian. Big brother, what do you think? Shan Yuqian suddenly said, did you just watch me? Song Xing was a little confused. What do you mean? Your scene is about Bai Qianqian and Du Rongshua's first meeting and instant love. Bai Qianqian's emotions fluctuate after she discovers the person coming. From the beginning of surprise, curiosity, and exploration to the end of secretly giving her heart to him, she is shy and timid. What are you doing? You have been flinging your sleeves from beginning to end, and you haven't even looked at Du Rongxue once. Song Xing was speechless. That's right, when she was acting in this scene, she only had the movements in her mind, and completely forgot that she was acting in a film and had to act emotionally. Shan Yuqian said, let's do it again. Song Xing performed it again. Not bad, you've improved, but as the male lead, I don't feel Bai Qianqian's love at first sight. Once more. After 8 consecutive takes, Song Xing still couldn't convey the feeling of love at first sight. Song Xingye was also very annoyed, and she herself felt that it was almost meaningless. She knew exactly what the problem was, but she didn't know how to solve it. Just when she was feeling frustrated, Shan Yuqian suddenly said, girl, come here. Song Xing walked over without any defense. When she had just walked up to Shan Yuqian, he suddenly grabbed her arm, and the force made her fall directly into his arms. The next second, Shan Yuqian put one arm around her waist and the other around the back of her head. Then his lips slowly approached Song Xing's lips. Song Xingye was stunned, her eyes wide open, unable to react. Looking at Shan Yuqian's face so close, she could smell the pleasant smell of his body, and her mind was completely blank. When Shan Yuqian's lips were about to touch hers, Song Xingye reflexively closed her eyes. Her body tensed, and she reflexively clutched Shan Yuqian's robe tightly in one hand. She didn't know why she closed her eyes, it was as if she was driven by instinct. The room was so quiet that you could not even hear a breath. Time slowly passed by. Until Song Xing also heard a light laugh from the man. Song Xing also suddenly opened her eyes and only then fully realized what had happened. Song Xing also pushed Shan Yuqian away and asked in a flustered and angry tone, Big brother, what are you doing? Shan Yuqian, however, was calm and composed. I'm helping you find your feelings. Chapter 35, Where are you allergic? Let me take a look. Song Xing had gone from red ears to a red neck, and her face was even more red, like a boiled shrimp. But she also knew that her brother was trying to help her. He has been in the entertainment industry for many years and should be very professional in this area. She really thought that Song Yuqian was going to kiss her.
Song Yuqian said, "Strike while the iron is hot. Let's do it again."
Song Xing also sang along very cooperatively.
After the song was over, the room was very quiet, and even Song Yuqian was silent on the sofa for several seconds. Song Xing also timidly asked, "Is it still not good?" Song Yuqian coughed, "It's good. It was even a little too good."
The kind of girl's eyes that are full of spring and tender and dripping with desire are like a hook, deeply hooked on the tip of his heart.
Song Yuqian stood up, "Remember this state, it should be fine tomorrow. It's late, go to bed." After saying that, Song Yuqian turned around and left.
Song Xing also sat by the bed, unable to calm her heart for a long time. The image of Song Yuqian just now approaching her kept coming to her mind, and the warmth of his chest skin still lingered on her fingertips.
What's wrong with her?
The next day, at 9 a.m., Song Xing began shooting the scene. But after a few takes, the director said that she was not in the right mood. After a few more takes, it was still not right by noon. During lunch, Xiao Jiayun patted her shoulder and comforted her. "This scene is inherently difficult, so it's normal to film it a few more times." Su Hanyan also pretended to comfort her. "Director Mei's requirements are really too high."
"I think you're doing a great job, Xingye. Don't be discouraged.
Even if you have to reshoot it dozens of times, we won't blame you for delaying the schedule." Song Xing also kept her head down and didn't say a word. In fact, she knew what her problem was.
She couldn't find the same feeling she had yesterday when she faced Song Yuqian. They continued filming in the afternoon.
Director Mei also began to worry. The eyes are not right, not seductive enough.
Where is the love? I don't see any love at all.
No, that's not the feeling.
Xingye, I think you should take a break.
Once again, the play was stopped in the middle of the game, and Song Xing was very frustrated.
Xiao Jiayun was still comforting her. Su Hanyan was also pretending to comfort her, but she was secretly very happy.
"Yes, Song Xing, just keep it up like this, and soon the leading actress will be replaced." Soon, Song Xing was called by the director to go over the lines.
Su Hanyan was resting in the dressing room.
Suddenly she saw the wine bottle that Song Xingye had placed on the dressing table. The scene that Song Xingye was performing was the famous Peking opera scene of the drunken concubine. In it, she drinks from a wine bottle. Every time she really drinks. Of course, the wine bottle is filled with water. Su Hanyan suddenly remembered that Song Xingye was allergic to alcohol, a very serious allergy. If she gets hospitalized again because of her allergy, Director Mei will probably lose all patience. So she quickly called her assistant. At 4 p.m., the shooting continued. Although Mei and Song Xing had talked about the scene for the whole afternoon, Song Xing still didn't have confidence. But she still plucked up her courage and began to act drunk.
But gradually, something seemed to be wrong.
After she drank a little of the wine in the prop wine bottle, she began to feel dizzy. It was really strong liquor. She had never drunk strong liquor before, and it almost made her dizzy in a second. But the remaining consciousness told her that she was still filming and that she couldn't stop until the director called cut. Song Xing also continued to act, and gradually her consciousness began to blur. When it came to the scene where Du Rongxue appeared, she looked over there, but all she could see was a vague figure. Her mind was spinning, but her body was strangely relaxed. She suddenly remembered the scene from last night, and the mischievous look on Song Yuqian's face as he teased her. Everything around her seemed to disappear, and she felt as if she had returned to last night.
Cut. It's perfect.
Director Mei's voice suddenly rang out. Director Mei was very excited. He played back the monitor and was still immersed in it. Great, this is the feeling. The drunkenness and the emotions of love at first sight are all perfectly expressed.
God bless you, little star, you are a performing genius.
Su Hanyan, who was standing nearby and was hoping to see a good show, was so angry that her face turned purple. She had wanted to see Song Xing make a fool of himself, but instead, the alcohol had helped him find his groove. And after drinking, Song Xing did not have the symptoms of suffocation as Xiao Jiayun had said, but just looked like he was not used to alcohol and was a little drunk. The director was very satisfied.
Song Xingye also came down, her head still dizzy.
The director said, "Very good, you've worked hard. Little star, you can go home early today. The others, get ready." The director then took a stack of scripts from his seat and handed them to Song Xingye, saying, "This is the scene we're going to shoot tomorrow. Since you're in a good mood, we'll shoot all the emotional scenes between you and Du Rongxue tomorrow. Go home tonight and study them carefully." Song Xingye was dizzy and nodded in agreement. Song Xingye finished work first and took a taxi straight back to Fengting Villa. Her head was still spinning, so she went straight to bed after returning home. When she woke up, it was already 8 p.m. When she sat up, she felt that the dizziness had finally subsided. But when she raised her arm, she suddenly realized that her whole body was covered with red rashes. It was caused by alcohol allergy. Fortunately, she had some anti-allergy medicine at home, but she remembered that the medicine cabinet was in the master bedroom, the room where Shang Yuqian was currently staying. Song Xing also got up to look for the medicine. She walked to the door of Shang Yuqian's room and knocked on it. There was no response from inside. He probably hasn't come back yet. Song Xing opened the door and went in. After entering, Song Xing also found the medicine cabinet with ease. But when Song Xing was about to leave, she saw Shang Yuqian entering the room. Shang Yuqian was also a little surprised to see Song Xing in his room. When he saw that Song Xing was also holding a medicine chest, he said, "Are you injured?" Song Xing hurriedly said, "No, I'm allergic to alcohol. I'm looking for some anti-allergy medicine to apply." Shang Yuqian frowned. "How did it happen?" Song Xingye said, "I don't know either. The prop wine bottle originally contained water, but for some reason it turned into white wine. Maybe the prop teacher made a mistake." Song Xingye didn't think much about his alcohol allergy. But Shang Yuqian sensed something strange. It is common for the entertainment industry to use all kinds of tricks to achieve their own interests. Only Song Xingye is so simple that he doesn't care at all. But Shang Yuqian didn't say anything, just said, "Where are you allergic to? Show me." Song Xingye blushed instantly. She was allergic all over her body, so she couldn't show him. Chapter 36: 3 hug scenes, 2 kiss scenes, and 1 bed scene. Song Xingye said vaguely, "It's nothing, just a rash on my body." After that, she lowered her head and left Shang Yuqian's room with a medicine box. Song Xingye returned to her room. She took out the ointment and smeared it on her rash. But soon she encountered a problem. There was a large area on her back that she couldn't reach. And that area was particularly sensitive to allergies. Just as she was trying to think of a solution, there was a knock on the door. Song Xing also quickly put on her pajamas and opened the door. Shang Yuqian was standing at the door. Song Xing also asked, "Is there anything wrong?" Shang Yuqian said, "I want to ask if I can help you." Song Xing was also worried, and blurted out, "I have a spot on my back that I can't reach. Can you help me wipe it off?" After saying that, Song Xingye suddenly realized what had happened. Applying medicine to the back would inevitably require her to lift up her clothes, which was a very intimate and ambiguous thing to do. So, she blushed and was about to change her mind. Shang Yuqian, however, pushed the door open and came in, then picked up the ointment on the bedside table and sat down on the edge of the bed. Then he patted the bed with his hand and said in a low, warm voice, "Come here, girl." Song Xing also knew it was inappropriate, but she still went over there, as if possessed. Perhaps it was because Shang Yuqian was so calm and collected, and she had clearly asked him for help. At this time, if she acted coy, it would be strange. Second, Song Xing also felt that Shang Yuqian had always regarded himself as her elder. It shouldn't be a big deal for him to rub some medicine on her. Song Xing also walked over. Shang Yuqian continued, "Lie down." Song Xing also obediently lay down on the bed. Then, the nightgown on her back was lifted. The moment her back touched the air, Song Xing blushed inexplicably. Then a cool sensation came from her back. Shang Yuqian's fingers rubbed back and forth on her back. Song Xing also felt that his fingertips were like a prairie fire, and his body inexplicably sent out bursts of electricity, which spread throughout his body along with his fingertips. Song Xing also didn't know what was going on with her. But she felt that she probably had feelings for her brother. And even had impure thoughts. A sense of embarrassment and shame quickly crept up her heart. Shang Yuqian quickly applied the medicine to her. Finally, she put Song Xingye's nightgown down. "It's done." Shang Yuqian got up and turned his back to Song Xingye. "I'm hungry, go cook me some noodles." After that, Shang Yuqian left Song Xingye's room.
Then, the sound of a door closing came from the next room. Song Xingye quickly got up and took a deep breath to adjust her state of mind. She kept telling herself, Song Xingye, be more sensible. He is your elder brother, you can't like him. That's incest. Incest. You must obey the law, respect public order and good customs, and be a good citizen who practices the 5 virtues and the 4 moralities. After a period of brainwashing, Song Xingye finally calmed down. Song Xingye went to the kitchen and started making noodles. When Song Xingye finished cooking the noodles, Shang Yuqian had not yet come out of his room.
Just as she was about to go and call him, Shang Yuqian came. He had changed his clothes and was wearing pajamas. His hair was still a little wet, but that didn't affect his handsome appearance at all.
No wonder he was in the room for so long.
He had gone to take a shower. Song Xingye didn't have dinner either, so she sat down and ate with him. She made clear soup noodles with a few pieces of vegetables and an egg floating on top. But the soup base was made of pork and chicken broth, which was very rich and delicious.
The two sat down and ate the noodles together.
Song Xing also said while eating, "Big brother, come over and help me rehearse tomorrow's scene."
It was clear that Song Xing had also been thoroughly convinced by Shang Yuqian's erudition and professionalism. Shang Yuqian did not refuse, okay.
Song Xing also finished eating quickly, and Shang Yuqian said, "You go to your room first. I'll finish washing the dishes and come over." It had always been the case that Song Xingye cooked and Shang Yuqian washed the dishes, and Song Xingye had gotten used to it.
Song Xingye went back to the room first.
As soon as he got to his room, he saw the phone vibrating by the bed. It was a call from Xiao Jiayun.
Song Xingye went to the balcony to answer the phone. When Shang Yuqian came over, Song Xing was still on the balcony talking on the phone. She was wearing that pink bunny pajama set. It was a conservative and loose style, but Shang Yuqian knew that it was a beautiful figure wrapped inside. The scene of just applying medicine to her body appeared in his mind again. The warmth of her body still seemed to linger on his fingertips. The soft and smooth touch, the real skin like condensed milk, and the delicate curves. Shang Yuqian's Adam's apple involuntarily rolled.
It seemed as if some part of his body was about to wake up again. But he restrained himself in time, looked away, and turned his attention elsewhere.
Shang Yuqian happened to see that Song Xingye's tomorrow script was on the table in front of the sofa.
Then he walked over and began to read the script. But the more he read, the more his brow furrowed. Tomorrow's scenes are all about Bai Qianshan and Du Rongshue's love story. It was clear that the director wanted to shoot the entire scene in one take. 3 hug scenes, 2 kiss scenes and 1 bed scene.
When he saw the details of the last bed scene, Shang Yuqian slammed the script shut.
Song Xing had just finished making a phone call.
Song Xing also said to Shang Yuqian, "Big brother, let's get started."
She said she was going to get the script. Song Xing had also gone back to bed after returning, so she had not read the script yet and did not know what she would be acting in tomorrow. She only remembered that there seemed to be several emotional scenes. Who knows, Shang Yuqian suddenly stood up with the script in his hand. Shang Yuqian said, "You don't need to read the script yet.
I'm going to make a phone call."
Song Xing also felt a bit confused.
But in the end, Shang Yuqian actually took her script away. Without the script, Song Xing could only lie in bed and read the original novel.
Unexpectedly, she fell asleep while reading. Over there, Shang Yuqian returned to his room and immediately called Mei Sanmu. Mui Sammook was obviously asleep, and asked in a daze, "Who are you?" Shang Yuqian said coldly, "Sanmu, are you making an adult film?" Mei Sanmu suddenly woke up. As a director, he is a literary film, and it is a huge insult to say that he is making adult films. Mei Sanmu also recognized Shang Yuqian's voice. "Xian, why are you insulting me? What's wrong with what I said? You gave Song Xing so many kissing in bed scenes, what else could they be but adult films?" Mei Sanmu also realized there were only 3 kissing scenes and 1 sex scene.
Is that too much? Too many. Shang Yuqian was resolute. Mei Sanmu was also outraged. Unbelievable. You didn't sleep at night just to tell me this? Delete all her kissing in bed scenes. There are too many hugging scenes, too. Just change it to 1. Chapter 37. Song Xing is also my wife.
Mei Sanmu was silent for a few seconds, then calmly said, "I don't need anyone to question my professionalism, and I don't need outsiders to teach me what to do."
Shang Yuqian took a step back. We can find a replacement. Shang Yuqian, you are simply unbelievable.
He hung up the phone directly after saying that.
3 seconds later, Mei Sanmu's phone rang again. Shang Yuqian, are you done?
I know that little star is your sister, but she is an adult.
What's wrong with filming a kiss scene? You're being too nosy. She is my wife. Shang Yuqian said calmly.
There was a short silence on the other end of the phone. After a while, Mei Sanmu's voice came from the other side, not even my wife.
He then hung up.
When he tried to call again, the phone was turned off.
Shang Yuqian sighed. The next day,
when Song Xing woke up, it was already morning. She suddenly remembered that she hadn't read the script from the previous night. And the script was taken away by Shang Yuqian.
Song Xing also knocked on Shang Yuqian's door. Shang Yuqian opened the door quickly. What is it? Song Xingye said, can I have my script?
Shang Yuqian frowned and said, you don't need to shoot this scene. There's no need to read the script.
Song Xingye was dumbfounded. Why? There is no reason. Just listen to me.
Although Song Xingye was also very curious. But she felt that since Shang Yuqian said so, there must be a reason.
After breakfast, Song Xing went to the film set. She wasn't due to start work until 10 o'clock.
However, after makeup and hairstyling, she still hadn't seen Mei's figure. The creators who had announcements today were waiting in the lounge to be summoned.
Song Xing also asked Xiao Jiayun, who was standing next to her, where is the director? Did he get drunk again yesterday? Xiao Jiayun said, Mr. Shang is here.
I don't know what happened, but the two of them got into an argument in the office. Su Hanyan was very happy. I heard that Mr. Shang seems to want to change the female lead.
I said, Xingye, did you offend Mr. Shang?
When Su Hanyan just pushed the door open, she happened to hear Shang Yuqian say to Mei Dao, if that's the case, then we'll change the female lead. Although she only heard this sentence, it made her happy and excited until now. This female lead position was originally hers, even if it was later snatched away by Song Xing, but it seems that she is not blessed to enjoy it.
Song Xing was also very surprised. Shang Yuqian actually came to the set and told director Mei that he wanted to
replace the female lead. But she didn't seem to have offended him. Moreover, the two of them have been getting along well these past 2 days, and the day before yesterday, Shang Yuqian even helped her with her rehearsals.
But Song Xing also thought of what Shang Yuqian said this morning.
He said she didn't need to read the script.
Is he really going to replace her? And over there in the director's temporary office,
the two of them were at an impasse. Shang Yuqian said, the hug scene is fine, but for the kissing and bed scenes, you must find a body double.
Mei Sanmu was not intimidated. How can you act with a stunt double?
The bed scenes and kiss scenes are all from the female protagonist's perspective. The point is to capture the female protagonist's reactions and emotional outpourings.
What's the point of changing people?
Now that technology is so advanced, you can change faces in post-production.
Changing faces is not as natural as the original film.
It doesn't matter if you change faces in other scenes, but these are the key scenes that show the character's psychological changes. They are the soul of the entire film and must not be changed.
Shang Yuqian was silent again.
Mei Sanmu finally sighed, Chen, I know she is your wife, and you don't want to see her get close to other men, but she is an actress, and this is the professionalism of an actress. Besides, she still has a long way to go.
If you stop her this time, do you have to interfere every time she has a kissing scene in the future? Shang Yuqian said, in the future, she will not enter the entertainment industry. In fact, Shang Yuqian already regretted it.
She had never thought of casting Song Xing as the female lead in this play. But last time when she went back, the old lady saw the script and suddenly said that she wanted Xing to play the female lead. The old lady was very excited when she saw the script, and the next day she called to say that she had to let Song Xing play the female lead.
He knew that something must have happened or there must be a reason. But he didn't pursue it. Coincidentally, at that time, Zhang Jiajia had a scandalous affair.
He took advantage of the situation and announced that Song Xing was also the heroine of Pear Garden.
Mei Sanmo said, how do you know she won't be in the entertainment industry in the future? I'm a good judge of character. She's a rare gem in the entertainment industry.
Xian, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but your desire to control her will scare her away. Love is about respect and freedom, not about preventing her from making choices and loving in the name of loving her.
Shan Yuqian was silent.
In the end, he left the office without a word.
A sentence from Mei Sanmu had touched him. Love is respect and freedom.
He didn't know when he started to feel a desire to control and possess Song Xing.
It didn't take long.
Director Mei called everyone to film. Song Xing had just read the script.
Today's shoot is all about emotional scenes. The filming went quite smoothly.
Because she is very familiar with Xiao Jiayun, the scenes of hugging were natural and intimate. Almost all of them were filmed in one take. Then came the first kiss scene. When it comes to kissing scenes, Song Xing also has a lot of psychological pressure. Because she had never been kissed before. She didn't know how to kiss at all. The scene was shot on a boat in a lotus pond. The two of them are swimming together in the middle of the boat, and they can't help but kiss. Just as the scene was about to begin, Xiao Jiayun approached the director. "Director, I can't do this scene.
Can we change the scene?"
Director Mei was in a bad mood. He had just persuaded Shan Yuqian to leave in the morning, and now the leading man was falling apart at the most crucial moment.
Director Mei said, "Didn't you shoot a kissing scene before? What's so difficult about it?"
Xiao Jiayun said, "There's no problem with kissing scenes, but I'm afraid of water and I'm afraid to ride in a boat. I'll shake all over the boat, so I really can't do it." Director Mei suddenly remembered that when the actor was first cast, Xiao Jiayun's agent seemed to have specifically told him that Xiao Jiayun was afraid of water, so there could be no scenes with him in the water. At the time, he thought that Du Rongxue didn't have any scenes where he fell into the water. "I didn't expect that this guy was afraid of even riding a boat."
Director Mei said, "Can't you overcome it?"
Xiao Jiayun said in a depressed tone, "I really can't overcome it. I can't control myself." He is afraid of water because of a childhood trauma. When he thought about that incident, Xiao Jiayun's whole body withered like a plant. He was afraid that he would never be able to get over it. Seeing him half dead, Mei Dao knew that the scene could not be filmed. So he sighed and said, "Forget it.
It's just a long shot anyway. Just find a stunt double."
When it came to finding a stuntman, Director Mei immediately thought of one person. So he immediately called him.
Chapter 38 Kissing Scene with Shan Yuqian.
When Shan Yuqian received a call from Mei Sanmu, he was in a meeting in the conference room.
No one dared to speak in the meeting room except for his voice.
The senior management of each department sensed that the president was in a particularly bad mood today.
If there is a slight mistake, they may not be able to keep their jobs. Shan Yuqian looked at the name flashing on his phone and impatiently opened it. "What's the matter?" "I'm busy. The first kiss scene is about to start. Do you want to come over?" Shan Yuqian's face darkened for a moment. "Mei Sanmu, are you trying to withdraw from Xingyu?"
Mui Sanmu hurriedly said, "Oh, it's not that Xiao Jiayun can't do the kissing scene.
I want to find a replacement. This is a good thing.
I thought of you first.
If you're not happy, I'll find someone else.
Don't say you're withdrawing your investment so easily."
"I'll be right there." Shan Yuqian hung up the phone.
He sat quietly for a while, then suddenly said, "That's it for today's meeting.
Let's go."
After that, he picked up his phone and said directly to Zhou Mingyan, who was standing next to him, "Secretary Zhou, give me the car keys."
Everyone in the conference room was stunned.
Because they had never seen the president like this before. He was walking quickly, but his face was full of joy, as if he were going to a date with his sweetheart.
The general manager asked Zhou Mingyan, "Secretary Zhou, is the president in love?"
Zhou Mingyan looked serious. "Don't ask about the president's private life."
Shan Yuqian arrived at the film set very quickly. Song Xing was also sitting next to Mei Sanmu, listening to her talk about the play.
She knew that Xiao Jiayun was afraid of water, and she still clearly remembered that when they were in the orphanage, Xiao Jiayun was very afraid of water. There was a small stream behind the orphanage, and in the summer, the children would go swimming and catch fish. Only Xiao Jiayun would watch from afar every time. He didn't even dare to get close. But at the time, everyone just thought he was timid and often teased him. Unexpectedly, after so many years, he still has this problem. Mei finally finished telling the story. "This scene is not difficult, just put in some emotion. Later, you will imagine Du Rongxue as the lover you are in love with. I believe it should not be difficult." And he said mysteriously, "And the stuntman I found for you, you're going to love."
Song Xing didn't care who the stuntman was, although she was a little reluctant. To give her first kiss on screen, she knew she had to stay professional. Before long, Shang Yuqian came over. When she saw Shang Yuqian, Song Xing also became inexplicably nervous. Why is my brother here? She felt a little strange about kissing in front of him. Shang Yuqian walked up to Director Mei and said, "Shall we start?" Director Mei also stood up and said, "Action. Filming crew, lighting crew, ready." Song Xing was also confused, but the stuntman hasn't arrived yet, how can we shoot? Director Mei pointed to Shang Yuqian standing in front of him, isn't he coming? Then he said to Shang Yuqian, you go change first. You don't need to do your makeup. You'll only be in the background or in long shots anyway. Then he said to Song Xingye, you go on the boat and get ready. Remember what I said. You have to get in the mood. Song Xingye was completely confused. What the hell is going on? Is Shang Yuqian the stuntman that Mei Dao hired? She was going to kiss Shang Yuqian? But before she could think about what was wrong with this, she was already on the boat. Shang Yuqian quickly changed into a costume and came up. The boat soon reached the middle of the lake. The two of them admired the lake scenery and finished their lines. Next came the moment of eye contact, followed by an irresistible kiss. The sky was blue and cloudless, surrounded by a pool of lotus flowers, props, the lotus leaves were endless and the lotus flowers were red in the sun. The two people were on a boat, and the boat was hidden among the tall lotus leaves. Du Rongxue slowly approached by Chanxian, their eyes locked, their passion as strong as unbreakable ink. He first rested his forehead against hers, then kissed her on the brow, then the tip of her nose, and finally rested on her rosy lips like tender lotus, tossing and turning, unable to tear himself away. This is how the original novel describes the scene of this kiss. Shang Yuqian's face slowly approached, his cold lips touching her brow, then her nose, and finally landing on her lips. Song Xing also felt her heart stop. Cut. Song Xing, your shoulders are shaking. Start again. The director's voice came from the shore. Several more takes were taken. The director called cut again because he was not satisfied. Xingye, you're too nervous. You guys go back to shore first, and adjust before filming again. After getting off the boat, Song Xingye sat alone on a chair to rest. Shang Yuqian and Director Mei stood next to the monitor watching the few shots that had just been taken. There were no one else around them at the moment. Director Mei suddenly turned to Shang Yuqian and said, your wife doesn't seem to know you very well. Shang Yuqian looked at the extremely nervous Song Xingye on the monitor, but his mood was good. He glanced at Mei Sanmo and said coldly, it's better than not having a wife. Song Xingye was embarrassed and annoyed. Her face was flushed and her heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. Song Xingye, you are too hopeless. What are you so nervous about? Xingye, what is your relationship with the president? Song Xingye looked up and saw Su Hanyan standing next to her. Her expression was innocent and harmless, her eyes were blinking, like a curious cat. Song Xingye didn't have much contact with Su Hanyan, but Xiao Jiayun had told her that Su Hanyan was no ordinary person. After the Zhang Jiejiu incident, Song Xingye had become more cautious in her dealings with others, so she had no intention of getting close to her. Song Xingye said vaguely, what kind of relationship can I have with the president? Su Hanyan said in a pretentious tone, so you two are not related? I thought he already had a new love. Although Song Xingye is slow-witted, she also heard the deep meaning in her words. So, who is his old love? Su Hanyan showed a look of melancholy. You should know that Bai Chanxian is a role that the president tailored for me, but that night we had a conflict over a trivial matter. I thought he would be as quick to forgive as he used to be and would come to appease me with gifts, but until now. Su Hanyan's eyes were filled with tears. I know he's still angry with me, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to the set to be a stand-in for a kiss scene. He knows I care about this and is deliberately making me feel bad. Song Xingye's brows were getting more and more furrowed. Su Hanyan took Song Xingye's hand, I'm telling you this so you don't have to feel guilty. I know it's none of your business. We've come this far because I was too headstrong. I don't blame him for replacing me in the role. I just hope he can coax me like he used to. Song Xingye quietly watched her perform a brilliant act of sowing discord. Suddenly, he raised his hand and shouted loudly across the room, Shang Yuqian, come over here. Chapter 39, The Little Girl is Not a Pushover. Song Xingye shouted very loudly, attracting everyone around to look over here. Everyone was surprised that a little actress would dare to call the president of Xinjiang by his name. Shan Yuqian over there also heard it.
He stopped talking to Mei Sanmu and walked towards Song Xing's direction.
Su Hanyan was stunned. Song Xingye, what is she doing? Why is she calling the boss over? Shan Yuqian had stopped in front of the two of them. His gaze fell on Song Xingye's face, and his voice was warm and pleasant. What can I do for you? Song Xingye pointed to Su Hanyan next to him and said, I'm fine, it's just that Hanyan has something to tell you. Shan Yuqian's gaze shifted, but the tenderness in his eyes disappeared in an instant. What do you want to tell me?
Su Hanyan cursed Song Xingye 100 times in her heart. She had originally wanted to annoy Song Xingye, but she never expected that she would call Shan Yuqian over on the spot.
Now what is she going to say? Su Hanyan said with a hard head in vague words, I haven't adjusted my mood yet, and it's not too late to talk about some things later.
Song Xingye also deliberately held Su Hanyan's arm. It's better to say what you have to say as soon as possible. The longer it takes, the deeper the misunderstanding will become. It was winter, and Su Hanyan's forehead was already sweating. If Song Yuqian knew that she was gossiping in front of his lover, he would not forgive her. Song Xing also looked pure as a sheet of paper, and she thought she would definitely not break through this layer of paper in front of Song Yuqian. She never imagined that she was so calculating. Shan Yuqian's eyes gradually turned cold, and he already guessed something in his heart. Miss Su, I would like to hear what misunderstanding there is between us.
Su Hanyan was shocked by Song Yuqian's coldness.
But she was speechless for a moment. Song Xing also added, Sister Hanyan said that the female lead in the opera was tailor-made for her, and that you changed her because of your conflict. She also said that you were acting in the kiss scene to anger her, and hoped that you could coax her like you used to.
Su Hanyan's face turned pale.
This Song Xing also, actually said everything she said word for word.
Shan Yuqian's face turned cold, and then he coldly said, Miss Su, are you crazy? Su Hanyan knew how terrible the consequences of angering Shan Yuqian would be.
If she admitted it at this moment, her image as a little white flower would be ruined in front of Song Yuqian, and her future career would be over. Su Hanyan suddenly stood up, tears rolling down her face. She said with a face full of grievances, Song Xingye, if I said something wrong, can't I apologize to you? But you can't slander me like this. I have nothing to do with the president. After saying this, Su Hanyan ran away crying. Song Xingye deliberately teased Shan Yuqian, don't you need to chase after her? Shan Yuqian looked at Song Xingye, and it seemed that this little girl was not as simple and easy to bully as he thought. He sat down next to Song Xingye, hesitated for a moment, and then explained, I have nothing to do with Su Hanyan. Song Xingye laughed loudly, I know. Shan Yuqian looked at Song Xingye. He seemed in a good mood and asked, how do you know? Because you like Yinin. That's why she could tell at a glance that Su Hanyan was acting. Shan Yuqian's face darkened, I don't like Jiang Yinin either. Song Xingye was slightly stunned, you broke up? Shan Yuqian was about to say something when Director Mei shouted with a megaphone, Scene 36, actors in position. Then the makeup artist rushed up to retouch Song Xing's makeup. The shooting was still not very smooth. This time, it was Shan Yuqian's state of mind that caused the director to stop several times. But after 3 takes, it finally passed. After getting off the boat, Song Xing was still flushed and her heart was racing. Director Mei said, okay, Xingye, you can rest for a few minutes. We'll shoot the next scene. By the way, where's Qiao Jiayun? The next kissing scene is in the house, so there is no need for a body double. The assistant director was also confused, right, where is Mr. Qiao? I haven't seen him. Director Mei was a little impatient, hurry up and find him. We have a lot of work to do today. But after searching for a long time, they still couldn't find Qiao Jiayun. Director Mei said, forget it, you two will shoot it instead. Change the scene. Song Xing didn't expect to have to shoot the second kiss scene with Shan Yuqian. The second kiss scene is even more difficult. The background is by Qianxian discussing the new play with her senior by Wuxia in the room. It so happens that Du Rongxue sees the two of them behaving intimately, so Du Rongxue is jealous and drives by Wuxia away, and then in anger presses by Qianxian against the wall and kisses her. Before filming, Director Mei also gave the two actors a briefing. He said to Shan Yuqian, this scene is mainly for you to act. Be fierce and violent. You have to show the anger and jealousy that burst out of the screen. As for Xingye, you have to fully express the grievance of being misunderstood, as well as the subversion and surprise of Du Rongshua's previous understanding, and finally the disappointment and stubbornness. In general, this scene is still dominated by Qianqian's emotional changes. Qian, your emotions should be expressed in your movements, because you only have your back to the camera, so your movements must be exaggerated, and Xingye's emotions should be expressed on her face, which must be delicate. Director Mei said a lot, and Song Xing didn't know how much she had absorbed. Intuitively, this scene won't be easy to film. As the director shouted action, Song Xingye hadn't even reacted yet when her arm was pulled by a huge force, and then she was almost thrown against the wall. The violent impact on her back made her head buzz, and before she could react, her lips were already tightly sealed. The man in front of her seemed to have gone crazy, furiously venting his anger and desire. Song Xing was really stunned. This is not what she imagined. She could not imagine that the angry man in front of her was Shang Yuqian. The always gentle, refined, and noble Shang Yuqian. He pounced on her like a wild beast, and Song Xing was completely defenseless. She had never been kissed like this before. An inexplicable sense of fear and panic naturally seeped out of her eyes. She instinctively resisted, even forgetting that this was a film shoot. "Let go of me, Shang Yuqian, you let go of me, you bastard, you let go of me." Cut. The voice of director Mei suddenly rang out in the room. Song Xing also realized that she was in a film. Very good, this one is a take. The staff members around him also gathered around. Mr. Song performed very well, his expressions and emotions were very well placed. I was so moved that I wanted to punch Du Rongxue. The only thing that was not perfect was that Mr. Song, you said the wrong line, it was Du Rongxue, you were calling out the name of the General Shang. Song Xing was still upset, but her mind gradually cleared up. She hadn't realized that she was acting at all. But in any case, the kiss scene passed by in a daze. Song Xing's heart was racing uncontrollably. The scent of Shang Yuqian's unique freshness was still in her nose and mouth. She forced a smile. "I'm sorry, I said the wrong line." The staff said, "It's okay, we'll dub it in post-production." "Miss Song, you are a truly gifted actor." Song Xingye went to rest. Director Mei walked over to Shang Yuqian with a head of messy blonde hair. "You did a good job directing. I haven't seen you work so hard in the last scene. I'm afraid you'll leave a psychological shadow on the little girl." Shang Yuqian looked at Mei Sanmu with a sly glance. Although Mei Sanmu usually looks like a fool who can't take care of himself, his green eyes can always see through people's hearts. He was indeed afraid that Song Xingye would leave a psychological shadow and be very resistant to kissing in the future. Then he would be the one to suffer. Shang Yuqian said indifferently, "Isn't there still a bed scene? Let's shoot it together." Mei Sanmu said, "That scene is the most important part of the two people's emotional sublimation. You didn't show your face in the two kissing scenes, so you can't show your face in the bed scene." The leading actor. Shang Yuqian didn't say anything, his eyes calmly falling on Mei Sanmu. How can the kiss and bed scenes of the leading man and woman be played by a double? You've already finished acting, so what will Qiao Jiayun play? Shang Yuqian raised his eyebrows and still didn't say anything. Director Mei was desperate. No matter what, this scene must be played by Qiao Jiayun. Xingyu plans to invest an additional 100 million yuan. After the film is completed, I can help you negotiate with the theater. The crew is ready. Scene 37, action. Director Mei picked up a megaphone and shouted outside. Any hesitation for even a second is disrespectful to the 100 million. Chapter 40, Taking Advantage of His Wife. Song Xing was also sitting on the doorstep outside taking a break. He heard Director Mei say that they were going to continue shooting scene 37. Song Xing also knew that the 37 scenes were the only sex scene in the entire movie. She hadn't even had time to read the script properly. In fact, Song Xingye's brain has been in a state of confusion until now. Ever since she filmed her first kiss scene with Shang Yuqian, she has been feeling lightheaded, and now it is even difficult for her to stand up. How could she still shoot a sex scene? Song Xingye walked in and said weakly, "Director, can we not shoot today?" Director Mei glanced at Shang Yuqian. Then he walked over and gently put his arm around Song Xingye's shoulders. "Xingye, you're in good shape now, let's strike while the iron is hot." She is in a terrible state right now. But she didn't have the courage to refuse. She cast a helpless look at Shang Yuqian. "Big brother, help me." Shang Yuqian said, "Sanmu, I think we should let it go."
Xingye is very tired today.
Mei Sanmu gritted her teeth.
The evil wolf. Pretends to be the good guy, while the bad guy is him. Mei Sanmu said, Xingye, don't be nervous.
I'll let everyone leave later, and only the cameraman and I will stay, so don't have any psychological burdens.
This scene is actually not difficult.
You just need to lie down, and let Du Rongxue do the rest. For you, there is only one requirement, and it's still 2 words, just be real. Shang Yuqian continued to be a good guy, it's not too late to shoot tomorrow, so let's forget about it today.
Mei Sanmo suddenly shouted angrily, do you want to listen to me or to him? We are in a hurry now.
Xing is going to start school soon, so we don't have much time.
What if we don't hurry up and shoot?
Song Xing also felt very guilty when he saw his brother being scolded by the director for helping him.
He quickly said, I'll do it, director. I'll do my best. After changing into the costume and makeup, Song Xing also entered the room again. Just as Mei Sanmu had said, the staff and onlookers were all dismissed.
In the room, apart from the director and the cameraman, there were only Song Xingye and Shang Yuqian.
But Song Xing's mood did not relax.
The thought of having to shoot a bed scene with Shang Yuqian made her tremble with nervousness. But now, she had no choice but to do it. Director Mei looked at the monitor and directed with his head down, Xingye, you lie down on the bed first.
Song Xingye walked to the edge of the bed with a stiff upper lip, then lifted the quilt and lay down. After Song Xingye lay down, Director Mei couldn't help but praise her, Xingye, you're in great shape. Yes, that's the kind of nervousness and uneasiness I want. Okay, let's begin. The room is dimly lit, and Du Rongxue pushes open the door and steps in the moonlight.
He walked to the bed and stared at the person in the bed. His long hair was loose and spread out at random, and a delicate little face was imprinted in front of him. The girl closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, but the trembling eyelashes showed her nervousness and shyness at the moment. Bai Qianqian knew that today was her big day with him, and she willingly gave herself completely to the man she loved so much. Song Xing also kept repeating the plot of the script in her heart to relieve her excessive anxiety. At first, it was fine. But when Shang Yuqian lifted the quilt and lay down with her, she was still nervous and stiff. There is a scene where Bai Qianqian opens her eyes, looks at her lover, stretches out her long arm and wraps it around Du Rongshue's neck, and then kisses Du Rongxue. Song Xing also memorized the plot, opened her eyes, hugged Shang Yuqian's neck, and then took the initiative to bring her lips closer. This scene made Song Xing think of the night when her grandmother forced them to consummate their marriage.
Song Xing also summoned up all her courage and boldly went to seduce Shang Yuqian in sexy pajamas.
At that time, Shang Yuqian was so resistant and disgusted, and now he must be feeling bad in his heart.
Song Xing also couldn't understand why director Mei had to find Shang Yuqian to be the stand-in. Is it really because they are friends and don't need to pay for the role, as Mei said?
Even if she had chosen a different actor, she wouldn't have felt so uncomfortable.
Sure enough, Shang Yuqian was completely unmoved by the kiss she offered him. Just like that night. Cut. Du Rongxue, are you made of wood? Why aren't you reacting? What are you thinking about? Let's start again. The second take begins.
This time, when Bai Qianqian took the initiative to lift Du Rongshue's neck, Du Rongxue let Bai Qianqian rub against his lips for a while before responding.
Cut. Still half a beat too slow. Start again. After filming one after another, there were still all kinds of problems. Of course, these problems all appeared on Shang Yuqian's body. The director was a little annoyed. He realized that Shang Yuqian was doing it on purpose. He deliberately took advantage of his wife. The actors took a break and would shoot again later. Shang Yuqian was taken by director Mei to the next room. Director Mei said angrily, Chen, if you want to make out with your own wife, can't you go back to your own home? Why are you causing trouble here? Shang Yuqian sighed, at home, I can't even touch her finger. Director Mei was shocked, aren't you married? Yes, we are married, but there are many kinds of couples in this world. Director Mei seemed to understand something. I didn't realize that Little Star was a spiritual platonic type of person. This kind of woman only falls in love with people spiritually, but refuses physical contact. He looked at Shang Yuqian, that must be hard for you. Director Mei looked at Shang Yuqian with sympathy in his eyes. Song Xing was also sitting on the edge of the bed. Her hair was a bit messy. Her lips were numb from kissing so many times.
At the moment, her mind was like a mass of mush, with no thoughts at all. She was already numb from the kiss. After a while, Shang Yuqian and Mei Dao came in together. Article 16, let's start shooting. You two, work harder. Song Xing had become so familiar with the filming process that it had become instinctive. Open her eyes, turn around, hook Shang Yuqian's neck, and offer her lips. Du Rongshu Wei kissed by Qianqian very gently, slowly deepening, then he lifted the quilt and covered her whole body. He began to skillfully unbutton her clothes, then his lips slowly moved down, lingering in by Qianqian's snow-white swan neck, then slowly moving down again, and finally the red curtain that extended from the bed slowly fell, covering the two overlapping figures. Good, very good, this one is a pass. Song Xing also opened his eyes and finally let out a sigh of relief. Just now, they had all stopped halfway through. Unexpectedly, the only one that was completed in one go actually passed. However, Shang Yuqian did not get up as quickly as he had at the beginning, but instead, he lay directly on Song Xingye's body. He buried his face deep in Song Xingye's neck. Song Xing also felt something was wrong. She patted Shang Yuqian on the shoulder and said, "Hey, what's wrong with you?"